Chapter 1. Introduction to Active Directory Pentesting. A web of interconnected systems hums in the heart of a corporate network, digital pathways entrusting countless bytes of information to a structure. This structure is known as the Active Directory. Familiar to many but fully understood by few, the Active Directory, or AD, is a central component of most corporate networks. Think of it as the backbone of a company's IT infrastructure, orchestrating user access, managing resources, and securing an array of critical network services. As such, it is a prime target for attackers who aim to compromise the internal network and gain access to sensitive information on a grand scale. However, this very same AD could be a playground for the defenders, the penetration testers. Pentesting, or penetration testing, provides a means for organizations to proactively identify and fix potential breaches before malicious hackers can exploit them. AD pentesting, therefore, is as much as a cat-and-mouse game as it is a test of tactics and wit, emotions bundled with every script run and tool deployed. As we delve into the realm of AD pentesting, we will journey through its various aspects. This voyage will lead us from the basics of enumeration, where we discover the network and its components, through exploiting identified vulnerabilities for initial access, and onwards to lateral movement, the art of navigating through the network. For a pentester, tunneling, the ability to hide communication in plain sight, is an essential tool for maintaining persistent access without compromising stealth. With privilege escalation or priv-ESC, we elevate our authority, gaining greater access and control over systems and information. Post-exploitation, the chapter where the field of victory is savored, we cover how to not only preserve the access you've worked so hard to earn but also to use that access for further exploitation. In the chapter on advanced tactics, we take things a step further and put theory to practice, encouraging you to break barriers and think outside the box. As we delve into the world of advanced persistent threats, commonly known as APTs, we take on the perception of these sophisticated adversaries, adopting their techniques and strategies to our advantage. Multiple attacks bristling with different tools and techniques lie ahead of us, providing an arsenal for carrying out effective pentesting operations. In many ways, AD pentesting emulates the art of war, knowing one's terrain, discerning the enemy's strategies, exploiting their weaknesses, and outmaneuvering them. Like a chess game, it demands agility, strategic planning, and a deep understanding of the playing field. As we journey through this world, we will familiarize ourselves with an array of tools, including but not limited to popular names such as Bloodhound, Mimikatz, PowerView, and Kerberosting. Each tool we'll encounter serves a unique purpose, addressing different aspects of the pentesting operations. The aim, of course, is not just to teach you how to use these tools, but to comprehend their underlying mechanics, how they interact with Active Directory and manipulate it to your advantage. More than the tools themselves, understanding the principles behind them, why they work, when to use them, is the essence of effective penetration testing. So sit back and get ready for an immersive exploration into the world of Active Directory pentesting. From internal network labyrinths to powerful tools, from first enumeration to ultimate victory, we shall cover it all. Every chapter building on the last, painting a vivid picture of the intriguing world of cybersecurity and the art of penetration testing. Welcome to the interactive audiobook on Active Directory Pentesting. Chapter 3, Definition of Active Directory. In the vast universe of computer networks, at the center, stands a behemoth known as Active Directory. Born from the innovative minds at Microsoft, Active Directory, or AD as it's often referred to, is a directory service employed in Windows domain networks. Think of it as a digital maestro, conducting an orchestra of connected devices, and helping the diverse IT infrastructure to harmonize. Active Directory isn't just a conductor, however. It's more like a guardian at the gate, a sentry standing alert over network resources, managing and limiting access to ensure only authorized users can pass. Its role extends to categorization and storage of information on an organization's network users, devices, and resources to facilitate its effective and secure management. Active Directory performs these tasks using a hierarchical structure that categorizes each item into distinct organizational units like branches on a family tree. This feature enables network administrators to manage and control every aspect of the network, from group policies and user authentication to the distribution of software within the system. Our journey into the world of Active Directory would not be complete without understanding some of its essential elements. These include the domain controller, which is the server that runs the AD, the forest, which is the collection of domains interconnected and sharing a common schema, and the trust, which is a relationship established between domains to share resources securely. Now, having broadly defined Active Directory, let us probe deeper and assess how it pertains to what we do, pen testing. Section 1. Introduction. In the mysterious realm of penetration testing, also known as pentesting, Active Directory is a subject of much attention. Not without reason, as AD is the cornerstone of many business IT infrastructures, providing the keys to access and control over an enterprise network. Penetration testing, in essence, is the practice of assessing the security of a system by simulating attacks from malicious sources. It's like a health checkup for your network, identifying weak points and fixing vulnerabilities before real-world attackers exploit them. Arguably, one of the most vital phases in pentesting is enumeration. Here, the pentester works like a meticulous detective, collecting and gathering information about the target, in this case, the Active Directory. They utilize tools and tactics to decipher the network structure, identify systems, and expose vulnerabilities lurking in the network's depths. Among the skills a pentester must master is exploitation. This process involves leveraging the vulnerabilities discovered during enumeration to access the system. It's a sensitive procedure, involving finesse and understanding to exploit in a manner that achieves the objectives without causing unnecessary disruption or damage. Another critical concept is lateral movement. Once inside the system, pentesters imitate cyber attackers' strategies of moving sideways across the network, jumping between different hosts, services, and applications in search of their ultimate goal. Tunneling, on the other hand, deals with encapsulating the data packet within another data packet for stealthier exploration of the system by making traffic appear as innocuous. Privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC, is all about the quest for power. Pentesters try to acquire higher-level privileges, granting them broader access to the system's nooks and crannies. Post-exploitation refers to the actions taken after gaining access to the network. Here, the focus shifts from infiltration to securing the captured flag and gathering valuable data without arousing suspicion. Advanced tactics encompass more complex approaches pentesters take to bypass security measures and ensure they maintain access to the system while remaining undetected. All this can be overwhelming, but a variety of tools are available to streamline these processes. From Nmap and Mimikatz to PowerSploit and Metasploit, a proficient pentester leverages these tools in different phases of their task. By mastering the tactics an advanced persistent threat (APT) employs, pentesters can effectively simulate a real-world scenario. This includes understanding the array of attacks unleashed over time by an APT, which could range from pass-the-hash attacks, Kerberos attacks to more elaborate forms of exploitation. Remember, pentesting isn't about recklessly breaking into systems. It's a meticulous, disciplined approach that blends creativity, knowledge, and extraordinary persistence to safeguard your organization from those lurking beyond the virtual threshold, preparing to attack. As we move forward in this audiobook, we will delve deeper into each of these aspects of Active Directory pentesting, revealing the intricacies and secrets behind each. Section: Explanation of pentesting. As our story begins, we invite you to step into the vast universe of penetration testing, often referred to as pentesting. Think of pentesting as a legal and controlled form of hacking, with a meticulously designed plan aiming to identify and fix vulnerabilities in a system to ensure its security. The arena in today's discussion is Active Directory, an essential implementation used by many corporations worldwide to manage users, computers, and services data. Before a pentest starts, there is always an introduction phase, often called planning and reconnaissance. A wizard does not step into the ring without his wand. Similarly, penetration testers don't dive headfirst without a plan. It is during this phase where the pentester, or ethical hacker, delineates the boundaries of the attack, identifies targets, and strategizes. Our journey evolves as we advance to the next stage, enumeration. In this phase, we gather as much information as possible about the target. In the realm of Active Directory, this means collecting data on user groups, user accounts, and network shares. Tools like NetBIOS enumeration and LDAP become our best friends during this step. Once the gathering phase ends, we step into the thrilling territory of exploitation. This is where the enchantment occurs, where vulnerabilities transform into exploited weaknesses. A variety of tools are available for pentesters to wield, like Metasploit, which serves as a robust framework for developing and executing exploit codes. Our story then comes across the concept of lateral movement. It illustrates the process of navigating through a network, capturing login credentials, escalating privileges, and gaining access to valuable data. Here, techniques like pass the hash or pass the ticket come into play. Our ethical hacker then delves into the tunneling phase, creating a way to maintain continued access to the compromised network and granting workers a secure and private channel for data transport. Software like SSH and tools such as Chisel are helpful for this intricate journey. Moving ahead, the privilege escalation or priv ESC phase asks us to imagine a lowly page reaching a knight's command level in a medieval hierarchy. The goal here is to elevate access rights, manipulating or exploiting the system, using tools such as PowerUp and Windows Check. Once the castle walls have fallen, our ethical hackers engage in post-exploitation, where they access, retrieve, and potentially adjust or delete data. Many tools are made explicitly for this purpose, including Mimikatz, which aids in extracting plaintext passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory. At this point, we've laid out the fundamental phases of pentesting. However, expert pentesters often utilize advanced tactics to elevate their game, employing red teaming tactics, for instance. They simulate real-world, sophisticated attacks on networks to test their defenses better. Even nation-states' advanced persistent threats, APTs, use these pentesting procedures to infiltrate systems, residing undetected for a significant amount of time and completing their objectives. Multiple attacks like password cracking, DDoS, or man-in-the-middle are employed in a pentest. These help us understand how adversaries might exploit vulnerabilities to compromise a system. Utilizing multiple tools like Nmap, Wireshark, and AirCracking serve different functions from network scanning to packet capturing and password cracking, helping us achieve our varied pentesting objectives. This concludes our extensive journey through pentesting and Active Directory. Pentesting can indeed be quite the journey, with countless detours and surprises at every turn. But armed with this information, you're more than ready to navigate this intricate cybersecurity landscape, enhancing your knowledge and skills one penetration test at a time. Chapter 7. The Importance and Relevance of Active Directory Pentesting. Once upon a time, in the tech-driven world, lay an ever-evolving realm of Active Directory. It is the heart of almost every enterprise network, managing and maintaining resources and services. This heartbeat, however, if unchecked, could pose serious risks, hence the need for a doctor's assessment, or, in this context, Active Directory Pentesting. Active Directory Pentesting can be equated to the tactical art of identifying vulnerabilities within the heart of a secure network. It is an exquisite dance between revealing weak points, establishing the most applicable exploits, and escalating privilege access levels without alerting the enterprise's defenses. The purpose of this exercise is not in creating chaos, but in hardening the defenses and ensuring that the system is impervious to any sort of attack. Let's begin with enumeration. It is like the reconnaissance of a battlefield, gathering as much information about the target as possible. Tools like PowerShell, LDAP, and Kerberos can provide vital information about the domain controllers, and with care and patience, an accurate snapshot of the target can be formed. Once the enemy's fortification has been adequately mapped out, the battle is half won. Exploitation comes next, identifying which vulnerabilities can be exploited, and which tools will be most effective. Metasploit comes into play here, a powerful tool that allows breaking into the systems by taking advantage of its known weaknesses. Upon breaching the enemy's initial defenses, it's time for lateral movement, a tactic wherein the attacker moves from one system to another within the network, striving to gain more ground. Tools like SSH, WMI, and PsExec can provide an advantage here, ensuring minimal detection and establishing a strong foothold in the network. Tunneling emerges next in this tale of pentesting. Like a mole going underground to escape predators, an attacker can tunnel into a network to avoid detection. APTs, Advanced Persistent Threats, use this strategy to maintain persistence in the network undetected. Tools like Chisel or ngrok can be employed for creating tunnels. Next is privilege escalation. The goal is to gain higher levels of access, tantamount to stealing the keys to a kingdom. Tools like WinPs are used to uncover vulnerabilities that can be leveraged to escalate privileges, giving the attacker more control and power. The post-exploitation phase marks a victorious penetration test. This phase validates that the vulnerabilities identified are not false positives. It plots out data exfiltration paths, identifies sensitive data, and paves the way for future tests by creating backdoors. PowerSploit, a post-exploitation framework, can be a formidable ally during this phase. Our Active Directory pentesting journey culminates with advanced tactics. These strategies are all about flying under the radar, evading detection, and exploiting vulnerabilities that are not widely known. Advanced tactics demand high proficiency with tools like Bloodhound, which excels at revealing hidden relationships within an Active Directory. The importance and relevance of Active Directory pentesting cannot be overstated. It allows an organization to stay one step ahead of APTs. By simulating genuine tactics employed by attackers, you can bolster your network security. The art of pentesting is a journey, not an endpoint, and it's critical to remain proactive, always honing the craft, always learning about new exploits, and always staying vigilant.
Remember, security never sleeps.
Why should you?
In the realm of cyber warfare, Active Directory Pentesting is your diligent sentinel.
It's an investment in the future, ensuring you're armed and ready to face any threats that may lay on the horizon.
Chapter 6. Unraveling the intriguing world of Active Directory Pentesting.
Our journey into the fascinating domain of cybersecurity brings us to an often overlooked yet vital aspect, Active Directory Pentesting. As we dive further into this subject, we will unravel the mysterious world of Active Directory, its vulnerabilities, and the ways to exploit these potential weaknesses. Active Directory is a widely used, Windows-based directory service developed by Microsoft. It provides users with a myriad of functionalities such as network management, authentications, and enforcement of security policies over a network. Despite its many advantages, like most services, Active Directory is not entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. An attacker can exploit these weak points in the structure, leading to unauthorized access or potentially, a complete system compromise. This is where Active Directory Pentesting comes into the picture. Pentesting or penetration testing is an authorized attempt to find and exploit vulnerabilities, providing a full vulnerability assessment of a system. The goal is to improve system security and fortify defenses, ultimately ensuring the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of information housed within.
Let's take a stroll down the intricate pathway of Active Directory Pentesting. The first step in the process is enumeration. This means collecting extensive details about the target before launching an attack. In this context, the target is the Active Directory system. The goal is to gather as much data about the domain as possible, which can include getting hold of AD usernames, groups, and other configuration data like domain controllers. Tools such as PowerView, Bloodhound, AD Explorer, and NMAP can aid in achieving these objectives. Next, in the exploitation stage, we leverage the gathered information to exploit vulnerabilities present within the Active Directory system. Command execution, password attacks, Kerberosting, pass the hash, pass the ticket are some of the tactics employed during this stage. Lateral movement is the actual maneuver used by an attacker to progress through the network once inside, to gain access to a specific user or assets. Techniques involved here include session hijacking, credentials dumping, and further exploitation leading to privilege escalation. Speaking of privilege escalation, or priv-ESC, this process is aimed at gaining more rights and permissions to access confidential data or command execution within a system. Techniques for this escalation can range from code abuses to exploiting misconfigurations and can include tools like Metasploit, Windows Exploit Suggester, and more. As we move on to the post-exploitation stage, this involves the actions taken after infiltrating a system. The aim is to maintain access while avoiding detection. Maintaining command and control, leaving backdoors open, and data extraction are some tactics. Now comes the part of advanced tactics, where we add more layers to our existing methods to increase security and effectiveness. Such techniques include golden ticket attacks, silver ticket attacks, and DCSYNC attacks, all of which offer ways of maintaining undetected persistent access to resources. Examining how advanced persistent threats, or APTs, operate can provide valuable insight. APTs represent groups with both the capability and intent to persistently and effectively target specific entities. They often use advanced techniques such as spear phishing, vulnerability exploitation, and highly sophisticated infrastructures. As we close our discussion, we must focus on multiple attack vectors. Mixing attacks along with the use of multiple tools like Wireshark, Mimikatz, PowerShell Empire, or Python gives an attacker a better chance to break through defenses while remaining undetected. While operating within this realm, it's essential to bear in mind the purpose is to increase security by identifying weakness, not to exploit vulnerabilities for malicious intent. It's by understanding the tactics of potential intruders that we can truly fortify our defenses and secure our data from would-be predators. In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into specific tools and their roles in the Active Directory pentesting process, focusing on their operations and ways they help achieve our goals. Remember, knowledge is our greatest protector, so use this power wisely. Chapter 2, The Basics of Active Directory. In our journey through a comprehensive guide on Active Directory pentesting, we have now arrived at the crucial second stage, the basics of Active Directory. This chapter aims to provide a holistic understanding of the fundamental elements within Active Directory,
such as its functioning, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, and the operational details of various key tools related to it. To inject realism into our discussion, we shall occasionally segue into case studies to exemplify how advanced persistent threats, APTs, work with Active Directory. Active Directory, AD, is a directory service developed by Microsoft for Windows domain networks. Introduced initially as a vital component of Windows 2000, it has now become a cornerstone in the management and synchronization of digital identities across diverse network resources. One of the core parts of the basics of Active Directory is enumeration. Enumeration is a process utilized by network administrators, and unfortunately, by malicious actors as well, to collect and gather information about a target network or system. The harvested data can be incredibly diverse and exhaustive, including usernames, system names, network resources, and services. Tools such as enum for Linux, LDAP or NMAP scripts can enable AD enumeration. The subsequent step is exploitation, where these vulnerabilities identified by enumeration are exploited by attackers. They utilize various tools for this purpose, such as Metasploit or remote execution services. The prime aim here is to gain unauthorized access, which is then further leveraged to execute malicious activities within the network. Once initial access has been secured, the attacker seeks to navigate or move laterally throughout the system, hence the term lateral movement. This can be achieved using tools like PSEXEC or WMIC. These tools allow the malicious entity to shift their point of operation from the originally compromised system to other network systems, thereby broadening their area of control. Every secured system has multiple layers of safeguards. To bypass these, attackers employ a tactic known as tunneling. Network tunneling is the transmission of data aimed at encapsulating private network traffic inside public networks. It often uses protocols like SSH or encapsulating security protocol, especially, and is designed to add a layer of security. An attacker, already inside a network, aims to escalate their basic user privileges to administrative or higher privileges. This is known as privilege escalation or, in acronymic parlance, PRIV-ESC. It can be performed using gaps in misconfigurations or unpatched vulnerabilities in operating systems, network services, or software applications. Once an attacker has successfully achieved their goals, they focus on consolidating their foothold through what is known as post-exploitation. This stage involves activities like cleaning logs, creating backdoors, or exfiltrating data for later access. Tools such as Mimikatz or Bloodhound are known to aid attackers in achieving these goals. Advanced tactics involve a deep dive into concepts like domain trust exploitation or golden ticket attacks using Kerberos. They provide the attacker with a virtually never-ending legitimate authorization, facilitating potential unlimited and undetectable access. All these manual efforts may seem overwhelmingly complex, but APTs make it appear almost effortless through their systematic and persistent approach. They deploy meticulously crafted multiple attack frameworks such as apt29 or apt34 and synergize them with custom malware and social engineering techniques to achieve their goals. Given this broad landscape, an array of tools come in handy for pentesters. Metasploit, a dynamic penetration testing framework. Mimikatz, a post-exploit tool. Bloodhound, an AD trust relationship analyzer, and many more comprise the extensive toolkit that pentesters or attackers may deploy to deliver on their objectives. But all these tools and tactics must be used responsibly. Active Directory Pentesting is a potential minefield, full of possibilities but equally fraught with risks. It is both a robust line of defense and a powerful weapon, which if used improperly, can have untold consequences. Understanding the basics of Active Directory is a steep task that requires not only technical prowess but also a discerning sense of judgment. It forms the nucleus around which all subsequent concepts evolve. Therefore, the understanding and the assimilation of this knowledge is a huge leap forward in our journey towards mastering Active Directory pentesting. The next chapters will further expand upon these fundamental concepts to provide a comprehensive understanding and mastery. Storytime: The history and development of Active Directory pentesting. Introduction. Our journey begins in the late 1990s when Microsoft introduced a service called Active Directory, AD. It was an innovation meant to manage network resources efficiently. Little did anyone know then that it would evolve into an exhilarating battlefield for cybersecurity warriors. In its infancy, Active Directory's features were limited.
Nevertheless, the ability to manage and authenticate a network of computers and users centralized had a magnetic appeal for large organizations.
However, as these institutions started migrating their services onto AD infrastructure, a menacing shadow lurked: the rise of Active Directory Pentesting. The history of AD pentesting is as complex and multifaceted as any epic tale of conflict and conquest.
Its development parallels the growing understanding of the importance of cybersecurity and paints a vivid picture of the escalating cat-and-mouse game between hackers and security professionals. Enumeration.
Initially, the tool available for enumerating an AD environment was simple command-line-based interfaces and LDAP queries. With these tools, pentesters could explore an organized and hierarchical view of the network, making it easier to understand its topology and discover vulnerabilities. As the stakes became higher, the pentest industry innovated, leading to more sophisticated enumeration tools like Bloodhound, NetUser, or PowerShell AD module, offering a rich data-driven picture of the AD landscape.
Exploitation. Exploitation follows next in our tale.
As Microsoft continually improved its directory services' defensive capabilities, penetration testers too evolved their tactics. Mimikits, a tool developed by Benjamin Delpy, allowed extracting plain text passwords, hash, pin code, and Kerberos tickets from memory.
It became an essential tool in the pentester's repertoire for exploiting AD environments. Lateral movement.
To stay under the radar, pentesters adopted lateral movement strategies. Tools like psexec, or PowerShell remoting started being used to move across the network, once gaining system control after initial exploitation.
Tunneling. In this game of digital hide-and-seek, the act of tunneling became an advanced trick used to conceal traffic and command channels from defending eyes.
Through tools like Chisel, ngrok, or proxy chains, pentesters could create secure tunnels, stealthily moving within the fortress of AD.
Privilege escalation.
Every good story has the element of disguise, and in our tale, this came in the form of privilege escalation. A lowly foot soldier could masquerade as a king. In AD pentesting, such transformations were powered by tools like TokenVader and Incognito, escalating a local user to domain administrator credentials.
Post-exploitation.
In the aftermath of a successful exploit, pentesters turned from marauders to archaeologists. DCSYNC, a feature of Mimikits, empowers the pentester to impersonate the domain controller, further exfiltrating information long after the initial breach.
Advanced tactics.
As the AD environment grew in complexity, pentesters developed sophisticated tools and tactics.
Skeleton key, golden ticket attacks allowed persistent and undetectable access to AD resources.
How APTs do it. Advanced persistent threats, APTs, take it to another level, with complex, state-sponsored attacks on high-profile targets. APTs, like those associated with the Stuxnet worm or the notorious App29, also known as Cozy Bear, use advanced tactics, several 0 days and simultaneous attacks to maintain constant pressure and access on their victims. These complex, sophisticated, and deep-rooted infiltration highlight why Active Directory pentesting is so critical in today's cybersecurity landscape. These tales of hackers and pentesters locked in an eternal game of digital cat and mouse are a stark reminder of cybersecurity's importance. It is an echo of a long and demanding, yet exciting journey that started with the simple need to manage network resources efficiently. With every passing year, AD pentesting paints a more riveting chapter in the history of cybersecurity.
Title: Active Directory Pentesting, an in-depth examination of its structure and tools.
Once upon a time, not so long ago, in the mysterious realm of computer networks, the Active Directory, AD, stands as the castle, a magnanimous structure, standing tall and strong, safeguarding vital processes and data. Deep within its layers lie the secrets of the network kingdom. However, like any mighty castle, it can be compromised too. When successfully infiltrated, the sway over the entire network kingdom is at the penetration tester, or pentester's fingertips.
That's what our story is about today: Active Directory Pentesting. We commence our journey at the doors of Active Directory, where we encounter the all-important introduction. Active Directory is a Microsoft product, primarily employed as a directory service on corporate networks. It eases the management of resources like users, groups, systems, services, networks, among others. In essence, it functions like the telephone directory for the whole network, orchestrating their functions and interrelationships. We can't overstate the importance of understanding its architecture before delving deeper into its vulnerabilities. With the ground understanding, our tale moves to the core: enumeration. Enumeration in AD pentesting deals with identifying and gathering data of the various valuable components in the AD network. An adept pentester will gather crucial data like user accounts, computer accounts, and their correlating security identifiers or SIDs, apply effective tools like PowerView and Bloodhound to pierce through the Great Wall of AD, whilst staying virtually invisible. Continuing our exploration, next we enter the realm of exploitation.
Herein, pentesters take advantage of found vulnerabilities within the AD structure.
One popular method is Kerberosting, where an attacker can request service tickets and potentially crack passwords offline.
Employing tools like mimikits, pentesters can obtain these tickets and infiltrate the heart of the network.
Our saga further embarks on lateral movement, where an infiltrated system is used as a base to sneak into other systems within the network.
Pass the hash or PTH attacks could serve our pentester well here. A classy move where an attacker captures a hashed credential and reused it to perform a single sign-on, thereby gaining access to other systems. The tunneling phase elucidates on how attack traffic can be encapsulated to bypass controls and continue the penetration unflagged.
Several tools make this possible, from Plink, a command line interface to the PuTTY backends, to Chisel, which can handle TCP, UDP port forwardings. The tools are manifold. Next, we visit the privilege escalation or PrivEsc segment.
Here pentesters leverage exploits or misconfigurations to gain higher privileges or access rights in a system.
Even seemingly small misconfigurations could swing open the gate for our pentester to attain elevated privileges. Post-exploitation comes succeeding a legitimate breach. The pentester touches base, consolidates access, and prepares for potential real-world breaches.
Tactics might involve stealing credentials, creating backdoors, and covering tracks.
Spyware tools like Meterpreter assist pentesters effectively during this stage of the story. With this comprehension, we glide into the advanced tactics period.
These involve techniques like forest persistence, where a pentester maintains access to the network even after initial exploitation. Here apt, advanced persistent threat, actors come into play. These are well-resourced and skilled adversaries who conduct skilled long-term breaches. The tail ends spiraling into multiple attacks and tools, presenting the diversity of penetration techniques employed to test the vulnerabilities of an AD. This could involve anything from spear phishing attacks or zero-day exploits to using well-known tools like Metasploit for breaching network defenses. As our tale unwinds, remember that this isn't about turning into a rogue hacker. It's about understanding the loopholes and vulnerabilities for defenders to prepare, secure and shield the castle that is Active Directory. It's about turning attackers' strategies on their head and making the realm of computer networks a secure kingdom for all its dwellers.
Chapter: Key Components of Active Directory Pentest. Welcome to this detailed section discussing the key components of an Active Directory pentest.
As we delve into this subject, we will talk about several key topics, including introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, or PrivESC, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, how advanced persistent threats, or APTs, execute their activities, different types of attack, and the many tools used to achieve penetration testing goals. Active Directory, AD, is a Windows OS directory service that facilitates working with interconnected, complex, and different network resources. This service has been integral within scenarios where many users and resources need to be managed centrally. However, with its wide usage, it has also become a prime target for cyber attackers and hackers, which is where penetration testing or pentesting comes into play. Pentesting is essentially a legal and authorized attempt to uncover and exploit vulnerabilities in an environment, helping organizations understand their weaknesses and improve their defense mechanisms. The first component we explore is enumeration. This is the initial and fundamental pentesting phase where a hacker or penetration tester collects and gathers data or information about their target. Often, tools like Bloodhound, LDAP, and PowerView are used to map out the network structures and unearth vital details, such as who has control over the systems or the various paths to the domain controller. Exploitation follows enumeration. Once potential vulnerabilities have been identified, attempts are made to exploit these weaknesses. Tools like Metasploit and Rubius often come in handy for this stage, allowing testers to take advantage of vulnerabilities and gain unauthorized access. Once access is obtained, the next step is lateral movement. This involves expanding control from the initial foothold by moving from one system to another within the network. Commonly used techniques in this phase include pass the hash, pass the ticket, or even infecting high-traffic websites to make use of the potential new hosts. Tools such as PowerShell, Mimikits, and PsExec are usually employed in this context.
In the process of lateral movements, tunneling or creating a backdoor is engineered to maintain access to exploited systems.
This is particularly useful to remain undetected within the network and establish persistence. SSH or secure shell, for example, is often utilized for tunneling. A successful pentest is defined by its ability to elevate the level of control gradually, aiming to achieve the most privileged level of access, thus the thrill of privilege escalation.
Using tools such as mimikits and nishing, testers prompt low-privilege accounts to gain admin-level accessibility. This heightened access is then followed by the post-exploitation phase.
This step involves maintaining the elevated access, data extraction, and further exploiting the compromised system. Importantly, it's a phase in which the tester endeavors to remain undetected, a task that can be fulfilled using command-line toolkits like Empire or Covenant. Next, we delve into advanced tactics. These involve leveraging 0 days, side-channel attacks, or writing custom middleware software. The stakes and the risks are higher in this phase, requiring advanced knowledge and proficiency in the subject. At this point, understanding how APTs work lends valuable vantage. APT groups, often state-sponsored, employ sophisticated strategies and tools, which include social engineering, spear phishing, 0 days, and more, to exploit vulnerabilities. Many APT groups tend to use tactics of living off the land. They leverage legitimate tools and systems to carry out their attacks, making their detection much more difficult. Lastly, it's important to note the multitude of different attacks, like brute force, dictionary attack, rainbow table attack, and the list goes on.
Each of these contributes to the arsenal of techniques used in a pentest.
It's important to remember that experimenting, learning about, and using these tools and tactics in the world of penetration testing must only be done in a controlled, ethical, and legal manner, to ensure that knowledge benefits cybersecurity and does not contribute to its problems. Understanding these key components of an Active Directory pentest will arm professionals in the field with the know-how to protect networks effectively, ensuring that these systems, entrusted with the safekeeping of many, remain a secure stronghold.
Chapter: Active Directory Pentesting.
As a moon-enshrouded night gives way to the break of dawn, we embark on our journey, a plunge into the challenging field of Active Directory pentesting.
If hacking was a universe, this form of penetration testing is a distant galaxy with captivating secrets to explore. Today, we set sail on this uncharted voyage of understanding this intricate architecture and learning the art of pentesting it. Active Directory, Microsoft's proprietary directory service, is part of vast networking systems worldwide. It stores information about members of a network, enabling administrators and users to find data about other users or systems within the same network. However, like any other system, it is not invincible and can fall prey to intelligent hacking maneuvers. Pentesting is a strategy adopted to detect and seal these potential loopholes. Intriguing, isn't it? Our introduction evolves into the first stepladder of our journey, enumeration. Think of yourself as a detective embarking on an investigation. Enumeration is like gathering clues, grasping pieces of information about the system we are going to test. It includes extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, shares, and services, painting a picture of the network landscape. Tools like PowerView, Bloodhound, and LDAP are like magnifying glasses helping us to discern these details. The clues lead us to the precipice of exploitation. Once we understand the system, it's time to exploit or take advantage, as a hacker would. Whether Kerberosting, pass the hash, or relay attack, every tactic builds on to allow unauthorized penetration into the system, thereby exposing vulnerabilities. Metasploit, a versatile tool familiar to all pentesters, assumes an essential role in this stage. Our narrative morphs into a thriller with lateral movement, as we navigate through the network, seizing control of other systems and escalating privileges. CrackMap exec assists us in identifying potential targets and moving laterally with ease. As our adventure matures, we encounter fascinating concepts like tunneling, which essentially implies getting one network to speak to another using a different protocol. Tools like ngrok and Chisel are invaluable accomplices in this mission. Next comes the exhilarating thrill in the form of privilege escalation, priv-esc, elevating access levels and transforming a limited user into a powerful one. Be it abusing misconfigurations, exploiting weak permissions or insecure services, every progression strengthens our hold. In post-exploitation, we consolidate our victory like a successful conqueror, collecting useful information, creating backdoors for future access, and clearing traces of our activities. Mimikits, a favor of many, proves instrumental in credential dumping and creating golden tickets.
Our epic saga then narrates the tales of advanced tactics, where clandestine strategies involving DCSYNC attacks, skeleton key injection, and silver tickets find recognition. Advanced Persistent Threat, APT, attackers create a fascinating subplot in our story. Their covert operations, backed by rigorous funding and extensive planning, bear testimony to the sophistication in their tactics. They target the most formidable systems and linger on for an extended period, disguising their activities amidst legitimate ones. Our tale unfurls all the complexities and nuances of multiple attacks, their design, ambition, and the insanity they can unravel.
Probing through numerous attack pathways, attackers employ various tools and techniques.
Whether it's exploiting group policies through GPO links and SD prop, or launching password spraying attacks, a relentless pursuit for vulnerabilities never seems to cease. Thus concludes a part of our tale on Active Directory Pentesting, a fascinating narrative, unfolding the digital battleground of the cyber world. It's a tale where defenders strive tirelessly to outsmart the most determined adversaries who manipulate the same set of tools in their relentless pursuit of chaos. And it's a tale that empowers us with the contours and insights to stay one step ahead in this unending, thrilling relay race.
Section 3, Principles of Pentesting. Welcome to Section 3 of our comprehensive audio guide for Active Directory Pentesting.
This section is focused on breaking down principles of pentesting, an essential process in the cybersecurity domain that explores, exposes, and addresses vulnerabilities in a network or system, all with consent, of course. In this detailed journey, we will explore different facets of pentesting such as introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, multiple attacks, and an array of tools to achieve our goals.
First off, what is pentesting?
Pentesting, or penetration testing, is the systematic exploration of a network or system's vulnerabilities, like trying to find the soft underbelly of a dragon. As you can imagine, pentesting thereby plays a vital role in cybersecurity, acting as a preventive diagnostic mean to find system vulnerabilities before they can be exploited by malicious agents. Good pentesters are like your own personal IT detectives, seeking out vulnerabilities before those with ill intent can. Enumeration is our second focus.
This is where the hacker prepares for the exploit by gathering comprehensive information about the target.
The aim is to seek as much insightful information about the target host, including user and group details, network shares, and more.
Various tools can aid in the process of enumeration like Nmap, a popular network scanning tool. Turning to exploitation, this is where the real action takes place.
Exploitation leverages the vulnerabilities found in the enumeration phase using various hacking techniques, scripts, and specially designed software.
Then, we move on to lateral movement, the process of navigating from one network to another looking for vulnerable points.
It's usually the next step after gaining initial access and focuses on acquiring targets of interest, maintaining persistence and escalating privileges. Tunneling is a technique where one protocol is encapsulated within another protocol. It can be used to carry unacceptable protocol across an accepting network, or to provide secure pathway through an unsecured network. As for privilege escalation, this refers to gaining additional access or moving to a higher level of permission within the systems.
It can be vertical, gaining higher level privileges, or horizontal, gaining similar level privileges, different user.
Post-exploitation, as you'd assume, is the process after an exploit has been successful. Here, pentesters often figure out how valuable the compromised system is, determine how to maintain the achieved access, steal sensitive data, or serve up the system as a launchpad for further attacks. Advanced tactics and APT, advanced persistent threat, strategies go hand in hand. APTs are long-term targeted attacks where the attacker remains in the network undetected.
Tactics like spear phishing or zero-day exploits might be used in such scenarios.
Multiple attacks refer to a situation where the attacker triggers a series of threats to the system. They could include DDoS, MITM, password cracking, SQL injection, and others, all coordinated to inundate and overcome system defenses. Now you might wonder, how do we accomplish all this? Well, it's through a host of tools such as Metasploit, Wireshark, Nessus, among others, famous for their abilities in various pentesting stages. Through this audiobook section, we endeavor to shed light on the detailed process of pentesting, its various stages, advanced tactics employed, and tools that make the process achievable. May it serves as a stepping stone, guiding you on your path to becoming a proficient Active Directory pentest professional.
Let's get started, shall we? Chapter 7. The intricate process of Active Directory pentesting.
In the grand scheme of cybersecurity, one crucial aspect distinguishes the champions from the novices: the ability to comprehend and expertly execute Active Directory (AD) pentesting. This chapter pulls back the veil on this intricate process, dissecting each phase so that the listener gains a holistic understanding of this proficiency.
Introduction. We commence by defining Active Directory Pentesting,
short for penetration testing. This process is akin to a simulated breach on Active Directory, a complex system with innumerable vulnerabilities that hackers often exploit.
Organizations undertake pentesting to identify these vulnerabilities and rectify them before they can be exploited.
At its core, it is akin to performing a practice drill to ensure the robustness of the organization's defense framework. Pentesting combines several disciplines, including enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, priv-ESC, and post-exploitation, among others.
Enumeration.
The art of pentesting begins with enumeration, a process akin to a burglar walking around a house searching for weaknesses before breaking in.
During enumeration,
penetration testers probe the Active Directory to identify its users, resources, services, and servers, mapping out the entire network.
Tools like LDAP, NetBIOS, and SMB are leveraged for this reconnaissance activity.
Exploitation.
Next comes exploitation, where pentesters, armed with the knowledge from enumeration, exercise these vulnerabilities. A weakness might lie in a software flaw, a misconfiguration, or weak user credentials.
Tools like Metasploit, a versatile penetration testing tool, and Kerberosting are employed to exploit these weaknesses to gain unauthorized access.
Lateral movement. Following exploitation, pentesters indulge in lateral movement, maneuvering horizontally through the network to access other parts of the system. Tools like PowerShell and Mimikatz help pentesters reap sessions, credentials, or hashes, thus empowering them to impersonate legitimate users and notch up their operations stealthily. Tunneling. Tunneling involves creating a network tunnel for the data to pass through unnoticed.
Tools like SSH or Chisel allow pentesters to channel data secretly, facilitating a speedy and secretive attack that could bypass firewall permissions.
Privilege escalation. Privilege escalation, or priv-ESC, ensues next.
Pentesters leverage exploits within the system to ascend from a low-privileged user status to a high-privileged one, commonly as an administrator.
This procedure aids them to gain control of the entire network, make changes, and gain permissions, further solidifying their dominion. Tools like Dirty Cow and Windows kernel exploits could come handy here. Post-exploitation. Post-exploitation is the phase where pentesters have succeeded in obtaining unauthorized access and exploitation. They might exfiltrate data, maintain their access, or cover their tracks to escape detection. Tools like Veil, the Backdoor Factory, and PowerShell Empire aid in post-exploitation operations, ensuring long-standing control. Advanced tactics. To closely emulate advanced persistent threats, APTs, pentesters employ advanced tactics. They often use multiple entry points, adopt manifold attacks, operate low and slow-to-dodge detections, and employ tools like APT Simulator and Cobalt Strike, handset to mirror operations of an APT, oozing sophistication and complexity. How APTs do it. APTs exemplify high-skilled hackers who infiltrate systems, remain undetected, and execute their objectives over extended periods. They employ spear phishing, zero-day exploits, and watering hole attacks, among others. These APTs serve as the model for effective pentesting operations, as they embody the potential threats an organization could confront. Multiple attacks and tools. Pentesters must be adept at coordinating multiple attacks, from password cracking, session hijacking, exploit chaining to social engineering. The proficient use of a collection of tools like Nmap, Wireshark, Burp Suite, and SQLmap, among others, are the swords wielded by skilled pentesters to achieve their goals. Active Directory pentesting is an ongoing endeavor demanding a continuous learning ethic due to the consistently evolving threat landscape. It is critical in bolstering an organization's defenses and should be prioritized by every organization that aims to remain secure in today's digital age. Thus concludes our deep dive into Active Directory pentesting, an essential skill for anyone passionate about cybersecurity. The succeeding chapter will build upon this knowledge and deliver further nuances of advanced Active Directory pentesting. Chapter 15: Ethical Guidelines in Active Directory Pentesting. As I guide your understanding and visualization through the intriguing world of Active Directory pentesting, it is pertinent to anchor our discourse on the bedrock of ethical guidelines. Without ethical rules as our compass,
one may potentially use this informative content to wreak havoc in the cyber world. Remember, our ultimate goal is to fortify and protect, rather than exploit and harm. In the vast world of IT, Active Directory Pentesting is akin to a treasure hunt where IT security professionals, or ethical hackers, delve profoundly into complex systems searching for hidden vulnerabilities. While the adventure is thrilling, the ethics governing the process are uncompromisingly stringent. Pentesting, when broken down to its very essence, is a simulated attack on a network to identify its vulnerabilities. Similar to enumeration, where we thoroughly identify users' accounts, network shares, and services, the true essence is to genuinely understand the organization's network and to map out potential loopholes. With exploitation, we mimic an actual attacker, trying to use the identified vulnerabilities to access or disrupt the system. It's not about causing harm, but discovering weakness for fortification. Lateral movement refers to techniques cyber adversaries use to move through a network in search of key assets and data. Tunneling, on the other hand, refers to encapsulating the contents of one network protocol within another protocol. All these movements, though appearing aggressive, are guided by ethical guidelines which demand that no actual harm is done during the process. To further underscore these guidelines, let us consider privilege escalation, priv-ESC, strategies. This involves processes employed by hackers to exploit a bug, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or software application to gain elevated access to resources that are usually restricted from the application or user. The goal, again, is not to exploit for personal gain but to identify vulnerabilities to secure the system. Post-exploitation is a critical phase in penetration testing as it reveals the target that attackers might exploit once they successfully gained access to the system. Unethical hackers might use it for malicious means. In contrast, our objective is just to document and comprehend these vulnerabilities, so mitigating measures can be taken. The methods and tools we utilize, whether they are advanced tactics, multiple attacks or apt strategy recreations, are meant to strengthen the organization's security system. Not decrypt, destroy, or illicitly manipulate them. As an ethical hacker, one must respect the privacy of the organization being tested. Confidentiality of data discovered during pentesting must be preserved. In situations where potential vulnerabilities are identified, it's our ethical duty to report them immediately so that the organization can rectify them quickly. In the end, we are responsible for using our skills and power constructively. The tools and techniques we learn should be channeled to build robust and secure systems. When hacking, we adhere to principles of legality, honesty, and responsibility. Like doctors follow an oath to do no harm, we too must adhere to our professional and ethical responsibility to use our prowess for strengthening and protecting, not exploiting and harming. Let this chapter serve as the conscience guiding our journey through Active Directory Pentesting. Always remember, with great power comes great responsibility. On this ethical note, let us dive deep into the world of Active Directory Pentesting, armed with the right set of tools and the right set of principles. The fascination of our adventure begins but guided by the light of ethical responsibility. Chapter 12, Legal Considerations. Our journey through the complex labyrinth of Active Directory Pentesting has been incredibly enlightening. We journeyed into the mechanics of its vanguard components including introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation and advanced tactics. We've also unveiled tactics used by advanced persistent threats, apt, and explored attack strategies that utilize numerous tools. However, this leg of our journey revolves around legal considerations. These encompass the ramifications of performing pentesting activities without appropriate permissions or for illegal purposes. This chapter shall serve as a comprehensive guide cautioning you and making you aware of the extensive legal labyrinth surrounding penetration testing. Once upon a digital era, Edwin, an enthusiastic IT professional, had his first encounter with Active Directory. Fascinated by its structure and determined to study its vulnerabilities, he set out to pentest it without the necessary permissions. He considered it a harmless experiment oblivious to the legal consequences. Unaware, Edwin quickly found himself in legal hot soup that threatened to tarnish his professional reputation. To prevent following in Edwin's footsteps, our first stop is an understanding of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, CFAA. In the U.S., this act makes it illegal to access a computer system including networks, such as an Active Directory, without authorization. Violating this law could result in criminal charges and penalties ranging from monetary fines to imprisonment. In Europe, similar regulations are outlined in the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. This regulation emphasizes on protecting individuals' privacy, as you've learnt in the chapter where we discussed enumeration.
Deliberately probing for vulnerabilities, when unauthorized, potentially leads to violation of personal privacy outlined in this regulation.
Susceptibility to legal actions can result in hefty fines. Edwin's perilous adventure also underscores another cardinal rule of pentesting. Always obtain clear, written permissions before engagement.
The rules and boundaries of the penetration test should be comprehensively outlined within an agreement between the ethical hacker and the client. Moreover, even with permissions, remember that not all actions are warranted.
Misusing an exploit to damage client systems, pilfering data, or causing undue interruption to services will not be protected by the right to pentest agreement.
It will be considered illegal and unethical.
Therefore, pentesting should always prioritize the client's security and privacy.
Furthermore, adhering to a principled code of conduct such as the EC Council's Code of Ethics for certified ethical hackers is recommended. Laws and regulations vary across the world, and in some cases, the use of certain tools and techniques might be a point of legal contention as well, such as the use of exploit frameworks like Metasploit in certain jurisdictions.
It is incumbent upon you to know the laws of your land and ensure compliance, especially in a multinational pentesting scenario. Lastly, always remember, tools and advanced tactics, those we have curated so far, are designed to empower cybersecurity professionals to protect and harden their systems, not to breach or exploit others maliciously.
Predator turned prey, like our friend Edwin, is a surefire consequence of misguided intentions.
Thus, Active Directory pentesting, though intellectually stimulating and professionally rewarding, can be fraught with legal challenges if not handled responsibly, ethically, and more importantly, legally. This chapter might not be laden with exciting hacks and techniques, but it serves as an important reminder that with great power comes great responsibility.
Legal considerations can seem daunting, but don't shudder away.
Use them as markers for your path forward into the promising landscape of Active Directory pentesting. After all, a well-prepared soldier is always one step ahead.
Just remember, you're the ethically armored warrior, not the invisible bandit.
And now, having grasped these legal considerations, let's prepare to delve deeper into the unseen territories of Active Directory pentesting, its challenges, and the overcoming triumph.
Onward, to the next chapter. Section 6. A deep dive into Active Directory penetration testing.
In the realm of network security, a beast lurks in the shadows, known only by few but feared by many. Active Directory penetration testing, or Active Directory pentesting.
We begin our journey into the heart of Active Directory pentesting by understanding its scope and relevance.
Active Directory is a Windows OS-based software structure that allows system administrators to manage networks and data systems easily. It's the beating heart of an organization's infrastructure, holding the keys to the kingdom, if you will.
It's also a lucrative target for attackers seeking to gain access to confidential information or compromise a network.
In the dark corners of our digital world, there lay skilled warriors who probe system vulnerabilities. They identify the weaknesses in Active Directory and fortify them before malign hackers can exploit them. These warriors are known as pentesters. Active Directory pentesting, therefore, becomes a mission-critical task that holds a pivotal place in the realm of system protection.
Now, let's delve into the traversal of this complex journey, starting with enumeration. In the land of security testing, enumeration is the process of gathering data or retrieving usernames, machine names, network resources, and other pertinent details.
The tools employed for enumeration include LDAP, SMB, NBT, and SNMP. It allows pentesters to identify weak spots before they become a doorway for the attackers.
Moving on, we arrive at exploitation.
It's in this phase, our pentesters make use of discovered vulnerabilities to gain entry into the system. This art is employed using tools like Metasploit, Hydra, and RainbowCrack. In pentesting, exploitation is akin to a digital break-in that's executed to strengthen security rather than compromising it.
Once inside the system, our masked heroes conduct lateral movement.
They navigate through the network, gaining access to other systems or directories. The idea is to understand how an attacker could potentially hop from one system to another once inside the network.
Tunneling is another technique under their belt.
Here, pentesters create a tunnel or a secure path through a network over which data can be sent covertly. Such hidden data routes might be established by malicious hackers to extract sensitive information subtly.
Intellectual growth entails climbing up from the abyss of ignorance.
This holds true in the world of pentesting, as priv-ESC, or privilege escalation, comes into play.
Pentesters elevate their privileges, gaining access typically reserved for higher-level users or administrators, and identify related vulnerabilities.
After exploiting, the process of post-exploitation commences. This not only involves maintaining access for future tests following a successful breach but also understanding how to mitigate such breaches. Advanced tactics cover advanced attack vectors like Kerberosting or pass the hash.
It demands an increased understanding of the prospective attacker's mindset, methods, as well as the system's arcane corners.
But how does one measure up to advanced persistent threats or APTs?
They are intricate, continuous hacking processes conducted by individuals targeting a specific entity.
To combat them, pentesters put on the attacker's shoes, simulating multi-pronged attacks to better prepare the organizational defenses.
So, during a pentest, multiple attacks might be launched simultaneously. It can include social engineering, phishing, or direct breach assaults, all designed to check the system's resilience from every possible angle.
Various tools facilitate these tasks. They are the pentester's digital armory, crafted to locate, exploit, and eventually fortify vulnerabilities.
Tools like NMAP for network scanning or Wireshark for analyzing network protocols work cumulatively to solidify the barricades of an organization's digital fortress. In conclusion, Active Directory Pentesting is a battleground where system vulnerabilities are sought and fortified.
A complex endeavor that demands complete understanding of the system workings, an attacker's potential approach, and an arsenal of ever-evolving tools to proactively strengthen the defenses against any breach attempt. This comprehensive exploration gives you an insight into the intricacies of this digital warfare, equipping you with the knowledge to fortify your system. Now, brace yourself as we dive deeper into each section in the chapters ahead in this audiobook.
Let's venture further into the maze of Active Directory Pentesting. Chapter 4. Setting up an environment for Active Directory Pentesting.
Once upon a time, in the world of complex digital infrastructures, there was a technology known as Active Directory, AD, which became a lifeline for the corporate infrastructure of numerous organizations. However, as with all powerful tools, there were those who sought to exploit it. To anticipate these threats, our heroes, the pentesters, embarked on a critical mission to probe Active Directory, a mission virtually no different than a knight ready to fight his enemies in a brand new battlefield. Just like a knight, the first thing that they needed to do is prepare their environment for the upcoming challenges.
So, let's accompany our heroes in setting up an environment for Active Directory Pentesting.
Before we start, we should clearly understand our objectives. Introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, mastering advanced tactics, understanding how advanced persistent threat, APT, operates, exploring multiple attacks and numerous tools, and how to utilize these tools to reach our goals. So, buckle up and get ready for an exciting journey. Imagine an empty canvas ahead of you. Setting up an environment for Active Directory Pentesting is equivalent to painting an intricate masterpiece on this canvas.
Our first color would be the introduction.
Here we aim to understand the basic structure and functionalities of Active Directory, its vulnerabilities, and how it can be exploited. Grasping this is essential because, just like a house, understanding the blueprint is key to spotting its soft spots.
Moving on, we blend in the second color, enumeration.
In this stage, we collect as much data as possible about our Active Directory environment. This can be accomplished with the help of numerous tools like Bloodhound, which gives us a visual representation of AD privilege relationships, and AD Explorer, a GUI tool that allows easy navigation through an AD database for enumeration. The knowledge we gather here would guide us in exploiting the system effectively. And now, we come to the third color, exploitation, the heart of pentesting. Compromising the system for access and unearthing vulnerabilities are our main goals in this stage. We may use tools such as Kerberosting or pass the hash to exploit weak service configurations or unpatched systems. In the fourth segment, lateral movement allows us to move from one system to another within the network, which is often necessary to reach our targeted system. Tools such as PowerSploit and Empire CLI are instrumental in aiding us with this. Next, we introduce tunneling. Creeping silently, making a secret path through the network, tunneling allows us to send and receive network traffic in a concealed and obscure manner. Tools such as SSH, Chisel, or Plink are keys to mastering this art. Moving forward, privilege escalation, or PrivESC in pentester parlance, is upping our game, gaining higher access levels in the system. Be it through exploiting a weak configuration or a vulnerable application, PrivESC is our ladder to escalated permissions. But our pentester's painting doesn't end here. The next phase, post-exploitation, lets us consolidate our gains.
It involves maintaining our access, cleaning up our traces, and setting up backdoors for future access.
Mimikits, a tool known to extract plaintext passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory, has been a go-to tool in this domain for many pentesters. Adding layers to our detailed masterpiece, we move to advanced tactics. These techniques, involving a mix of the previously mentioned stages, executed with pinpoint precision and intricate sequences, provide us with more sophisticated and stealthy ways to conquer the AD environment.
Now, understanding how advanced persistent threats operate.
Think of it as getting inside the mind of our adversary. Studying their techniques, tools, and procedure helps fortify defenses organically. Finally, when we talk of multiple attacks, it's about blending all our learned stages together, launching simultaneous attacks from different directions. The Pan-OS, Responder, or the Unicorn are handy tools for this phase.
Our meticulously painted masterpiece, the AD pentesting environment setup, is now complete. With this canvas, our valiant pentesters are equipped to anticipate threats, face challenges, and protect the kingdom of Active Directory.
This exhaustive preparatory sketch is your ticket to become an able pentester, to live the hero's journey in the realm of Active Directory pentesting.
Remember, a well-prepared warrior is half the battle won.
So, armed with this knowledge, go forth and conquer the exciting, challenging world of Active Directory pentesting.
Title: Necessary Tools and Software for Active Directory Pentesting.
Once upon a time, in the world of technology, two kingdoms stood against each other. One was the kingdom of cybersecurity and the other belonged to hackers. The Active Directory, AD, a towering fortress in the kingdom of cybersecurity, enabled administrators to manage network resources efficiently. But cyber attacks from the kingdom of hackers threatened its sovereignty. So, the kingdom of cybersecurity performed Active Directory penetration testing, or pentesting, for short, launching simulated cyber attacks to find vulnerabilities before the attackers did.
Our tale is about the tools and software required in such pentesting operations.
The story starts with the introduction phase, where we begin to understand the scene we're thrust into. One of the key tools here is the Active Directory Domain Services, ADDS, which is pivotal to manage the domain, users, and peripherals. This tool provides a comprehensive view of the overall domain environment, critical in planning the scope of pentesting. Coming to enumeration, tools like PowerView help gather information.
PowerView, a PowerShell tool, is excellent for network reconnaissance. It enumerates AD data, revealing invaluable details like trusts, users, groups, and much more.
The gates of the fortress swing open.
We now enter the realm of exploitation.
A tool needed here is Metasploit, an invaluable part of any pentester's arsenal. It exploits known vulnerabilities in systems and applications, allowing testers to breach and control targeted systems.
Lateral movement defines the transition from the outer bailey to the inner keep of the fortress.
Command line tools like Mimikits are essential here. Created by Benjamin Delpy, Mimikits extracts plaintext passwords, hashes, PIN codes, and Kerberos tickets from memory, helping achieve lateral movement by acquiring credentials. As we delve deeper into the fortress, we come across a hypothetical underground tunnel penetrating the fortress. This is where tunneling comes into play. Here, we turn to Chisel, a robust Go-written software for network tunneling, especially useful when the firewall is hard to bypass. Next, we ascend the fortress's towers, symbolizing privilege escalation, or priv-ESC. Tools like Bloodhound, with its graphic interface, maps AD relationships, making it easier to find priv-ESC paths. Post-exploitation is synonymous with hoisting our banner atop the conquered fortress. We'd need tools like SMBEXEC for this stage. Being rapid and efficient, it's instrumental in post-exploitation cleanup and bypassing antivirus filters. Our journey does not end here, for we now approach advanced tactics. The APT, or Advanced Persistent Threats, are the unique weapon molds in the kingdom of hackers.
To understand how APTs work, we use tools like APT Simulator. It provides reliable indicators and practical lessons on recognizing and handling APTs. Multi-faced attacks call for all-encompassing tools.
Cobalt Strike is one such tool, known for its flexible nature, ability to launch spear phishing attacks, and create robust, believable scenarios to test responses. In terms of understanding how different tools interact and use each other to reach pentesting goals, it's essential to have a unified extensible firmware interface, UEFI, which provides the necessary firmware interface for pentests. Before we conclude, remember, each of the described tools and software are not used in isolation. They are part of an integrated ecosystem, enhancing the effectiveness of AD pentesting. Just like the knights of yore, cybersecurity professionals also need their weapons, tools, and software polished, checked, and ready for their task.
Only by diligently using these can we hope to protect our Active Directory kingdoms from persistent threats, keeping our information lands safe for citizens to browse, explore, and thrive in the age of technology. Chapter 8: Creating a Virtual Lab. In the world of Active Directory pentesting, having a simulated environment, a virtual lab, where you can safely execute penetration tests, is integral. Inside this virtual lab, it is possible to create real-world scenarios that allow an understanding of how attacks are orchestrated and how to develop strategies to counter them. This chapter will escort you through an absorbing journey of conceptualizing, designing, and executing your virtual lab. We initiate our mission with an overview. The virtual lab's main aim is to explore various aspects of Active Directory pentesting: enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, and advanced tactics. It offers a secure and controlled environment where you can unleash the armory of various tools at your disposal and understand their functionality. Besides, you'll learn the same strategies used by advanced persistent threats or APTs. Through this process, we shall simulate multiple attacks, comprehensively analyzing their efficacy, modality, and counter strategies. We start building our virtual lab by selecting a platform. VirtualBox, VMware, and Hyper-V are some popular choices because of their extended capabilities and excellent support for various operating systems. The decision primarily boils down to your personal preference, the available resources, and the laboratory's planned complexity. Once we have our platform, we will now install several systems to mimic a real-world corporate network. The network would primarily consist of Windows Server running Active Directory, followed by domain controllers, file servers, workstations, and 1 or 2 Linux machines, which could simulate an attacker's machine. These machines will be a playground for enumeration and penetration testing. Now let's delve deeper into the specifics of Active Directory pentesting. Beginning with enumeration, it is all about gathering showcase data about the system we are about to penetrate. Tools like Nmap, SMB enumeration tools, and LDAP enumeration tools, if used strategically, can provide us with a lot of valuable information about user accounts, machine names, network shares, and more, which we will further exploit. Exploitation can be achieved using different attack vectors, depending on the information obtained from the enumeration stage. One of the common ways is by employing the Mimikatz tool to steal credentials. We then transition into lateral movement, where we expand our control in the system. Here we stress on exploiting common vulnerabilities in the SMB protocol with tools like PentestBox or utilizing pass the hash and pass the ticket attacks. Creating tunnels are vital for communicating back with the compromised systems. We achieve that through concepts like port forwarding or SSH tunneling. Tools like ngrok and Metasploit would be our sword and shield. Privilege escalation is next, providing us with elevated permissions. Techniques such as Kerberosting and Golden Ticket can aid us in this stage. Post-exploitation involves maintaining persistence, stealing sensitive information, or even causing damage like an APT would. Simulating these scenarios will render practical insights into what happens after an intrusion and how to mitigate it. In terms of advanced tactics, we will touch upon exploiting the Kerberos protocol and strategies like DCSYNC, DC Shadow, which bring forth the realism of advanced cyber threats. Through this meticulously designed virtual lab, we will explore multiple angles of attacks, nourishing our understanding of how different strategies can cause havoc in an AD environment. This will not only enhance our penetration testing skills but also equip us with knowledge to harden our systems against such threats, making us vigilant guardians of our digital fortresses. So, let's get started with crafting our virtual lab as the quest to master Active Directory pentesting awaits. Remember, the more you learn about your enemy's strategies, the better you can defend against them. Chapter 9: Safety Measures. Like a diligent locksmith testing for weaknesses in a freshly minted set of locks, or a watchful sentry on high alert for the slightest hint of vulnerability, the role of a penetration tester, in the context of Active Directory, is primarily a defensive one. We begin this firewall of a chapter with an uncompromising focus on safety measures. Imagine a region ravaged by wildfires, the landscape scarred. As we survey the ash and soot, we reiterate the importance of prevention over cure, of safety over recklessness. In the world of Active Directory pentesting, it's crucial to be proactive rather than reactive,
to foresee potential threats before they manifest into crippling cyber attacks, much like a game of chess, where strategy and foresight are rewarded, and recklessness is sternly punished. Active Directory enumeration is essentially the act of gathering or enumerating data about an AD environment. Before any attack can occur, enumeration paves the way by providing an intimate understanding of the AD environment's layout.
Think of it as mapping the terrain or scouting an enemy stronghold for vulnerabilities.
But like any good scout knows, observation must be done discreetly and safely. Exploitation can be equated to a knight's strategic charge in a chess match, utilizing the adversary's weaknesses identified by enumeration. However, it's crucial to appreciate that penetration testing is a double-edged sword.
On one hand, it identifies weak points, but on the other, it exposes the vulnerabilities of an AD system.
Therefore, exploitation needs to be conducted with safety measures in place and only after seeking approval from the organization to carry out these tests.
Like a battalion coordinating on a battlefield, lateral movement is about maneuvering inside a compromised network. However, one misdirected move could trigger the alarm. Thus, we must wear the cloak of concealed, employ safe code and secure transmission protocols to avoid detection, and navigate the network safely. Tunneling can be likened to the creation of a secret passage in enemy territory, allowing us to pass undetected. However, digging these digital tunnels willy-nilly risks collapsing the tunnel on ourselves, metaphorically speaking.
Safety measures dictate that any kind of tunneling should only be initiated once you're certain you won't compromise mission-critical systems. Privilege escalation or priv-ESC is akin to that one pawn that reaches the other side of the board and is now a queen. But remember, priv-ESC can trigger alarms and compromise the entire network if not done securely. Use reliable priv-ESC techniques and tools that have been vetted for safety and reliability. Post-exploitation is about preserving the progress made, guarding the infiltrated fortress, and leaving no trace.
It's like leaving a crime scene without leaving any trace of your presence.
And advanced tactics cover the collective strategies and complex techniques that take our preventative measures several notches higher. Advanced persistent threats or APTs demand even greater precaution. They can assault a network tirelessly until they find a crack. We need to learn from APTs and emulate their stealth and persistence, while maintaining a strong emphasis on safety.
In this feudal game of cybersecurity, the multiple attacks are your invading army,
designed to stress test every facet of a defense line. These attacks require a vast arsenal of tools, each with a specific role to play. From Nmap, Netcat, Wireshark, Metasploit, and many more, every tool is a soldier, having the potential to turn the tide of the battle. However, operating these tools require meticulous handling and a keen understanding of their operation, safeguarding the network and the tester alike. As we culminate this exhaustive discourse, we stress again on the importance of safety measures, a guiding principle, a crucial baseline, an uncompromising standard that we, as ethical penetration testers, always uphold, never causing harm, always preventing it, never reckless, always vigilant. This was a part of the audiobook on Active Directory Pentesting. Stay tuned for more detailed sections, where we delve deeper into each topic, unveiling the intricacies and expanding our understanding.
Keep your headset on, and let's continue our odyssey through the intricate world of AD pentesting. Section: A deep dive into Active Directory Pentesting.
Once upon a time, in a world that was increasingly driven by digital technology, the importance of securing systems and data had never been more paramount.
Our tale's protagonist, Active Directory, AD, is a Microsoft technology used to manage computers and other devices on a network.
It became a realm of interest for cybersecurity professionals, particularly for penetration testers. Their quest? To test the strength of the Active Directory's defenses, a practice known as Active Directory Pentesting.
In the realm of AD pentesting, our first character to meet is enumeration. Enumeration arises as a humble beginning to the assessment. It is about gathering as much information as possible about the target system. Observation is the greatest weapon, with tools like LDAP, a protocol used to interact with AD, and various PowerShell CMDlets paving the way. Recognizing objects like users, groups, and computers, among others, proved crucial henceforth. Down this rabbit hole, we next encounter exploitation. With the trove of information from enumeration, the AD pentest enters a thicker plot. Attackers can utilize various attack methods, such as pass the hash, pass the ticket, or spear phishing. Tools like Metasploit, a favored character among penetration testers, aid in exploiting known system vulnerabilities, mimicking attackers in an attempt to gain unauthorized access. Over the hill and across the enterprise network, our heroic quest enters the phase of lateral movement.
This term describes actions taken by an attacker to move through a network once the defenses have been penetrated. It's a silent and stealthy journey, requiring careful maneuvering from one system to another.
Tools like SMB Relay, WMI, and PSEXEC make our protagonist more interconnected and powerful.
Emerging from the shadows is the villain of our tale, tunneling.
It represents the secret passage for data movement within the network, often aided by the treacherous SSH, secure shell.
Yet, it becomes a learning curve for our testing journey, pointing out hidden vulnerabilities and weak points within our network fortifications. Behold, the main antagonist, privilege escalation, PrivESC, a tactic used by attackers to gain higher-level privileges. It's usually the climax of the AD pentest story, where a regular user tries to gain administrative privileges for wider access.
Tools such as Mimikits or Power Up come in handy to expose system vulnerabilities.
The aftermath, post-exploitation, forms the denouement of our captivating tale.
It's about exploiting the system to gain persistent access and about covering the tracks.
With tools like Netcat and PowerShell Empire, this act seeks to ensure that vulnerabilities have been properly exposed. To battle such a foe, one needs advanced tactics.
Techniques including Kerberos attacks, token manipulation, and pass-the-hash attacks escalate the battle and, concurrently, the defenses.
These acts may be aided by tools like Bloodhound, which specifically targets AD environments for attack path mapping. Now onto the bigger picture. How does ATP, or Advanced Persistent Threat, unfold in our epic tale? ATPs are usually state-sponsored groups or individuals with both the resources and the persistence to target specific data. They use a multitude of attacks to gain access to the network and remain undetected for a long time. To counter this, Active Directory Pentesting can learn much from ATP approaches and adapt our defenses accordingly. Time and again, our protagonist faces multiple attacks, attempts to compromise the system's integrity, confidentiality, and availability. Attack strategies can range from simple brute force or password spray attacks to more complex golden ticket creations.
Throughout the tale, many tools emerge as characters in themselves. Tools like NMAP and Wireshark for enumeration, Metasploit and CrackMapExec for exploitation, PowerShell and Mimikits for lateral movement and privilege escalation.
These tools, when wielded well, can greatly assist in achieving our goals of securing AD networks. Thus, the story of Active Directory Pentesting unfolds. It's an ongoing, thrilling narrative of secure technology striving to adapt and evolve in a constant battle against ever-increasing threats. Above all, it's an epic of those who step up to defend digital realms against those who would seek to breach them. So let us press on, respect the complexities, and commit to continually improving our tactics and techniques in the great quest for security.
Section 2. Definition and importance of enumeration.
In the realm of Active Directory Pentesting lies an art that is crucial to the integrity and security of your system. This art is known as enumeration. To fully understand the structure of a house, just knowing where the front door isn't enough.
You need to know the number of room, partitioning walls, exits, critical systems, safety measures, and more.
But let's dive into what enumeration means in the context of Active Directory Pentesting and why it is of such paramount importance. The process of identifying details about a host, networks and services, such as usernames, machine names, network shares, and services, is known as enumeration. It's during this exploratory phase the attacker digs into the system to unearth system properties, user groups, network resources, hidden servers, and other vital data. It's like having a treasure map, where instead of X spots marking the endpoint, they coalesce to form a landscape to assist penetration testers or attackers in discovering points of vulnerability. The value of enumeration in Active Directory Pentesting can't be overstressed. The information enumerated about the target can clarify attack vectors and expose system weaknesses that could be exploited. For example, various running services could have known vulnerabilities, or the accounts discovered could have weak passwords susceptible to brute force attacks. Therefore, enumeration is a linchpin in the cycle of pentesting as it provides the information to segue into the next stages: exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, and post-exploitation. As we navigate through the uncharted waters of a network, enumeration tools come into play. Tools such as Nmap, NetBIOS information, SNMP enumeration, LDAP enumeration, DNS and SMTP enumeration, to name a few, are adept at scanning and revealing valuable information about a target. Each tool excels at extracting specifics, which ultimately form a comprehensive picture of the network landscape. However, enumeration isn't an indiscriminate information siphoning task. It requires astute decision-making skills. A pen tester must decide how deeply to enumerate, which data to prioritize, and how to interpret the yielded data, conjuring an efficient penetration testing strategy. As we further delve into how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate, the role of enumeration becomes even more evident. APTs, being long-term targeted attacks, involve a considerable degree of reconnaissance. They utilize enumeration extensively and deeply to understand the target and plan the attack meticulously.
Multiple attacks like social engineering, password cracking, and software vulnerabilities are successful primarily because of the insights gathered during enumeration. Ideally, a network would repel such intrusions, but it demands a deep understanding of enumeration and the active engagement of robust enumeration defenses. In conclusion, enumeration is the compass that guides a pen tester's voyage in the vast sea of Active Directory pentesting by establishing the course of action. A shrewd enumeration can illuminate a clear path to exploit, marking the difference between a successful breach or failed attempt. Now that we've comprehended the intrinsic ties of enumeration to Active Directory pentesting, our following sections would take you further down the rabbit hole, exploring exploitation, lateral movements, tunneling, privilege escalation, and post-exploitations.
We'll delve into how these complex procedures utilize the information unearthed in the enumeration and how they contribute to successful or unsuccessful penetration tests. By the time you've traversed these chapters, you should be able to concurrently use the information gained in enumeration and apply advanced tactics for a robust Active Directory pentest.
Chapter 7. Techniques for enumerating Active Directory.
As we delve deeper into the heart of our exploration in this audiobook, we now turn our focus towards an oft-overlooked but absolutely critical section, techniques for enumerating Active Directory. Active Directory, AD, has remained the backbone of IT infrastructure for many businesses across the globe. As pentesters, mastering the art of enumerating an Active Directory setup becomes an essential skill, because it contains the blueprint of key entities in a network, such as users, computers, and organizations.
Now let's go through a typical enumeration process and the methods applied.
Typically, AD enumeration involves the discovery of user accounts, system roles, network shares, access rights, and various other details about a target organization's IT network. This information lays the groundwork for any potential exploitation.
At this stage, one might wonder why AD enumeration is critical.
The answer is simple. It offers a deep insight into the target network structure, layout, and potential security loopholes. Through this discovery, as pentesters, we can better strategize on the best approach for exploiting vulnerabilities or weaknesses.
The enumeration process is not free from challenges.
Some crucial ones include ensuring non-disruptiveness and evasion of detection systems. Remember, the goal is to blend in, not to cause a jarring disruption that triggers alerts and reveals your presence.
For the enumeration process, tools such as Nmap, LDAP, and PowerView are commonly used.
LDAPS, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol Secure, for instance, is used to extract key details such as users and computers in the network, while Nmap helps identify open ports and active IPs. PowerView is particularly useful for more advanced enumeration, offering detailed insights into relationships between entities in the network.
Once the enumeration is done, we move to the next stage, exploitation.
The detailed mapping and information gathering from the preceding stage now empowers us to target weaknesses precisely. This could range from weak passwords to software vulnerabilities or configuration faults.
Moving ahead, the next phase is lateral movement.
This indicates the process of navigating across a network, striving to escalate privileges or gain access to isolated segments of the network.
Techniques employed here include pass the hash or pass the token attacks. It's a stage of endurance, patience, and calculated moves. Now onto tunneling. This technique opens an opportunity for us to establish a covert path into the network, often leveraging protocols such as SSH. This activity requires considerable finesse to ensure undetected, continuous access. Then comes privilege escalation, priv-ESC, the stage where we strive to acquire higher-level permissions, preferably administrative privileges. This allows us deeper access into the network, and into databases or files that hold sensitive data. Post-exploitation consists of maneuvers after gaining access. These could range from exfiltrating data for malicious purposes, deploying backdoors for persistent access, or establishing a stronger foothold within the network.
Advanced tactics incorporate app-driven techniques, which are highly targeted and customized attacks undertaken by professional hacking groups, aimed at large enterprise networks or governmental systems. These offensive maneuvers often exploit zero-day vulnerabilities and employ sophisticated tools. But remember, the enumeration process is critical in setting the stage and defining these advanced attacks, thus, illustrating the importance of understanding and mastering this first step in the penetration testing lifecycle. This comprehensive and dynamic makeup of the enumeration process is what serves as the groundwork for subsequent offensive cybersecurity operations and forms a central part of any penetration testing activity. Equipped with this knowledge, you are now well placed to delve into the more complex maneuvers as we go further into the audiobook on Active Directory Pentesting.
Title: Active Directory Pentesting, Tools Used for Enumeration.
Once upon a time, in the ever-evolving world of cybersecurity, Active Directory Pentesting emerged, an intrinsic testing process designed to enhance and fortify security measures against potential attacks. One of the most critical stages in Active Directory Pentesting is enumeration. And our tale today, dear listeners, will focus intensely on it, shining light on the tools used for this process, and detailing how these tools do their magic to achieve our goals.
Enumeration is the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, shares, and services from a system. It's like the treasure hunt stage, where the hacker, the treasure hunter so to speak, starts seeking out the golden nuggets of information hidden in the network. We begin our enumeration journey with a common tool known as NetBIOS enumeration. This tool gets its hands dirty scanning and identifying shared resources on a network. It maps out the network terrain, helping the hacker discover potential attack points. A savvy hacker could, once armed with these insights, plan targeted attacks that could cripple network operations. Next, we move on to LDAP, the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. This often overlooked tool is quite the sneaky helper. It's frequently used for extracting information from domain controllers. The beauty of LDAP is its ability to talk to Active Directories, efficiently navigating their complex webs to get to the needed information. We cannot forget the important tool, NPT-STAT. It's an older tool, but it still has a few tricks up its sleeve. It discloses sessions tables, which include IP addresses and names, crucial information for a potential attacker. Then comes the Bloodhound, and when it comes to Active Directory pentesting, it is as vital as a compass to a sailor. An open-source tool, it finds its ace in visualizing Active Directory environments, making it easier to understand complex relationships and find shortest paths to desired targets. Riding on this journey, we now introduce PowerView, another potent tool in our arsenal. It's part of the PowerShell toolset, utilized for enumerating and attacking Active Directory environments. Quick and stealthy, it unearths valuable information with minimal traces, a prized trait in the world of hacking. As we navigate further, we discover SMB enumeration. SMB, or Server Message Block, is essentially a protocol for sharing resources like files or printers over a network. Tools designed for SMB enumeration can map out these shared resources, granting hackers another dimension to their attack strategies. The landscape of enumeration isn't just physical tools. Techniques like exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, and privilege escalations are also deployed. They are like the unwritten survival guide in this environment, shaping how tools are utilized to infiltrate and potentially control a network. Our tale would be incomplete without mentioning advanced tactics, and how advanced persistent threats, APT, groups wield these enumeration tools. These groups have a patiently destructive style by residing undetected in the network for longer durations. They form multifaceted attacks using these tools, silently harvesting information while strategizing their moves. Enumeration, in Active Directory pentesting, is a stage that blends techniques, tools, experience, and intuition. Each hacker is like a conductor, orchestrating their unique symphony of possible attacks and defenses. Some prefer to wield NetBIOS enumeration like a finely tuned violin, while others turn to PowerView's understated power, like a controlled, rhythmic drum. The realm of Active Directory pentesting is vast and ever-changing. The tools and tactics used are constantly updated, designed not just to keep pace, but to set the pace. But no matter what changes, the process of enumeration remains central, a vital part of the pentesting journey. It's not just about finding a weakness, it's about understanding how a system breathes, lives, and works, and hacking. Well, that's the art of turning this knowledge into power. Chapter 5. A deep dive into Active Directory pentesting. Our tale begins in a high-security corporate jungle, tile-clad towers to house many servers, fueling businesses day in and day out.
One such technology, Active Directory, lies at the heart of these corporations, serving as the central authority, keeping a keen eye on the tasks handling user management, resource allocation, and data security. Not surprisingly, it also poses as a tantalizing target for those with ill intent.
In our discourse today, we shall embark on an intriguing journey into the world of Active Directory pentesting. In the curtain raiser, know that Active Directory pentesting is a systematic check of network weaknesses that could possibly allow unauthorized access to Active Directory's critical functionalities. Testing these substantive vulnerabilities allows security professionals to mitigate risks and protect important company resources from potential threats.
Before we step into the battlefield, we must equip ourselves with skills for enumeration.
Consider this as a reconnaissance mission.
The key goal here is to gather as much information about the system as possible, typically involving investigating, cataloging all available user accounts, domain controllers, computer objects, and their configurations. To achieve this, tools like ADUC, LDAP, Nmap, and Bloodhound are often relied upon to map the network's topology and identify possible vulnerabilities.
Following careful enumeration comes exploitation, the act of breaching the gaps in the enemy lines.
As every battlefield is unique, a variety of tools and tactics are employed at this stage. Two notable ones are LDAP injection, which targets the directories using the lightweight directory access protocol, and the more direct Kerberosting attack, that decrypts service tickets by targeting the Kerberos ticket granting service. A successful breach doesn't conclude the mission, it just changes its course.
Upon gaining access, the rhythms shift towards lateral movement.
Actors maneuver, often silently, from one system to another to get extended access or to discover more valuable targets within the network. Tools like psexec, PowerShell, and WMI are invaluable companions at this stage to gain remote command execution. Then comes to our next approach, the tunneling. This technique is used once inside the network, to search for additional entry points. Tools such as DNSCAT, Chisel, and SSH can help establish a covert channel for communication, and their usage depends largely on the network's unique circumstances. Now, if the secured information is confined to an elevated privilege level, privilege escalation, or priv-ESC comes in handy. Making use of misconfigurations or bugs in the system, it allows a user to upgrade their low-level access rights to higher privileges. The Mimikatz tool is renowned for such tasks, capable of extracting plain text passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory. The stealing of valuable intelligence doesn't conclude the mission. Instead, it segues into the phase of post-exploitation, maintaining access, covering tracks, and setting up backdoors for future access, ensuring a possibility of return if required. With sufficient knowledge of the battlefield gleaned, advanced tactics can be employed for infiltrating the system. Advanced Persistent Threats, or APTs, are sophisticated attacks that lie low, often for an extended period, probing security for weaknesses and gradually exploiting them.
Launching such attacks requires masterful execution and a bevy of tools like Cobalt Strike, PowerShell Empire, or Metasploit.
There are indeed multiple attack vectors that are possible, each one like a chapter in its own thrilling epic. From gaining an initial foothold, living off the land, passing the hash, taking over domain controllers, to even manipulating the trust between domains in a multi-forest setting, the multiple narratives of attack paths are a constant reminder of the high-stakes game of cyber warfare. So, we stand now, poised at the front line, armed with an unprecedented arsenal of insight, tactics, and tools. The stage is set for Active Directory pentesting, a world of cat and mouse, filled with constant thrills and perils of intellectual battles. As we delve deeper into the labyrinth of the cyber realm, remember, knowledge is power, vigilance is key, and readiness is victory. This, dear listeners, just serves the prologue to the profound and perilous world of Active Directory pentesting. In our subsequent escapades, we shall further unravel these aspects one at a time, exposing the veiled niches of our digital metropolis. Narrator. Chapter 6, Exploitation in Active Directory. Our journey in the labyrinth of Active Directory pentesting has at last led us to one of the most critical steps of every pentest, exploitation. But before we delve deeper, let us pause for a moment to understand what exploitation signifies. In the simplest of terms, exploitation is the process of using a flaw, a bug, or a configuration oversight in a system to fulfill the attacker's intentions. Exploitation in Active Directory is a vast ocean of countless attack vectors, tactics, and tools that the attackers utilize to compromise the system. Each time we learn about a new exploit, we uncover a mere droplet in this ocean.
The process usually commences with a critical phase called enumeration. This Active Directory penetration testing process involves gathering information about the target like usernames, machine names, network resources shares, and more. Tools like Bloodhound, AD Explorer, and PowerView.x come in clutch at this step. These tools not only enable us to map the network but also show us hidden paths and allow us to understand and visualize the permissions. Following the enumeration is the exploitation phase where an attacker, or in our case, the pentester, tries to leverage detected vulnerabilities. Common exploits like pass the hash, pass the ticket or unquoted service paths all come into play here. An attacker could use tools like mimikits to gather login credentials. It's like an all-access pass, but instead of a fun fair, it unlocks confidential data and systems. Later, the focus shifts to lateral movement, where the threat actor moves through the network, making his way from one system to another, leaving no stone unturned. Here the attacker is the proverbial cat, mousing around, trying to elevate access privileges. But lateral movement is no piece of cake. It involves the intricate process of tunneling. As one would imagine, tunnels help in secure and concealed movement, similar to a covert operation. In a network, this is achieved through protocols like SSH, HTTP, or DNS. Tools like Chisel and Plink fortify the process. Privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC as it commonly known, is the next stage in our journey. In this phase, the attacker tries to elevate his rights from a simple user to a superuser. Local privilege escalation helps in gaining higher-level permissions on the local machine, whereas domain privilege escalation helps in gaining higher-level permissions on the network. Attackers typically exploit misconfigurations or design flaws using tools like PowerUp or Windows PrivEscCheck and kernel exploits. After successful exploitation comes the phase of post-exploitation, where an attacker tries to retain the gained access while fulfilling his intentions, which can be data theft, causing harm or simply showing off his skills. It's like the grand finale of a magician's performance where he reveals the secrets, in our case, the hacker's findings. Now, as we near the end of our chapter, let's take a brief look into some advanced tactics that threat actors employ. Usually, these are sophisticated techniques, involving multiple steps or simultaneously running attacks. For instance, Kerberosting is an advanced tactic used to target weak service account passwords. Or how golden ticket and silver ticket attacks can compromise the entire domain. Apt or advanced persistent threats conduct these attacks persistently over a long period, all while staying under the radar. These are often state or nation-sponsored actors, making them extremely organized and threatening. Remember, there isn't one, but multiple simultaneous attacks at play here. Malware infections, phishing attacks, network sniffing and more, all working in unison, like an orchestra playing to the tune of chaos. In conclusion, as we have journeyed through exploitation in Active Directory, a myriad of tactics rises about the surface. As it is with every aspect of cybersecurity, knowledge is our best defense. Understanding these techniques empowers us to build UHAC cable systems. While the process of exploitation is intricate and challenging, forever remember that every step taken in learning about these exploits is a step toward making a more secure cyber world. The journey doesn't end here, though. As we continue to explore the depth of Active Directory pentesting, the abyss stares back at us. With each attempt to exploit and test, we ice skate on the thinning surface of this abyss. Are you ready to dive deeper? Stay tuned for more in our next section. We have only just begun to scratch the surface of this Active Directory iceberg. There is much, much more to discover. So, keep your cryptographer's hat on, and your ultimate readiness switch in the on mode. In the next section, we will take you through even more fascinating channels of decryption, network traffic analysis, and incident response within Active Directory. Stay tuned. Chapter 9, Common Exploitation Techniques in Active Directory Pentesting. Background music starts. Our digital journey so far has taken us through exhilarating virtual landscapes, and now, we stand at the precipice of an intriguing and complex world, the world of Active Directory pentesting. This chapter will delve into the heart of common exploitation techniques, unveiling its mysteries, and taking you on an unraveling journey of its many facets including enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, and advanced tactics. Introduction. In the covert world of pentesting, Active Directory is often treated as the proverbial Achilles heel. It's a centralized system that proficiently manages, organizes, and administers an entire network's resources. When talking about exploitation,
It is this very strength that makes the Active Directory a primary target for threat actors.
Enumeration. Every great pentesting initiative starts with enumeration, a process of gathering actionable information about targets. Enumeration is the art of gathering extensive information about the target environment.
The gathered intelligence such as domain name, shared resources, user lists, and policy settings allows penetration testers to identify vulnerabilities or flaws in the Active Directory. Tools like Nmap, NetBIOS, and SNMP-Walk have gained popularity owing to their effectiveness for enumeration.
Running Nmap, for example, may reveal open ports hinting at potential points of infiltration for a penetration tester. Exploitation. Once a gap is detected, exploitation follows.
As the term suggests, this is where a pentester exploits the vulnerability found. The objective is to intrude into the system through these vulnerabilities.
Exploitation tools like Metasploit and Responder provide a comprehensive platform for developing, testing, and executing exploit codes. Lateral movement. Post-exploitation, the intruder seeks to expand his reach within the network. Lateral movement facilitates this. The attacker basically moves from one host to another, trying to exploit information from the system. Mimikatz and PsExec are two well-demonstrated tools helping attackers in lateral movement. Tunneling. Tunneling in the cyber world refers to encapsulating the contents of one network protocol within another one. This masks the true nature of the data being sent and can enable unauthorized remote access within the boundary of a secured network. Tools like proxy chains can help infiltrate protected networks quite effectively. Privilege escalation. Privilege escalation takes the attacker a step closer to their ultimate goal. This process, often called priv-ESC, involves getting more and more privileges, ultimately aiming for admin-level access. Privesc may utilize cracks in the design, errors in software, or incorrect settings. Tools like PowerUp SQL and Windows Exploit Suggester are commonly used here. Post-exploitation. Post-exploitation highlights the actions taken after gaining unintended access. This can include data exfiltration, maintaining access for future exploits, or cover their tracks by deleting logs. Tools known for their potency at this stage include PowerSploit or Empire PowerShell. Advanced tactics. Advanced tactics refer to the more complex and sophisticated techniques that skilled attackers or APTs, advanced persistent threats, may use. These can involve multi-layered exploits or zero-day vulnerabilities, lending attackers an upper hand. APTs are often state-sponsored or well-funded groups capable of maintaining a targeted, continuous attack on high-value targets. However, some advanced tactics may include but are not limited to conducting strategic web compromises, using encryption to hide command and control traffic, and deploying custom-made malware into the opponent's network. Multiple attacks. Multiple attacks encompass a myriad of attack vectors simultaneously leveraging both technical and human vulnerabilities. These smokescreen tactics are often employed by state players aiming to confound defense mechanisms. Tools of the trade. When it comes to exploitation tools, the repertoire is nearly endless. From Wireshark for capturing and analyzing packets, Burp Suite for web vulnerability scanning, to Nessus for vulnerability identification, these tools help pentesters in achieving their goals in an efficient and timely manner. For the unsung heroes, who are the protectors of our digital frontiers, these techniques are invaluable. Grasping the intricacies of these techniques can help build robust defense mechanisms, making our digital fortresses impenetrable. Thus, we conclude this chapter on common exploitation techniques. Up next, we unlock more cyber mysteries in our journey of Active Directory Pentesting. Background music fades out. Section 4, Best Exploitation Tools. As our digital journey continues, we now find ourselves in the riveting realm of exploitation tools, true game changers in the world of Active Directory penetration testing. Our virtual sojourn will carry us through various hallways of technology, from understanding this fascinating topic's intense introduction to evaluating its intricate subparts including enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, the methodologies of advanced persistent threats, APTs, and, indeed, getting to grips with diverse attacks that can potentially cripple security systems. With a basic groove of Active Directory pentesting set in the preceding sections, allow your software horizons to expand as you plunge into the vast ocean of exploitation tools. Simply put, these are software developed to detect or exploit software vulnerabilities. Sometimes these are used by security researchers to test or observe systems. Other times it's malicious actors seeking unauthorized access. The first tool under our security spotlight is Metasploit.
This open-source framework is an essential part of every pen tester's toolbox.
Metasploit offers apt-esque attack vectors by both emulating known vulnerabilities and creating unique exploitation methods. You can craft custom payloads, launch spear phishing campaigns, or even conduct network segmentation tests, simulating steps a real attacker might take. Next, we delve into the realm of enumeration.
This is essentially the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, and other valuable data from system services.
Here we meet another tool named Bloodhound.
With adequate visuals, Bloodhound creates a perfect arena to understand hidden relationships within an Active Directory environment. It does this by mapping out the AD environment, including users to computers, highlighting possible avenues for privilege escalation.
For exploitation, there's the mighty PowerSploit, a series of Microsoft PowerShell scripts that can be used for post-exploitation tasks, both benign and malicious.
Features include injecting shellcode into the memory, dumping the contents of SAM, and more.
PowerSploit is the epitome of versatility in the world of exploitation tools. Navigating further into a mythical area known as lateral movement, we meet Mimikatz, a leading player. This tool is particularly adept at pilfering plaintext passwords, hashes, PIN codes, and Kerberos tickets from memory. As we step into the tunneling sphere, a shining armor-clad knight named Chisel greets us. Chisel is a fast TCP, UDP tunnel, transported over HTTP, secured via SSH. It's highly modular, allowing it to perform other functions as well, making it a multi-purpose tool in our arsenal. A voyage into privilege escalation introduces us to the power-up. This PowerShell tool helps pen testers identify common Windows security misconfigurations that can be exploited for privilege escalation.
Subsequently, in our tour of post-exploitation, we meet Empire. This post-exploitation framework allows an attacker to maintain a foothold and further advance in a compromised network. It's a network pivot, or lateral movement master, with a multitude of modules designed to aid in these tasks. Lastly, in the context of advanced tactics, Cobalt Strike stands proud. This commercial product offers advanced threat emulation to push penetration testing to the next level, enabling you to model realistic attacks. As tedious as these processes may seem, it's the methodology employed by apt groups, who methodically look for vulnerabilities and potential footholds. Subsequently, they use more advanced tools like 0 days to maximize effectiveness. One apt attack style commonly seen is living off the land, where the attacker uses the system's own features against it. These numerous tools work in sync to combat cyber vulnerability. This fascinating journey unveils hidden threats, throwing light on obscured corners of cyberspace, leading ultimately towards improved defenses. As we venture off to our next enlightening IT journey, such insights should empower us to appreciate the complexity and brilliance that underpins Active Directory penetration testing. Let's continue on this path of exploration, always striving to augment the security landscape. Title: Active Directory Penetration Testing, an in-depth exploration. Once upon a time, in a realm of digital heroes and villains, where each keystroke led to a victory or defeat, let us embark on a voyage into the world of Active Directory penetration testing, the practice of testing a computer system, network, or web application to find security vulnerabilities that an attacker could exploit. Our story begins with the introduction. Imagine a fortress, with all its intricate defenses in place. Much like this fortress, our digital world is filled with various fortresses, known as network systems, which require security against potential threats. An indispensable method to ensure this security is Active Directory penetration testing, or AD pentesting, a systematic attack simulation on our Active Directory environment to uncover vulnerabilities before malevolent forces do. Next comes understanding enumeration, the process where we gather and collect information about our target fortress, the network system, to help us plan the attack strategically. Enumeration techniques involve extracting valuable data such as user account names, machine names, network shares, and other services. The information gathered is like a roadmap, guiding us through unseen passageways and hidden weak foundations susceptible to exploitation. After enumeration, we arrive at the heart of the action, exploitation. Once armed with knowledge about the system, pentesters use various techniques and tools to exploit the weak points. To break into the fortress, one must identify the weakest gate before charging against it. Similarly, exploiting these vulnerabilities can help reveal valuable data. Tools like Metasploit, a penetration testing software, can be employed to systematize exploits and conduct detailed penetration testing.
Continuing our journey deeper into the digital fortress, we skulk shadow-like into lateral movement.
This crucial segment entails moving from one system to another within the network, the equivalent of finding and navigating through hidden tunnels within the fortress walls. The end goal?
Gaining access to higher privileges within the target system. Penetrating further, we encounter tunneling, an advanced technique used to tunnel network traffic. Think of it as a secret underground tunnel conveying information stealthily.
The most common use is establishing a covert channel to gain a stronghold in the Active Directory fortress.
Progressing forward, we ascend the hierarchical ladder within the fortress through privilege escalation, priv-esc. Put simply, this means upgrading our access level from common soldier to trusted captain. We seek out flaws in the system that allow elevation from low-level access to high-level. Almost at the end of the quest, a crucial stage called post-exploitation manifests.
Having successfully gained access and escalated privileges, we now aim to extract the highest possible value from the compromised system.
Post-exploitation involves gathering intelligence like hidden treasure troves, maintaining access for future needs and erasing our footprints to evade detection.
In the realm of Active Directory Pentesting, advanced tactics represent the elite commandos of our force, equipped with expert strategies and methods. These tactics make use of complex maneuvers to bypass firewalls, overcome intrusion detection systems, and more. It's like infiltrating the fortress without even alerting the guard dogs. Ever wondered how advanced persistent threats do it? APTs, as silent and lethal as trained assassins, maintain a long-term presence in network environments to extract information stealthily.
Our quest will also lead us to explore how these groups operate, their tactics, techniques, and procedures. Lastly, it's essential to learn about multiple attack vectors and tools. With an ever-evolving digital landscape, a single approach isn't sufficient to secure the fortress. Pentesters must understand and employ a variety of tools like Nmap for network mapping, Wireshark for packet analysis, and Nessus for vulnerability scanning, to name a few. In closing, Active Directory Pentesting, like a heroic saga, relies on strategy, knowledge, and a variety of tools to protect the integrity of the digital fortress. It's a ceaseless battle of wits, echoing the age-old struggle between defense and invasion, chaos and order, darkness and light. Our exploration has just grazed the surface. Many more adventures lie ahead, encrypted within bits and bytes of the digital realm, until the next chapter. Chapter 7. Lateral Movement within Active Directory. The morning sun streamed through layers of cloud, casting flickering shadows onto the cold, concrete walls of the office block. Somewhere within the labyrinth of cubicles and servers that made up the modern battleground, sat our hero. His fingers were poised on the keyboard in front of him, his eyes focused intently on the neon streams of code cascades racing across multiple screens. His task? A complex penetrating operation in the virtual realm, infiltrating the heart of the Active Directory. Chapter 7 of our tale dives deep into the sophisticated world of lateral movement within Active Directory. Like a digital shadow, our pentester, or penetration tester, moves laterally through the virtual forests, exploiting weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the Active Directory infrastructure, all while minimizing his detection footprint. Lateral movement is a strategy in which an attacker, after gaining initial access to a system, maneuvers through a network to compromise other hosts, gaining further privileges until they have achieved their ultimate goal. This required an understanding of enumeration, exploitation, privilege escalation, and tunneling. Our protagonist starts with enumeration, a discovery process. His eyes dart between a plethora of windows open on his screen, each displaying different network information. He uses tools like Bloodhound, which depicts Active Directory relationships in graph form, and PowerView, designed to explore AD environments. As he commences his enumeration, he gathers wanted data such as the list of user accounts, their permissions, their group membership, and even device setups within the network, all crucial information that will allow for the successful infiltration and exploit of further systems. Now armed with invaluable data, he proceeds to stage 2, exploitation. In a hacker's parlance, exploitation is the art of leveraging the weaknesses and vulnerabilities discovered during enumeration. Through exploitation, our pentester navigates his digital avatar further into the realms of the network. He uses an array of tools such as Pass the Hash or even the Mimikits, an open-source tool used to collect credentials within Windows environments. Gradually, he exploits systems, assuming the identity of the system's administrators, masking himself perfectly. Step 3. The lateral movement.
Like a cunning fox moving silently amongst the shadows, our pentester moves from one account to the other within the network of the Active Directory, each time escalating his privileges. He uses tools like psexec to execute processes on other systems or WMI for script execution on remote machines.
Tunneling, an advanced tactic used for sustaining access to or just moving data across the network.
Just like a real-world tunnel, he virtually digs a passage using tools like SSH, a secure shell that can tunnel network services over encrypted connections, allowing for safe movement across the systems whilst remaining largely undetected.
And then comes another crucial tactic, privilege escalation.
For our pentester to achieve the desired level of access, he must get elevation at each level.
Sharphound is his privilege tool.
It allows effective enumeration of Active Directory to find escalation paths. With each level of lateral movement bringing greater access, it's fair to say it's an upward spiral that has its climax at the point known as post-exploitation. Our pentester has now mastered the system, has obtained full unrestricted control over the network. It's like taking the keys to the kingdom, with all secrets exposed to him. As our pentester's operation draws to a close, he ponders over the advanced tactics that have aided his journey through the Active Directory. He remembers the countless battles he has fought, strategized, leveraging multiple attacks using a plethora of tools. He reflects on apt or advanced persistent threats, and how they mirror his tactics, repeated breaches of a network using stealth methods. As he finally logs off, he leaves behind a telltale string of code, an echo in the darkness. Our heist in the Active Directory is complete. It's an archetypical representation of the cat-and-mouse game being played out daily in the vast digital universe that underscores our world. The symphony of code that plays out in the world of penetration testing. The lateral movement within Active Directory is indeed a critical element of the tale. As dangerous as it is ubiquitous, perhaps the most valuable lesson here is realizing just how vulnerable systems can be if not adequately protected.
End of Chapter 7. Chapter 5. Lateral movement, the essence of internal exploitation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chapter 5 of our journey through Active Directory Pentesting. In this chapter, we will delve deep into the concept of lateral movement.
This is a critical process where potentially vulnerable openings within your digital environment are not just identified, but also pursued in a calculated manner. Lateral movement, simply put, is the method in which an attacker progresses through a network after gaining initial access.
Our story unfolds with our attacker. Let's call him Ethan.
Ethan is an adept, intelligent hacker who has just succeeded in penetrating an organization's defense perimeter. His foothold is now secure in a single machine within the vast network of the company's Active Directory. Now begins Ethan's true task, sifting through this labyrinth of systems. He is like an intruder who has just opened a tiny window into a massive mansion, navigating carefully and stealthily, room by room, in search of the treasure vault.
His task, however, is far more complex and challenging.
He has to locate, identify, and exploit critical systems or valuable information, all while remaining undetected. Ethan starts with enumeration, the equivalent of a burglar tracing every hallway, scrutinizing every room, and cataloging every piece of significant information. He meticulously maps out the network, identifies active machines and, crucially, the privileged accounts. These accounts hold the keys to more secure doors within the network, and could be the pathway to gaining complete control of the Active Directory. However, cracking these privileged accounts is not a simple task. Exploitation techniques come into play here where Ethan might use password cracking tools, or perhaps exploit a vulnerability in the software. This potentially gives him access to what he needs, the elevated privileges that open new doors. This is where lateral movement becomes pivotal. Imagine Ethan as our man striving to move from room to room, silently and unseen.
Every move he makes is a calculated risk, to gain more ground without triggering the alarm.
Practically, lateral movement may involve stealing credentials, creating phantom users, or compromising lesser secured systems.
In one instance, Ethan might opt for pass the hash, a technique for authenticating, without knowing the actual password, by using the NT-LAN manager, NTLM, hash of a user's password. In another, he might use RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, to access another system in the network, one step closer to his target. An important part of his strategy would also be tunneling. Much like our intruder might use hidden passages to reach his target, Ethan would use this technique to create a clandestine communication channel within the network, allowing him to stealthily exfiltrate data or provide access to remote hackers. But Ethan's journey doesn't end once he hits the treasure vault, or in this case, gains privileged access to critical systems. Privilege escalation is about expanding access, turning a user with minimal user rights into a super admin through various techniques such as exploiting system vulnerabilities or deliberate misconfigurations. But what about post-exploitation?
Well, just like a thief cataloging his loot, Ethan would evaluate and organize the information or access he's gathered, further solidifying his presence within the network. He might install backdoors for future access, cover his tracks, and even set triggers to alert him of potential threats to his newly won domain. And as we navigate through Ethan's journey, we understand more about advanced tactics that enhance lateral movement. From obscure PowerShell scripts to complex mimikatz exploits, there is an underworld of techniques and tools that skilled hackers deploy, much like advanced persistent threats, APT, do. Speaking of APTs, they epitomize efficient lateral movement, with their ability to burrow deep into the network undetected, sometimes for years, constantly gathering intelligence, compromising systems, and moving laterally.
With multiples attacks, many tools and methods at their disposal, Ethan's journey serves as a testament to the cybercriminal world's ingenuity and tenacity. Understanding his journey helps us devise robust defenses, up-to-date monitoring systems, and effective incident response mechanisms to safeguard our digital landscapes. And, thus, our expedition into the world of lateral movement concludes, laying the groundwork for future chapters on more advanced tactics and approaches.
Stay tuned to unravel the intricacies of the cybersecurity world. That, dear listeners, concludes our deep dive into the world of lateral movement. But fret not, as our journey through Active Directory Pentesting continues in the upcoming chapters.
Title: Techniques for Lateral Movement in Active Directory Penetration Testing. In the twisted labyrinth of Active Directory Pentesting, understanding the art of lateral movement is a decisive milestone in any tester's crusade.
Lateral movement, in its simplest form, is the method used by attackers to move from one system to another within the network. It forms an integral cog within a wider machine comprising of introduction, enumeration, exploitation, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, and it provides insights on how advanced persistent threats, APT, execute it.
Furthermore, there exist multiple attack strategies and an arsenal of tools designed to facilitate an attacker's lateral movement inside a network.
To truly master this art, one needs to grasp the fundamental chess match that is enumeration.
It is the procedure of gathering and enumerating user identities, system shares, and services of networked computers. Tools like Bloodhound and PowerView can come in handy here, allowing the enumeration of Active Directory devices. With the information gathered, the horizons for potential exploitation points expand dramatically.
Exploration without exploitation is as good as being armed with a sword with no enemy to fight. Exploitation is about weaponizing the information vacuumed during enumeration. Common tools wielded for this purpose include but are not limited to Metasploit and PowerSploit. They can exploit vulnerabilities in the network to gain access or escalate privileges, thus, allowing overt movement across and within the network. Despite the advancements in defensive measures, proficient testers have found solace in the creative use of lateral movement. Its beauty lies in its simplicity, manipulating the standard network protocols and features to subtly move around the network, while leaving barely discernible footprints. Tools such as PsExec, WinRM, and WMI are exploited for these maneuvers.
Moreover, the nuance of lateral movement gets highlighted in strategies such as pass the hash and pass the ticket, where testers impersonate legitimate users, create backdoors, and utilize system allowances to their benefit.
These forays are not without peril.
Often testers might find themselves met with barriers, directing them towards a technique known as tunneling.
They carve their ways through the network by encapsulating the protocol within another protocol to bypass firewall restrictions.
Tools like Chisel and Plink have stood the test of times in providing such service. Relentless in their pursuit of dominance, testers often resort to privilege escalation. It is the ruthless tactic of gaining extra privileges or access beyond the standard user, employing tools like dirty sock and kernel exploits.
Once the desired privileges are obtained, testers move into the penultimate phase of post-exploitation. They ensure a prolonged presence, gathering as much information as possible. They use tools such as Mimikatz, a powerful post-exploitation tool widely used to dump passwords from memory. Using a symphony of these techniques and tools, advanced persistent threats, or APTs, tend to perform similar maneuvers but with a unique difference. They are long-term, purpose-driven attacks with a core objective of data exfiltration while retaining the least possible presence. In this ruthless ballet of network domination, multiple attacks are used concurrently. From spear phishing to SQL injection, aggressive testers leave no stone unturned in achieving their goal.
Furthermore, they have a plethora of tools at their disposal, including but not limited to Nmap, Wireshark, Nessus, and Netcat to assist them in their operations. In conclusion, the landscape of Active Directory pentesting is a Renaissance painting of chaos and control. From introduction to lateral movement to cleverly designed apt attacks, this art form draws its strength from complexity and detail. And at its core, it is nothing but a battle of minds, a thrilling chase in the world of ones and zeros. Chapter 7. Case Studies of Lateral Movement. Welcome, dear listeners, to another enlightening chapter of our audiobook on Active Directory Pentesting. Today, we delve into the complex maze of lateral movement, a core aspect of cyber espionage and advanced threat attacks. As we embark on this journey, let's visualize ourselves as cyber warriors, clandestinely making our way past enemy defenses. We're not here for a head-on confrontation. Our goal is stealth, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. With these case studies, we let the art of lateral movement unfold, showcasing some real-world examples to sharpen our knowledge and hone our skills. Picture this. You have just gained a foothold into your target's network via an unpatched server. The exploit was successful, but you are still only a small fish in a vast ocean. You need to move, to blend, and to escalate before you can access the prized assets. This, dear listeners, is where our journey into lateral movement begins. The infamous APT-28, widely believed to have links with the Russian government, was notorious for their deft use of lateral movement. In one of their most well-documented exploits, APT-28 was able to infiltrate the Democratic National Committee's network by first exploiting a single machine and then engaging in lateral movement to compromise the entire network. They used privilege escalation to gain higher-level access, utilized credential dumping tools like Mimikatz to harvest credentials, and then moved laterally across the network. As we delve deeper into this intriguing instance of lateral movement, let's familiarize ourselves with the term enumeration. Enumeration is the second phase of an attack after scanning, and it involves collecting usernames, machine names, network resources, and other services that can assist in gaining access. APT-28 was known to employ in-depth enumeration in their attack schemes, often leveraging SMB, server message block, shares and group policy preferences within the Active Directory to map out the network and identify potential targets for escalation. Now, let's transition to how the APT-28 exploited the vulnerabilities and moved laterally. They made extensive use of Microsoft's PowerShell, an automation and configuration framework. Using PowerShell, they downloaded and executed scripts, injecting malicious codes into running processes. Remember, lateral movement often relies on abusing legitimate protocols and tools to blend in, making it harder for defensive tools to identify the malicious activities. Our second case study highlights how lateral movement can be achieved via tunneling. The APT-29, otherwise known as Cozy Bear, uses port forwarding and SOX proxies to perform lateral movements. They implant a remote access tool named CDUK on victim machines, which connects back to AC2 server. CDaddy, another one of their ingenious implant, enables them to execute Python scripts in memory and establish a covert channel for data exfiltration. In another interesting use case, APT-34's lateral movement techniques included the use of RDP sessions. Primarily targeting the Middle East, they were commonly known for their strategic web compromise, operations also known as watering hole attacks. They acquire valid credentials via a spear phishing attack. Then, to make lateral transitions, they abused RDP sessions. Both these groups exercised PrivEsc, or privilege escalation, the act of exploiting a bug or configuration oversight in an operating system to gain elevated access to resources ordinarily protected from an application or user. This usually follows an initial foothold via exploiting regional vulnerabilities and then gathering data for PrivEsc via information discovery. One important lesson from these case studies is how apt groups exploit the smallest breaches in the network to gain initial footholds. Be it via spear phishing, watering hole attacks, or exploiting vulnerabilities, these groups capitalize on the slightest of opportunities. A crucial step in gaining access is getting the initial foothold, but sustaining access entails a complex dance of lateral movement, escalation, and stealth. I know this chapter has been laden with information, but it's essential for understanding the depth and breadth of lateral movement in the world of Active Directory pentesting. We should always remember that pentesting isn't merely about exploiting vulnerabilities, but about understanding complex ecosystems, mapping strategic frameworks, and manipulating scenarios to our advantage. Stealth, patience, and precision. These are the hallmarks of lateral movement. As we journey into the following chapters, we will delve deeper into advanced tactics,
multiple attacks, and the many tools used to achieve our goals. Remember, dear listeners, knowledge is the most potent weapon in our arsenal.
Chapter 10. The Art of Active Directory Pentesting, a high-profile intrigue. In the realm of network security, there exists a fortress. This fortress, known as the Active Directory, is a bastion of control, a center through which a vast spectrum of groups, users, and resources on a network are managed. When the fortress stands inviolate, it is a symbol of strength and order. But when the fortress is breached and the Active Directory compromised, the effects can be catastrophic. This chapter is dedicated to shed light on the arcane science of Active Directory Pentesting, a branch of cybersecurity that focuses on identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities in this fortress, in order to strengthen it against potential incursions. For our journey, we will start with the introduction. Active Directory, AD, is a Microsoft product that consists of several services to manage permissions and access to networked resources. The services that Active Directory provides include lightweight directory services, certificate services, federation services, and rights management services. From an attacker's perspective, a poorly secured AD is like a treasure chest, often housing keys to the kingdom such as the hashes of domain admins or even the KRBTGT account. Our second stride in the journey will be enumeration. Enumerate, a term born in the depths of computer science, refers to the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, and other potentially beneficial elements for an attacker. Powerful tools, like Bloodhound and PowerView, make enumeration of an Active Directory environment significantly easier. As we delve deeper, exploitation becomes our ultimate goal. It involves taking advantage of identified vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access or privileges within the system. Classic attacks such as pass the hash or pass the ticket, as well as more complex attacks such as Kerberosting or golden tickets, can be used to exploit weaker AD infrastructures. Lateral movement denotes an adversarial progression through a network aimed at gaining higher privileges and deepening the compromise. Techniques such as RDP hijacking, overpass the hash, or DCSYNC can be invaluable in moving laterally across a network. Tunneling involves creating network connections that allow data to be sent across them, bypassing network segmentation, and potentially reaching into the most protected areas of the network. Then comes privilege escalation, or PrivESC, an approach where attackers exploit a bug, design flaw or configuration oversight in an operating system or software to gain elevated access to resources. Power Up and Sharp Up are among the tools frequently used for this very purpose. As for post-exploitation, it's essentially what you can do once you've gained control or access. This might involve creating backdoors, exfiltrating data, or even setting up botnets. The in-depth and obscure corners of Active Directory pentesting are far much wider and deeper. Advanced tactics might involve more sophisticated tools and techniques like using the Metasploit's incognito extension for access token manipulation, Empire PowerShell for multi-stage attacks, or group policy modification for persistent access. Under How APTs Do It, an array of strategies has been uncovered over the years. APTs, or Advanced Persistent Threats, use a wide range of techniques like spear phishing or waterholing to initially compromise their targets, but once inside, AD exploits become a valuable arsenal. Finally, multiple attacks and many tools is all about tools like Mimikatz, Kerberos, Bloodhound, along with attack methodologies like pass the ticket, overpass the hash, relaying, etc. that can be structured in an infinite number of combinations to meet an attacker's end goal. By the close of this section, you will have embarked on a full-on journey into the intricacies of Active Directory pentesting, with everything from exploring the labyrinthine structure of the directory to evolving strategies to exploit vulnerabilities and ultimately fortify network security. The journey may be long and often challenging, but it is vital in understanding how to both build and protect an impenetrable fortress in our network security landscape. Chapter 8. Tunneling in Active Directory. In the dark and complex labyrinth of the Active Directory ecosystem, a principal actor lurks unnoticed, disguised in the shadow and noise of network traffic. Let us unveil this mysterious agent, tunneling. As the name implies, tunneling in the Active Directory context refers to creating secure paths through open networks between servers. Sound daunting? Fear not. We are here to decrypt the meaning behind the method, offering enlightening insights into this hidden hinterland of Active Directory pentesting. Mark the beginning of your journey at the mouth of the metaphorical tunnel. Picture it as a snaking path burrowing deep into the substrate of a network, a private and secure passageway that defies prying eyes. In essence, tunneling is a method of transportation. It allows devices on separate networks to communicate as though they are on the same local network. To make sense of tunneling, we first need to familiarize ourselves with the concept of protocol encapsulation. Simply put, this refers to the method of wrapping packets of data within other packets and transmitting them over a network.
This, dear listeners, is how the secure tunnel is created.
Now, let's delve into how we exploit this principle for penetration testing. Identify the two ends of your tunnel and prepare to traverse the sometimes challenging terrain of protocol encapsulation and secure transportation. Commence with enumeration. Building a tunnel requires an understanding of the terrain. In this context, it refers to the enumeration of Active Directory objects in a network. Tools like Bloodhound come in handy here, offering a graphic interface to visualize relationships and note potential weak points for tunneling. Once the enumeration is complete, your next step is exploitation.
This relates to manipulating vulnerabilities in the network to secure an entry and exit point for your tunnel. Here, different tools like PowerSploit or Mimikatz may be employed to extract valuable credentials or encryption keys, allowing you to place a firm foot in the network door.
Following exploitation, you hold a one-way ticket into the world of lateral movement.
This process involves shifting through the network, hopping from one machine to another, while leaving a little trace as possible.
Tools like PsExec or SMB Ghost assist in this discrete traversal, enabling you to weave elegant webs of access around the network. With your corridor for lateral movement established, it is time for tunneling proper.
In essence, tunneling works by encapsulating traffic within different network protocols and sending it over the network like any other traffic.
The protocol most often employed to create username-password protected tunnels is Secure Socket Tunneling Protocol, SSTP, considered the gold standard in the industry.
Nowadays, privilege escalation, PrivESC, is seen within the context of lateral movement and tunneling. The extracted credentials assist in escalating privileges within the machine, in a maneuver known as pass the hash. This further empowers the penetration tester to reach every nook and cranny of the network.
In the aftermath of tunneling and privilege escalation, it is time for post-exploitation.
Here, the tester holds their position within the system achieved through tunneling. The focus now shifts to data extraction or the execution of certain orders within the compromised machine.
Tools like Metasploit assist in this final phase, providing a platform for launching various attacks within the network.
Advanced tactics, or how advanced persistent threats, APTs, deploy it, form an integral part of the tunneling discussion. APTs often rely on tunneling to maintain access to the compromised network, creating avenues for data extraction or reconnaissance. The infamous APT29, for instance, is known for using SSL/TLS tunnels to encrypt command and control communications.
Multiple attacks often pivot around the concepts of enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, and advanced tactics.
Various tools like Nmap, Bloodhound, and PowerSploit weave together to facilitate this dance of infiltration under the umbrella of Active Directory penetration testing. So there we have it. The chapter on tunneling in Active Directory has reached its conclusion, painting a comprehensive picture of a seemingly complex concept. It may seem daunting, but with patience, practice, and a sound understanding of protocols, any dedicated practitioner can tunnel their way to a secure and insightful penetration testing experience. Until our next chapter, remember, an unimpeded path often exists. All it requires is the creation of the right tunnel.
Chapter 16. Tunneling in Active Directory Penetration Testing. In the delicate art of Active Directory penetration testing, an important concept to grasp is that of tunneling. Technical jargons aside, you can liken this concept to a secret passageway that aids in the covert movement from one domain to another within a network by bypassing the general walls of security. Our story begins in the bustling city of computers, each computer trying to communicate with the others, amidst the stringent traffic rules enacted by the ever-vigilant security firewalls. Firewalls, although a necessary city guard, can sometimes overmanage and hinder benign communications. This restrictive atmosphere breeds the need for a secret passageway or a tunnel to facilitate smooth interaction, hence the birth of tunneling. Entering the tunnel is no mean feat. It requires technical skills, patience and above all, an understanding of network protocols and security loopholes to masquerade your intentions. The process begins with enumeration. In the world of penetration testing, enumeration denotes the retrieval of usernames, machine names, network resources, and other valuable information. It's akin to developing a map of the city, pinpointing possible entry and exit points of the tunnel. Tools like Nmap, NetBIOS, and SMB are often utilized to expose these entry points. Following enumeration, there's the exploitation phase. Now that you know the potential weak points, it's time to exploit them. Exploitation tools such as Metasploit are employed to leverage these vulnerabilities and gain unauthorized access, initiating the building of our secret tunnel.
After exploitation, there is an intricate process of lateral movement. Imagine if our tunnel had multiple outlet points across the city, allowing the penetration tester to access different systems within the network. This movement, aided by tools like Bloodhound and PowerShell Empire, enables the tester to move laterally between systems, often undetected.
Once inside the network, tunneling begins.
It can be simply defined as encapsulating the packets of one protocol within another. This process aids in bypassing filtering rules set by the firewalls, undetected. Available tools such as SSH, OpenVPN, and Stunnel assist in the tunneling process. The tunnel isn't merely a means to a destination. It is, in fact, a crucial aid in privilege escalation. PrivESC, as commonly known, helps the penetration tester to acquire higher-level permissions, thus providing a smooth ride to the resources that would otherwise require heavy lifting.
Post-exploitation is akin to reaping the sweet rewards of setting up the tunnel.
In this phase, the attacker maps and documents the entire system for further exploitation in the future or simply escalates the attack, leading to what is known as advanced persistence. Advanced tactics involve more complex procedures such as multi-layered attacks, pivoting, and chaining vulnerabilities to maintain the attacker's presence within the system. Advanced persistent threats, APTs, do it in a more sophisticated manner, often targeting high-value organizations with the intent to cause maximal damage. Different tools have different roles to play in this venture, each more critical than the other. Combining these tools can yield devastating results, all through the innocuous-sounding act of tunneling. With that, our chapter on the concept of tunneling and Active Directory penetration testing comes to a close. Remember, in the cruel and unforgiving terrain of cyber warfare, being aware of such tactics is just as important, if not more, as knowing its countermeasures.
Stay on guard, and stay safe. Section title, Tunneling Techniques.
With the din of war outside, Private Jimmy Harrison huddled in the rain-soaked mud, staring at the enemy lines.
A daunting, nearly insurmountable task lay ahead. He had to cross the enemy lines, infiltrate their ranks, and gather crucial information.
His eyes fell on a tunnel rat who was readying himself. He could not breach the enemy lines, head-on.
He had to tunnel.
By the time our protagonist understood the importance of tunneling in warfare, we have already compared the battlefield to the digital landscape where you, as a pentester or ethical hacker, have to strategically navigate your path and tunnel where necessary. Active Directory Pentesting is such a battlefield. The chapter on tunneling techniques is not for the faint of heart but for warriors ready to delve deeper into the world of advanced pentesting strategies. Tunneling, essentially, involves encapsulating private network data and protocol information within public network transmissions so that data can be carried securely over the public networks. In our Active Directory pentesting context, tunneling is a powerful strategy used to move underground and stay under the radar while advancing toward the goal. Just like the ancient builders like El Chapo and the Viet Cong used tunneling effectively, attackers can tunnel from one compromised computer to another, exploiting vulnerabilities, avoiding detection, and gaining unauthorized access to valuable assets. ATP, Advanced Persistent Threats, groups extensively use tunneling. One such group of offenders, App29, commonly known as Cozy Bear, uses tunneling techniques to move laterally across the network undetected.
Let's delve into how it happens.
A subtle point of entry is found, maybe a misconfigured server, and the attacker starts tunneling. Patiently, one stone at a time, utilizing tools like SSH, Plink, or even PowerShell itself to create a tunnel. It isn't a quick or easy process, but the stealth it provides the attacker is invaluable, making strong defenses crumble like a house of cards. One of the unique tools used by attackers for tunneling is HTTP Tunnel. This ingenious tool enables you to tunnel network connections through restricted HTTP proxies. Another tool that's used commonly for tunneling, surprisingly, is the humble Netcat. With Netcat, attackers can tunnel a command and control communication from the external server to the victim machine. When we talk of advanced tactics, certain tunneling methods shine brighter than the rest. For instance, Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP, tunneling via SSH uses a Windows system at the attacking machine and a Linux system as the SSH server. This helps to create a secure RDP tunneling setup that goes unnoticed, allowing further exploration and exploitation of the network. A potential victim of tunneling attacks can range from a defenseless camera on your front porch to a formidable fortress of a multinational corporation. If these vulnerabilities are left unchecked, crucial data can be compromised, and the damage can be immeasurable. In conclusion, tunneling techniques form an essential part of Active Directory pentesting. They help to preempt possible attacks, identify vulnerabilities, and establish defenses that can stand their ground against APTs. The aim is not to replicate what apt groups do but to understand their methodologies, tools, and techniques, and use this knowledge to create robust defenses. Just like Private Harrison who watched the tunnel rat disappear into the underground, it is time we too turned our attention subterranean. Not shying away from getting our hands muddy, let's dig deep, navigating the twisted, dark bowels of pentesting strategies.
After all, the more formidable our tunneling techniques, the better would be our defense against the potential attackers. And with that, we emerge from the tunnel, one step closer to fully understanding the intricacies of Active Directory pentesting. Chapter 8: Tools and Software for Tunneling.
Once upon a time, in the heartland of Internet security land, there resided a technological challenge unlike no other. For our intrepid penetration testers engaged in Active Directory pentesting, tunneling was the proverbial maze that led deeper into the enchanting rabbit hole of network security. Tunneling is a fascinating aspect of the penetration testing process, a technique that allows secure data transfer through unknown, often hostile networks. Like miners digging through veins of valuable ores, pentesters too used tunneling tools and software to forge their path in the labyrinthine world of advanced persistent threats. One tool that has consistently proven its mettle in this context is SSH, Secure Shell. Introduced in the ethereal realm of cyberspace by Tatu Yalonen during the 90s, the SSH protocol was nothing short of a magic key for pentesters delving into the dark abyss of network security. Intricately designed to establish secure connections over unsecured networks, SSH proved to be the weapon of choice for our gallant pentesters during the tunneling phase. It allowed them to create encrypted tunnels between machines, practically rendering any data transfer invisible to prying eyes.
On their journey deeper into the intricacies of tunneling, the pentesters came across the wild, multitudinous landscape of VPN, virtual private network.
Like a cloak of invisibility, VPN software protected secure, private network connections over potentially unsafe public networks. Here, OpenVPN shone brighter than any other, offering countless customizations and compatibility with most operating systems. It provided our courageous penetration testers the ability to tunnel all traffic, allowing safe passage through the perilous paths of any network. However, the world of tunneling was not limited to just SSH and VPN. In the treasure trove that the pentesters stumbled upon, they discovered a gem named proxy chains. Like an agile chameleon, proxy chains facilitated anonymization by chaining SOCKS 5 or HTTP proxies, successfully covering the tester's tracks. Our explorers wielded this powerful tool to the best advantage, utilizing it as both a shield and a sword in their mission. As they trailblazed through the winding pathways, the pentesters were often confronted with Windows domains, that is. In these intricate mazes, RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, was the steadfast pickaxe that cut through the rock, tunneling across the network. Other useful tools in the Windows domain, such as PsExec, allowed the pentesters to execute processes on other systems, enhancing their lateral movement capacity and opening up new tunnels to forge ahead in their journey. Now, dear listeners, remember that the tunneling phase of Active Directory pentesting is not a lone wolf endeavor, but rather a component of a bigger picture. The path it forges plays key roles in facets of operations like enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, privilege escalation and post-exploitation. This chapter, dedicated to the unsung heroes, the tools and software of the tunneling world, is integral to understanding advanced tactics, including how advanced persistent threats weave their dark tapestry of breaches and infiltration. As we delve deeper into the abyss, we will shed light on multiple attacks, helping us better understand the interplay of different tools and the specific roles they play in the tunneling process. We shall see how, like a grand symphony, the multitude of tools cohesively work to achieve our objectives, nestling comfortably within the convoluted complexity of Active Directory pentesting. The passage may be dark, our paths fraught with challenges, but with the right tools and an understanding of the tunnel we traverse, we shall undeniably find our way through the enigmatic labyrinth of advanced persistent threats. So, lend us your ears, dear listener, as we journey further into the depths of these unseen networks, unearthing the secrets that lay buried within. In the world of Active Directory pentesting, knowledge is power, and no stone should be left unturned. Next up, Buckle up for the 9th chapter of our adventurous saga, Privilege Escalation and Post-Exploitation Tactics, where we delve even deeper into the mystical realms of network security. Until then, keep the shields up and the swords sharp. This concludes the chapter on tools and software for tunneling and Active Directory Pentesting.
Chapter 5. Advanced Tactics in Active Directory Pentesting.
Active Directory Pentesting begins as all great narratives do, steeped in mystery and anticipation. Its genesis emerges in the introduction, where we dissect the stamina of our chosen subject, the Active Directory.
As the tangible blueprint of networking infrastructure for countless organizations worldwide, it's a lucrative target for cyber attackers.
However, it's our mission to ensure that it becomes an impenetrable fortress.
Our adventure commences with enumeration, considered the reconnaissance mission of the Active Directory battleground. Using tools such as LDAP and SMB protocols, attackers gain valuable intelligence on the structure, strictures, and weak points of the network. One brilliant software, Bloodhound, studies the relationships between users, groups, and machineries to identify possible attack paths. In mastering enumeration, we become akin to a cartographer, mapping the terrain before launching into action.
Once the enumeration phase concludes, a more menacing phase, exploitation, commences. This phase revolves around the use of particular tools such as mimikits, Nmap, or powersploit. Mimikits, for instance, is used to SP plain text passwords, hash, pin codes, and Kerberos tickets from memory.
Powersploit, on the other hand, is a series of Microsoft PowerShell scripts for penetration testing and exploitation.
Lateral movement then usurps the narrative, a phase where the attacker progresses through the network, seeking to gain further access by compromising additional resources. Tools such as psexec, WMI, or RDP are deployed. Among these, RDP is an especially potent weapon, providing a graphical interface to a remote system. The enchanting story of tunneling arrives next, which breaches the narrative like an underground mole. Tunneling techniques, such as SSH tunneling or DNS tunneling, are used to bypass network access controls and maintain persistent access to a network. Essentially, they create a network within another, carving a secure route through the potentially hostile landscape.
Privilege escalation or PrivESC becomes the subsequent chapter in our narrative.
From a foothold in the system, an attacker leverages vulnerabilities or misconfigurations to gain elevated access to resources. For example, a regular user could misuse system or application features to gain administrative powers.
Tools like Metasploit or PowerUp assist in this endeavor.
A grim satisfaction pervades the subsequent phase, post-exploitation, where the attacker observes the fruits of their arduous labor. They may exfiltrate data or install backdoors for future access. Here, the Kerberosting technique often finds a place, employed to extract service accounts ticket-granting service tickets, which can then be cracked offline. Our narrative now veers into uncharted terrain, the dizzying possibilities of advanced tactics, where techniques such as golden ticket attacks or silver ticket attacks are employed. Favored by advanced persistent threat groups, APTs, these tactics essentially manipulate Kerberos tickets to maintain persistence and compromise entire domains.
Lastly, we explore an amalgam of multiple attacks.
Here, combinations of different methods like pass the hash or overpass the hash bring a new level of sophistication to the attacker's campaign. These attacks blend together the phases we've thus far explored, much like a climactic finale in our unfolding narrative. In conclusion, our story of Active Directory Pentesting is a constant push and pull between those seeking to exploit and those seeking to defend. It's in mastering this discourse, understanding its techniques, its potent tools, and its dynamic phases, that we can gain the upper hand in the constantly evolving battleground of cybersecurity. Stay tuned, dear listeners, as we delve deeper into the grand narrative of Active Directory Pentesting in our next chapter.
Section 9. Privilege Escalation, PrivESC, in Active Directory. In the enthralling landscape of Active Directory Pentesting, the concept of privilege escalation, often shortened to PrivESC, acts akin to a thrilling subplot in a gripping novel or spy thriller. This vital part of the pentesting process, when skillfully executed, can be the difference between minimal access and complete control of a system. Imagine yourself as a clandestine agent, dropped within the enemy's territory. Your mission is to infiltrate the rival command center. Initially, you're just another anonymous presence, blending in with the crowd. As you start identifying and exploiting weaknesses in the security, however, you level up your access, eventually gaining the equivalent of a general's command. This is privilege escalation in a nutshell, or, in our specific context, PrivESC in Active Directory.
Beginning our journey into priv-esc, we first face the process of enumeration.
It resembles the reconnaissance work of our hypothetical agent, an integral aspect of any successful penetration test.
Using tools such as Bloodhound, AD Explorer, and PowerShell, we delve deeper into the Active Directory forest, seeking valuable information.
User accounts, computer accounts, security policies, all become treasure maps guiding us to the coveted privilege escalation.
As we delve into the exploit phase, tools ranging from Mimikatz to CrackMap come to our aid. We focus on finding and exploiting vulnerabilities in software or configurations, putting ourselves in a position to make the next move.
For instance, tools like Mimikatz allow us to extract plain text's passwords, hashes, PIN code and Kerberos tickets, which could give us unauthorized access.
Then comes lateral movement, a technique to move from one system to another within a network, exploiting valid user credentials and trust relationships.
Tools such as Cobalt Strike or Empire can help us execute this phase.
Picture our agent infiltrating the communications room to send a deceptive message to another base, exploiting trust and authorized communication channels.
Tunneling is then aptly equivalent to our secret agent crawling through the ducts, evading surveillance. In the digital realm, tunneling is all about encapsulating private network data and protocol information within public network transmissions, allowing private network communications to be sent across a public network. This establishes a virtual private network often using SSH protocol.
After all these steps comes privilege escalation or priv-esc, the act of exploiting a bug, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or software application to gain elevated access to resources that are usually protected from an application or user. Post-exploitation techniques, such as pass-the-hash or golden ticket attacks, leverages the escalated privileges to maintain the elevated access, like the agent finding a way to keep the command room under control. Advanced tactics introduce more sophisticated tools and methods, manifesting themselves through complicated, multi-layered attacks. These tactics could involve the use of Metasploit's ps-exec module or using invoke ps-exec PowerShell script for a pass-the-hash attack on Windows machines. Let's consider state-sponsored or highly organized groups carrying out these types of attacks, known as Advanced Persistent Threats, APT. Their strategies are meticulous, patient, and designed to be low-profile yet highly effective, much like the workings of an experienced, covert operative. Bearing the hallmarks of multiple attack strategies, priv-esc can be a combination of direct and indirect methods. It permeates through client-side attacks, web attacks, or direct attacks on the domain controller.
Understanding priv-esc forces us to consider myriad tools in the Active Directory environment.
Each tool, like Codename, Sharphound or AdFind, presents a unique ability to manipulate the Active Directory environment towards our pen testing objective. The diverse world of priv-esc in Active Directory is a journey through crafty manipulations, sophisticated tools, and advanced tactics. Throughout this journey, the promise of achieving what often feels like total omnipotence within an Active Directory environment is an enticing propeller, pushing us, just like our abstract agent, through all obstacles and challenges. Title: Chapter 8, The Importance of Privilege Escalation in Active Directory Pentesting. Once upon a time, in the sprawling landscapes of the Internet, a humble castle stood. A castle named Active Directory. This castle, a hub of organization and management, housed the data kingdom's royalty, intricate mechanisms, and glitters of information jewels. However, like every castle, Active Directory too had vulnerabilities that were susceptible to be exploited. One such vulnerability was a domain called privilege escalation.
Introduction. Privilege escalation, as sinister as it sounds, plays an instrumental role in determining the security strength of Active Directory.
It is the means by which an amiable jester can transform into an unruly sovereign, granting themselves unwarranted dominance over the castle. The importance of understanding how this transformation happens lies at the heart of our work as cyber knights, pentesters, guardians, protectors of the digital realm.
Enumeration. To enact privilege escalation, reconnaissance, known in our technical parlance as enumeration, is the first crucial step. In enumeration, we actively interact with the system. We map out the castle's foyer, deducing its weaknesses and strengths. Tools like Bloodhound help us visualize and identify paths for escalation, enlightening our way through the castle's corridors.
Exploitation. The knowledge thus acquired can be weaponized through exploitation, breaking down the barriers, breaching protected rooms. From leveraging known vulnerabilities like the infamous Kerberos sting, or using tools such as PowerSploit to exploit weak configurations, we unravel the secrets, forcing the fortress to yield.
Lateral movement.
Navigating the castle requires agility and stealth, calling for lateral movement strategies.
A lateral movement allows us to silently traverse from one machine to another, accessing or even controlling multiple systems within the Active Directory domain. Tools such as psexec or PowerShell remoting facilitate such movements, making us invisible ghosts in the castle halls. Tunneling. Tunneling, another tactic, helps bypass the castle's outer walls, digging underneath the fortification, to maintain an obscured yet secure channel of communication. Cobalt Strike's beacon, in this case, acts as our loyal scout, reporting activities and sending commands while remaining undetected by the castle's sentinels. Privilege escalation. Finally, we reach privilege escalation, the cardinal method of gaining superior powers. From their local user privilege, an attacker escalates to a high-privileged user or even a domain admin. Tools like Mimikatz or Active Directory ACL manipulation are quintessential in this process, letting us wear the garb of royalty, effectively ruling the castle. Post-exploitation. However, with great power comes great responsibility. In the post-exploitation phase, we decide the future of the castle. We may choose to create backdoors for future re-entry, pilfer valuable information, or bring the proverbial deception to light and fortify the vulnerabilities we exploited, making the castle invincible. Advanced tactics and apt. Advanced tactics and those employed by advanced persistent threats, apt, often involve multi-stage attacks, going undetected for a long time, maximizing potential damage. Here, privilege escalation serves as a pivot to execute subsequent attacks, causing serious harm to the castle's sovereignty. Multiple attacks, tools, and their working. In real-world red teaming, attacks are never isolated. A successful campaign often consists of multiple attacks, each tailored to the castle's design and vulnerabilities. From pass the hash or overpass the hash, using ticket-granting tickets, TGT, to golden or silver ticket attacks exploiting ticket-granting service, TGS, every technique plays a designated role in escalating privileges, exploiting Active Directory, and proving the vital importance of privilege escalation. To conclude this chapter, understanding the importance of privilege escalation is extremely crucial in pentesting Active Directory. It not only helps establish control over the targeted systems, but its mastering is also a measuring gauge to the strength of a domain's information security. So, let's pick our tools wisely and venture into the castle again, ready to uncover more formidable foes hidden in the quest to secure the Active Directory kingdom. Title: Common Privilege Escalation Techniques. Introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the audacious, shadowy, and fascinating world of Active Directory pentesting. As we delve into this segment, we direct our focus on a critical phase of penetration testing called privilege escalation or PRIV-ESC. PRIV-ESC reinforces the age-old maxim in the security realm that it's not about how much access you have, but what you can do with it. Enumeration. As the sun sets and our digital warrior prepares for an incursion, the first stage usually involves enumeration, which is gathering actionable data or identifying essential elements about the target system. Tools like Bloodhound come into play, designed to reveal the hidden and often unintended relationships within an Active Directory environment. Meanwhile, PowerView maps out the interconnected web of people, machines, and the permissions that bind them. But enumeration is not only about tools, it's about intelligence, using ingenuity to identify potentially vulnerable points to exploit. Exploitation. Next comes exploitation, manipulating those vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. The attacker might use a password spray attack to find a vulnerable account, or perhaps they'll exploit a misconfigured service that runs with high privilege. Tools like Metasploit provide an extensive catalog of exploits, from SMB relay attacks to Kerberosting. The aim is to gain a toehold within the target system. Lateral movement. Once a foothold is secured, the journey evolves towards lateral movement, interacting with the environment, hopping across systems, and dodging security measures. CrackMap-Exec, a Swiss Army knife for pentesting, aids in such scenarios, laying bare the weak links of the network. Through lateral movement, an attacker can hover around the underbelly of the network, exploring, understanding, finding more targets to exploit. Tunneling. And then we tunnel, establishing covert pathways deep into the heart of the system beyond the reach of mundane security defenses. Tools like Chisel and proxy chains offer innovative methods to connect and route traffic to remote networks, making detection a nightmare for well-intentioned defenders. Privilege escalation. Having tunneled deep, the attacker proceeds to escalate privileges. Common techniques include bypassing user account control, DLL hijacking, or exploiting unpatched kernel vulnerabilities. Here, Windows Exploit Suggester could be a handy guide, helping identify potential elevation points. Alternatively, potato family of exploits such as sweet potato, juicy potato, and rogue potato come into play, vulnerating the system's very structure. Post-exploitation.
After successful priv ESC, we move to post-exploitation, the burglar now owning the building. The focus now shifts to maintaining the gained high-level access, suppressing any warning bells, and exfiltrating data.
Tools like Empire can ensure persistence and stealth, while Lazane can be employed to harvest sensitive data. Advanced tactics and how APTs do it.
Advanced persistent threats, APTs, leverage advanced tactics and stealthy techniques, concentrating on patience, persistence, and precision. They employ multi-layered attacks, each cloaking the subsequent, creating a chain of plausible deniability. They leverage zero-day vulnerabilities and spear phishing to gain an initial foothold, gradually escalating their privileges until achieving their end goal. Multiple attacks. During a pentest or a real-world attack, multiple attacks are conducted simultaneously. This approach not only obfuscates the attacker's true intention but also increases the likelihood of success. For instance, an attacker could initiate a denial of service (DOS) attack as a distraction for the main intrusion. In conclusion, anyone aiming to venture into the world of Active Directory pentesting needs meticulous understanding and exceptional mastery of varied tools and techniques. It is a dance of strategy, mapping techniques to the right tools, navigating the system, all while remaining undetected. The adage, "It's not about how much access you have, but what you can do with it," rings particularly true here, as penetration testers continuously toy with privilege escalation techniques to elevate their access, extend their command over systems, and replicate the actions of real-world intruders. Remember, knowledge is power. Use it responsibly. Chapter 7. Tools for privilege escalation and how they work. Ada, the automated systems assistant, had just finished narrating the basics of Active Directory pentesting in our last chapter. She started the next one with a riveting topic that kept every listener on edge: privilege escalation. While most beginners in the field of cybersecurity are only knowledgeable about the initial breach or exploitation, Ada explained that penetration doesn't end there. The next essential step after gaining initial foothold is privilege escalation, or priv ESC as is colloquially known. The crux of priv ESC is to acquire higher levels of access, expanding their control with each level until they reach the highest system privilege. To grasp the immensity of the task that priv ESC is, one must understand that it's analogous to being a castle invader who now has to climb to the tower to secure control of the entire structure. Enumeration, exploitation, and lateral movement are all crucial let-up tactics. Ada stressed on the importance of tunneling at this point. It's the clever, discrete method of sending and receiving network traffic. So, you're probably on the edge of your seats, asking, well, how do I even climb this lofty turret? Ada chuckled thereby and began to unravel a list of tools. Let's start with the impressive roster, which includes Metasploit, kernel exploits, PowerSploit, Mimikatz, and Rubius, among others. Each of these tools has a unique mechanism, which if understood thoroughly could lead a pentester to dominate their virtual battles. Metasploit, a penetration testing framework, holds a goldmine of modules that aid in exploiting vulnerabilities and escalating privileges. It's like the master key a castle invader needs. With its simple interface and expansive library of exploits, it unleashes all you need to conquer the system. Kernel exploits, on the other hand, expose the weaknesses within the operating system. Imagine a weak brick in the castle wall that one can wriggle out from. These exploits can be tried directly or through third-party tools such as Metasploit. If priv ESC was a musical concert, PowerSploit would be its conductor. PowerSploit is a series of Microsoft PowerShell scripts that are used for pentesting tasks. It has an entire module dedicated to priv ESC, thus empowering the tester to perform actions that a higher privileged user would. Moving on to the jewel of priv ESC, Mimikatz. It's renowned for its prowess in extracting plain texts, passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory. It attacks the heart of the system, wrestles control, and helps our invader scale unpredicted heights. In the world of Active Directory and Kerberos, Rubius stands as an essential tool. Rubius allows the attacker to request ticket-granting tickets, TGTs, without needing the user's password but only the NTLM hash of the user's password. This action personifies the essence of priv ESC, achieving higher privilege without raising alarms. Each chapter of priv ESC culminates into the grand finale, post-exploitation. As Ada finally instructed, it involves consolidating control over the system and pursuing actions that would ensure their reign persists even after initial infiltration has been detected and closed. The grandiosity of Priv-esque's domain might intimidate beginners. Notwithstanding, real-life threat actors, advanced persistent threats, APTs, and multiple attackers handle similar tactics and more with finesse. By understanding these tools and the philosophy behind Priv-esque, one can decode their methods and build more robust defenses. In the grand auditorium of cybersecurity warfare, the invader's success lies in the successful privilege escalation. It is indeed a hard-won victory, but one that is achievable with perseverance, knowledge, the right tools, and, of course, the invaluable help of our guide, Ada. Title: Active Directory Pentesting, a coherent and comprehensive examination. As the digital universe pulsates around us, cybersecurity represents the front line in defending valuable assets against potential breaches. This section focuses on a fundamental part of this captivating realm: Active Directory Pentesting. Powerful, expansive, and deep, it forms an integral part of cybersecurity, warranting our meticulous exploration. Let's begin our journey with an introduction. Active Directory refers to Microsoft's proprietary system that provides network administration services. Active Directory Pentesting is an art of dissecting this famed directory service, typically to find vulnerabilities that potential attackers could exploit. The insightful penetration tester possesses a pirate's soul, journeying through uncharted vulnerabilities, diligently seeking treasures of knowledge that will bolster the cyber defenses. We move on to enumeration, the second step after identifying the target system in pentesting. This is a methodical process. Our hacker minds, clad with detective instincts, gather as much information as possible about the system. One uses tools like LDAP enumeration or the PowerShell command to extract system information that may be laying bare, susceptible to threat actors' relentless tactics. Exploitation ensues. Armed with the knowledge procured, the pentester exploits vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. For instance, the Kerberosting attack targets service accounts with weak passwords, while pass-the-hash techniques utilize extracted password hashes instead of dealing with the passwords directly. Where do we head next after gaining an initial foothold? We perform lateral movement. This is the process of moving from one system to another within the network, looking for that prized loot, the crown jewels of the network. Tools like psexec, PowerShell, and WMI are used for movement across the environment. The next stage is tunneling. Imagine having to move clandestinely under the eyes of the network security controls. Tunneling encapsulates malicious traffic within regular protocols to move laterally or even exfiltrate data from the network. Tools such as SSH tunnels and VPNs help us achieve this. After gaining access and moving anonymously, we then escalate privileges, successfully arriving at privilege escalation. A pentester exploits a flaw, design oversight, or a programming error in the system to acquire elevated access to resources that are otherwise unavailable to users. Techniques include pass the ticket, pass the cache, and overpass the hash. Post-exploitation follows, where the tester consolidates his position, ensuring that this unauthorized access remains. It might involve creating backdoors, disabling security controls, or exfiltrating sensitive data. Our journey continues with advanced tactics. These strategies can include implementing advanced persistent threats, APTs, which stealthily infiltrate networks for long periods to gather intelligence or cause disruption. Malware and spear phishing techniques are commonly used in such destructive activities. Apt groups famously employ distinctive tactics, deploying tailor-made malicious tools, stealthily lurking in the shadows, thoroughly understanding the terrain of their targets. Their modus operandi provides significant insight into deepening our defenses. Multiple attacks are another crucial aspect. Considered as a series of attack vectors that aim to breach the security from different points, these attacks often employ a combination of methods to increase their success rate. One may witness a marriage of spear phishing attacks with ransomware, thus wreaking devastating havoc on the network. Finally, we discuss the numerous tools used in our journey. From Metasploit, a penetration testing framework brimming with tools to assist in automating attack and defense techniques, to Bloodhound, a tool for visualizing Active Directory environments, the effective use of these tools often determines the success of penetrating a network. This section on Active Directory pentesting paints a fine-grained picture of the intricate maneuvers of this cybersecurity dance. Its procedures and plans, tools, and techniques provide a vibrant palette, and understanding them helps master the stroke of this brush. Buckle up, dear users, as we embark on this thrilling voyage through the mysteries of cybersecurity.
Chapter 10. Post-exploitation. What's next?
As a faint serenade of keystrokes slowly fades into silence, you exhale, feeling a burst of triumph rush through your veins. You've made it through the intricate labyrinth of Active Directory pentesting. From the subtle beginnings of enumeration to the thrilling heights of privilege escalation, you've navigated an intricate narrative. But like any poignant story, there's an epilogue, another pivotal step left to cross: post-exploitation.
Post-exploitation is akin to standing amidst the citadel you've just conquered. Awash with the thrill of victory, it's easy to assume that your task has ended. But in the realm of Active Directory pentesting, it's not just about proving you can get in. It's also about proving what can be achieved after that.
Masses of valuable data often rest behind these security barriers, and this is where we delve into the what's next. Upon gaining access to a network, your actions will primarily depend on your end goal.
Are you a penetration tester employed by an organization to test their defenses? Or are you safeguarding your personal network?
In both cases, the next steps aren't about wreaking havoc, but formulaic actions to achieve specific goals.
For a security professional, your task now is clean up and report.
Think of it as a debrief, analyzing every minor detail, the exploits used, weaknesses found, lateral movements that slip through the defensive perimeters, and even the approach to privilege escalation.
These stands-filling pieces of information form the essential components of your report.
This report is more than just a trophy of success. It's a roadmap for the organization to harden its defenses. Yet, if you've embarked on safeguarding your personal network, the next step is a little more intriguing. Now you sift through the more significant actions. Did the exploitation give access to any vital applications?
Did any sensitive personal data leave the confines of your system? Here, you'll need a clear understanding of tunneling and how data flows into and out of the network.
But the post-exploitation phase doesn't end here. Now, it's time to align your narrative with the advanced tactics of APTs, or advanced persistent threats. These apt groups, constituted by seasoned hackers, often have a well-defined blueprint for post-exploitation processes. They are meticulous, strategic, and play a long game.
Learning from their tactics could, in many ways, fortify your approach to Active Directory pentesting.
The apt groups employ multiple sophisticated attacks, techniques that are often diverse and creative. Extracting data covertly, maintaining persistence in the network, ensuring backdoors for future access. These strategies, while sinister, highlight the pivotal aspects of the post-exploitation phase.
And finally, you won't be traveling this journey alone. A swath of tools and resources lies at your disposal to assist in the post-exploitation phase. Tools that help evaluate the extent of data breach, cement your hold over the system, and even erase your footprints.
Each tool operates differently, serving a unique purpose.
Understanding these tools, their functions, and their optimal applications can significantly bolster your countermeasures. In retrospect, the post-exploitation phase is like understanding the story beyond the end.
It's about the repercussions, the what's next, after the adrenaline of victory fades. Understanding that you not only conquered the system but also what you can do next is a crucial step in unraveling the complexities of Active Directory pentesting. This winding down of your journey leaves not only a sense of accomplishment but also a roadmap for future adventures in the intriguing narrative of cybersecurity.
Chapter 8. Understanding Post-Exploitation. In the intricate world of Active Directory pentesting, nothing paints a clearer picture of the exploit's aftermath than post-exploitation. Post-exploitation, simply put, is the phase that comes after a successful exploitation of a vulnerability. It's the subtle art of making the most of the compromised systems, a game of strategy where hackers and pen testers employ a host of advanced tactics to secure their illicit gains, maintain access, or escalate their privileges. It begins with the successful penetration of a system and persists until either the security team discovers and neutralizes the intrusion or the attacker achieves their objectives and calls an exit. It represents the victory laps for attackers, the reconnaissance mission for pentesters, and the ticking time bomb for cybersecurity specialists. Post-exploitation starts with enumeration. Here, the pentesters or threat actors gather information about the compromised systems. This could entail sniffing out juicy data in the network traffic, uncovering the identity and role of the infiltrated user account, understanding the structure of the Active Directory, or mapping out the network topology. Enumeration permits the threat actors to make informed decisions, maximize their exploit, and plan the subsequent stages of their operation. Exploitation, the surrender of the system, begets lateral movement. With a foothold in place, attackers pivot to other connected systems, often using techniques such as pass the hash or abusing Kerberos for proxy-based attacks.
This lateral movement can be likened to dominoes falling in perfect succession as they create a path of compromised systems leading to the high-value assets the pentesters or threat actors sincerely covet. These high-value systems, which can range from the domain controller to servers hosting sensitive data, become the hunting ground for an art known as privilege escalation. Pentesters ingeniously manipulate the system's mechanisms or exploit flaws in the security framework to escalate their privileges from the infiltrated user to a higher privileged role, enabling them to eavesdrop, create, modify, or even delete on a whim. Once they achieve these superuser rights, the activity goes under the radar, and they engage in an elaborate game of hide-and-seek with the system's audit processes. This stage, notoriously known as tunneling, grants them a cloak of invisibility that hides their unauthorized activities. Tunneling obscures the nature, destination, or existence of the unauthorized communications from the prying eyes of security through the use of stealth techniques like protocol manipulation, encryption, or network traffic masquerading. As the advanced tactics increase, our understanding of attack patterns, such as how advanced persistent threats, execute these attacks, becomes equally monumental. APTs represent the most sophisticated level of threat in pentesting. They employ a cocktail of techniques, from spear phishing to zero-day vulnerabilities, and leverage this alongside slow and stealthy attacks to infiltrate, persist, and exploit their targets for long durations. Often, such stages manifest in multiple attacks using myriad tools, each designed with a specific intention: anonymity, persistence, stealth, or discovery, in a bid to outsmart defensive systems.
Tools in this stage not only help maintain access but also aid in further exploitation and enumeration.
Metasploit, PowerShell, and Mimikatz, for instance, can be employed for privilege escalation, while Bloodhound and CrackMap exec aid lateral movements.
Netcat, Chisel, and Ngrok allow for covert tunneling, and Empire or Cobalt Strike can help maintain persistence within the performance.
The chapter on post-exploitation concludes with a pertinent truth about Active Directory pentesting. A successful hack isn't characterized by the intrusion alone but primarily by what the attacker does post-exploitation. For professionals aiming to understand the psyche of the attackers, the post-exploitation phase hence provides significant insights regarding decision-making processes and modus operandi used in mitigating these threats. By getting under the skin of these threat actors during pentesting, cybersecurity professionals can take proactive steps to fortify their defenses, minimize the impact of successful breaches, and strengthen their response strategies.
Chapter 8, Post-Exploitation, Maneuvering Through the Battlefield.
After the hard-fought victory of gaining unauthorized access into the system, a new mission sets in: the art of post-exploitation. This chapter is designed to navigate you through the maze of post-exploitation, an intricate dance of discovery, extraction, and refining. The narrative kicks off with a post-exploitation introduction. Picture yourself as a skilled burglar who, after a successful entry into an uncharted mansion, starts exploring the manor in search of invaluable jewels. In our cyber scenario, these coveted jewels include sensitive data such as user credentials, financial information, strategic plans, intellectual properties, or a foothold for future attacks. This adventure of extracting wealth from the compromised system is post-exploitation. It bridges the gap between successful exploitation and accomplishing the desired objectives. It requires strategic planning, finely honed skills, and an undaunted spirit to dive deeper into enemy terrains while remaining undetected. In this quest, enumeration serves as a roadmap. Like an experienced archaeologist who maps out a dig site before starting their expedition, a competent adversary will enumerate the network to gather a detailed layout. An attacker will investigate, cataloging directories, user profiles, network shared drives, device information, application data, and system configurations. This data allows for a precise, focused attack, minimizing unnecessary noise. The exploitation phase becomes possible as a result of meticulous enumeration. Here, the hacker exploits identified weaknesses to gain unauthorized control over system paths and resources. This could involve injecting malicious code, exploiting system faults, or abusing software vulnerabilities such as out-of-date patches, misguided configurations, or poor security practices. Lateral movement, an integral part of post-exploitation, is akin to a cunning fox sniffing out hidden food caches. Having breached the perimeter, the adversary navigates through the network, jumping from one system to another, trying to locate more valuable data or to elevate their privileges. While the fox leaves footprints, a skilled attacker uses tunneling to mask his presence. Tunneling or VPN pivoting involves encapsulating the communication protocol within different protocol types to bypass security measures and remain undetected. Privileges give you the keys to the castle. Hence, privilege escalation, priv-esc, is the act of exploiting a bug, a design flaw, or configuration errors in an operating system or software to gain elevated access to resources that are normally protected from an application or user. Advanced tactics such as the use of stealthy malware or rogue software, the creation of backdoors for ongoing access, or activities like hammering, an exhaustively iterative technique that involves the systematic change of every pixel to find tiny cracks in defenses, are highly effective strategies in the post-exploitation phase. In the real world, advanced persistent threats, APTs, are wake-up calls for network security professionals. APTs are stealthy and continuous hacking processes where an intruder enters the network and stays there undetected for a long period. They aim to steal data rather than cause damage to the network or organization. Imagine multiple attacks as a swarm of bees, each focusing on a different part of the target. A meticulous hacker will simultaneously launch a variety of attacks against your network. The many component attacks increase the chances that at least one will be successful. This strategy often results in the detection and prevention systems being overwhelmed, increasing the attacker's success chances. Finally, tools such as Metasploit for vulnerability scanning, Nexpose for managing vulnerabilities, Incognito for priv-esc, or Veil evasion for creating stealthy payloads function as an attacker's loyal accomplices, aiding in their endeavor. In conclusion, post-exploitation is an art as much as a science. It nurtures creativity, intelligence, and persistence. While a daring adversary thinks of post-exploitation as a playground to achieve their goals, a vigilant defender views it as an opportunity to understand the tactics, enrich defenses, and provide robust security to their dominion. Chapter 9. Case Studies of Post-Exploitation in the Realm of Cyber Warfare. Let me introduce you to our next chapter, where we will dive into the deep waters of post-exploitation, mapping out some case studies, and expanding upon our understanding of Active Directory Pentesting. We will engage in a lively exploration of subjects like introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, real-world applications, tricks of the trade, and the tools that will help you navigate through the many layers of cyber attacks. In the world of cyber warfare, the term post-exploitation refers to the actions taken by cyber attackers after they have successfully breached a network. This includes actions like maintaining access, exploring the network, escalating privileges, tunneling, and extracting valuable data. Here, we'll explore a few real-world post-exploitation scenarios to get a true snapshot of the modus operandi of an advanced persistent threat, APT. Our first case study hails from the telecom industry. An unsuspecting employee opened a carefully crafted spear phishing email, inadvertently granting the attacker access to the network. The attacker began enumerating the network, using the native LDAP protocol to glean key information about network resources like users, machines, and security groups. This information was the first coin in the attacker's treasure chest. The vast ocean of exploration had only just begun. Then came the exploitation phase, where the attacker used the powerful Mimikatz tool. Mimikatz was used to extract credentials from the memory of the compromised workstation. Upon obtaining the credentials, the attacker moved laterally, infecting several machines and securing multiple footholds within the network. The next move was tunneling. The hacker created a secure shell tunnel to maintain persistent access and exfiltrate data undetected. During the privilege escalation, priv-esc, stage, the attacker discovered a misconfiguration in the group policy object, GPO. This misconfiguration, combined with the stolen credentials, culminated in the attacker obtaining domain administrator privileges. From here, the attacker was free to roam around, plundering the organization's most precious assets. The last stage was, of course, post-exploitation, where the attacker used the Advanced Persistence Toolkit, APTK, to ensure prolonged access to the network, even if the original entry point was detected and removed. This was done by creating extra hidden user accounts and planting hidden backdoors at strategic points within the network. The second case study takes us to the world of healthcare. The attacker used multiple attacks, exploiting known vulnerabilities in out-of-date systems and software, and cleverly moved later via pass the hash technique. By using Metasploit and PowerShell, the attacker managed not just a breach, but a quiet intrusion where they gathered and exfiltrated patient data, minus the usual warning bells. This example illustrates the cunning use of multiple advanced tactics typically associated with advanced persistent threats or APT groups. Following a campaign of crafting meticulous phishing emails, the attacker gets a foothold, after which they own the system by launching exploits, gathering intel, and maintaining a presence in the system without being detected.
In conclusion, the world of post-exploitation is indeed expansive and treacherous.
But with the correct tools, prompt incident response, and continuous vigilant monitoring, it is a navigable landscape. With each case study, the valuable lessons learned broaden our knowledge and sharpen our preparedness, ensuring that we continuously upgrade our defense mechanisms to outsmart the often cunning world of post-exploitation.
Stay tuned as we dive deeper into the world of Active Directory Pentesting in the chapters to follow. Chapter 5. The Art of Active Directory Pentesting.
Once upon a time, in the kingdom of network administrators, Active Directory reigned supreme. As the default identity management and access control system for Windows-based servers, it held the keys to all the kingdom's devices, services, and network resources. But like any empire that grows too large, it began to draw the attention of dangerous enemies, digital rogues who sought to exploit its vulnerabilities. This chapter is the tale of the courageous defenders, the ethical hackers, the pentesters, who were tasked to protect the kingdom.
The introduction of Active Directory's pentesting was born from conflict and necessity.
Like a double-edged sword, while Active Directory helps manage an organization's entities, it also presents possible areas for exploitation.
Understanding this, and the utility of a good offense being a sound defense, the kingdoms of the digital realm turn to a concept known as pentesting.
In essence, pentesting, or penetration testing, is a simulated attack on systems to discover vulnerabilities.
Specifically, in Active Directory pentesting, red team professionals would poke and prod, seeking the smallest of cracks in these digital walls. Our story begins with a phase of enumeration.
In this stage, the pentester acts as a scout, studying Active Directory's vast landscape, collecting information about its infrastructure, familiarizing themselves with the system's users, computers, and groups. Tools such as Bloodhound and LDAP are the scout's trusted companions during this phase, providing insights into the relationships between different principals within the Active Directory forest. These tools allow the penetration tester to create a comprehensive map of the land, a detailed outreach of its kingdoms, its principalities. Then comes the exploitation stage. Here, the pentester turns from scout to frontline soldier, seeking avenues of attack and using gathered intelligence to exploit vulnerabilities for access.
Tools like Mimikits and CrackMap become the sword and shield, able to acquire clear text passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory or grant command line access respectively. As we move laterally across the battlefield, we find ourselves in the lateral movement phase. In this stage, a pentester spreads their influence over numerous systems, hunting for required resources. Tools like PowerSploit and SMBEXEC allow our digital soldiers to jump from one system to another, staying one step ahead. Tunneling, meanwhile, is the cyber equivalent of a secret passage through a castle wall. Tools like SSH and Plink afford our soldier an inconspicuous entry, a hidden path under the gaze of WatchGuard firewalls, giving them the ability to route network connections to overcome protocol issues. Next on our journey is privilege escalation, PrivESC.
Just as ambitious knights sought titles of nobility, pentesters strive to acquire the highest privileges in the system, effectively becoming the kings or queens of the digital realm. Windows Task Scheduler or tools like PowerShell Empire are the tools that help the pentester in this noble quest. The chapter of post-exploitation is where our pentester turns from conqueror to ruler. With newfound access, they explore their realm, reinforcing defenses, and fixing insecurity.
Tools like Windows Credential Editor help them manage their kingdom by gathering access tokens. Onwards, in advanced tactics, our pentester evolves from a ruler to a master strategist. They utilize frameworks such as Death Star and Invoke Obfuscation, introducing automation and script modification to outsmart intrusion detection systems. In exploring how apt, advanced persistent threats do it, we delve into the dark side. Our pentester stands as a spy, studying undisclosed, prolonged cyber attacks, tactics, and techniques, gaining insights to fortify and defend their own kingdoms. Lastly, through multiple attacks, our pentester practices the art of war by launching various attacks such as brute force, DDoS, or phishing, learning their impacts and defenses against them. Thus concludes our journey through the remarkable saga of Active Directory pentesting. Just like in any grand story, pentesting has its heroes, villains, battles, and triumphs, each component playing a significant role in the larger narrative. The kingdom depends heavily on their expertise and tactical acuity to protect their empire from threats far and wide. Active Directory pentesting remains a vital cog in the vast machinery of cybersecurity, and our heroes continue to guard the gates of the digital kingdom tirelessly. Section 11. Advanced Tactics in Active Directory Pentesting. Introduction.
With the setting sun painting a vibrant backdrop, an array of cyber warriors eager to conquer the fruitful lands of vast information networks brace themselves for a tech's ultimate battleground, an Active Directory environment. This territory, teeming with information riches and protected by complex defense systems, demands more than just rudimentary skills. Together, we are about to venture deep into the advanced tactics in Active Directory pentesting.
Enumeration. Our riveting journey starts in the foothills of enumeration.
Considered ground zero of any Active Directory gangway, it is here that you round off potential targets, systems, and vulnerabilities. Deploy a tool like Bloodhound, which, using its graph theory approaches, illuminates hidden Active Directory relationships, unseen privileges, and overlooked misconfigurations, like the nocturnal predator illuminates its prey. It finds ways to your target like a bloodhound hunting its target. Exploitation. In the verdant valleys of exploitation, the proper use of tools and know-how transforms detection into concrete action. Just like a master archer raining arrows on enemy castles, weaponize security tools. A tool like Kerberosting may be used to harvest service account credentials, turning the defenses of the otherwise impregnable citadel to your advantage.
Lateral movement. In our journey comes the dangerous terrains of lateral movement. Here, PSEXEC or PowerShell remoting serve you as sturdy ropes over slippery slopes, helping breach network perimeters, traverse across different systems, and explore hidden domains. This path may be fraught with risks and alarms, but the stealthy and the savvy prevail. Tunneling. Having mastered lateral movement, we turn our sights to the dark, lurking caves of tunneling. Here, our steps are light and intentions hidden, as we build private pathways within the public network architecture. Tools like SSH and Chisel are our tunneling comrades, draining the color from the enemy's face as we appear and disappear like phantoms in the network. Privilege escalation. With tunneling routes established, we approach the mountainous terrain of privilege escalation. It's the stage where we climb up the Active Directory hierarchy, obtaining higher-level privileges often by exploiting misconfigurations or vulnerable services. A tool like PowerUp helps automate these laborious tasks, paving the way for a victorious ascent. Post-exploitation. We then arrive at the zenith of our journey, post-exploitation. Tools like Mimikatz serve as reliable allies, providing means to capture passwords, hashes, pins, Kerberos tickets, and more, like a master thief slipping the final precious gem from a treasure chest. Advanced tactics. Then we descend into the fascinating jungles of advanced tactics. An array of advanced tools, methods, and apt techniques flourish here. It is here we learn the art of persistence using PowerShell Empire to maintain foothold on exploited systems. Or using the modify NTDS, we alter the Active Directory database to add our own backdoors or eradicating logs to remain invisible as a ghost in the machine. How apps do it? Delving further into the jungle, we glean insights on how advanced persistent threats, apt groups operate. They exploit 0 days, use spear phishing campaigns and employ tools like Cobalt Strike, turning the entire landscape into their hunting grounds. These threat actors are the apex predators of this jungle, their techniques a catalog of cunning and mayhem. Multiple attacks. As we draw closer towards the end of our journey, we learn about orchestrating multiple attacks. Synergizing skills developed and tools employed, we use social engineering toolkit or Metasploit to launch diverse and complex onslaughts. This is akin to the crescendo of our adventure, reaching a climax with the full might of our abilities. Thus, armed with zeal and knowledge, we forge ahead towards a future of rigorous Active Directory pentesting. A hero's journey, crafted with advanced tactics brimming with action, strategy, and a continuing quest for knowledge. This has been Section 11, a chapter written for thrill-seekers and information warriors battling in the world of Active Directory pentesting. It serves as both their map and their guide, as they embark on their next conquest. Chapter 17, Understanding Decompiling and Recompiling of Exploits. Our technological narrative is fraught with intrigue and cunning, technology serving both as our protector and potential adversary. That dichotomy spills into the realm of Active Directory penetration testing, where exploits, weaknesses discerned by canny hackers and crafty cybersecurity experts, play a significant role. In the intricate chess game of cybersecurity, an exploit is a decisive move. It is the crack in the armor that one utilizes for either defensive measures or intrusive intentions. However, understanding an exploit is not always straightforward. It often requires detailed decompiling and recompiling of exploits, a topic that forms the crux of this chapter. Section I. Introduction to Decompiling and Recompiling.
To comprehend how we explore this digital terrain's promising vistas, one must first grasp how decompiling and recompiling happens. Imagine buying a machine, perhaps a new kind of vehicle, and then dismantling and examining each part to understand how it works.
Decompiling an exploit is similar. It involves taking a compiled exploit and breaking it down into understandable segments, its source code, to study its operation, methodology, and design elements.
Then comes recompiling.
Once the exploit is understood, rewritten, or modified, we rebuild it like a Lego structure, piece by piece.
The recompiled version, either unchanged, improved, or weakened, depends on our objectives.
Section 2. Enumeration and Exploitation.
Decompiling and recompiling exploits are necessary components of enumerating and exploiting, two crucial steps in Active Directory penetration testing. With help from tools such as Nmap, Nessus, or Wireshark, the target environment is meticulously outlined, including user accounts, system settings, and network topologies, the essence of enumeration. Exploitation, an art by itself, requires application of these vulnerabilities for potentially beneficial purposes like identifying and resolving security gaps. Metasploit, for instance, offers a plethora of pre-built exploits that network security executives can leverage to carry out self-tests and identify vulnerabilities preemptively.
Section 3. Lateral movement and tunneling.
After successful exploitation, penetration testing moves into the phase of lateral movement and tunneling.
The recompiled exploit is used to traverse the target network, moving from node to node laterally. Simultaneously, they create data tunnels through the network, particularly critical for privilege escalation.
Section IV. Privilege escalation and post-exploitation. Priv-ESC, a tech-savvy term for privilege escalation, is a process where a user acquires functionalities and accesses reserved for the higher echelons of the system, usually administrators. Here, recompiled exploits could provide hidden passages leading to such pricey accesses. In the post-exploitation phase, hackers would primarily aim to maintain persistent access, stealthily hiding their footmarks while pilfering valuable data, a deadly silent whisper in the network.
Section V. Advanced Tactics, APTs, and Multiple Attacks. Real-world scenarios invoke advanced persistent threats, APT, which use a set of covert and continuous hacking processes often launched by groups targeting highly valuable information in organizations.
Decompiling and recompiling exploits, in such instances, are crucial in both prevention and launch of such attacks. Moreover, multiple coordinated attacks could be launched using different recompiled exploits to overwhelm defensive systems, creating a digital shock and awe.
Section V. Tools for decompiling and recompiling. Several tools aid in decompiling and recompiling of exploits.
Reverse engineers commonly use tools like IDA Pro, Ghidra, OllyDbg for unpacking compiled exploits, offering deep insights into the mechanics and functionalities of the exploit code. When recompiling exploits, compilers specific to the programming language of the source code are beneficial. For instance, exploits written in C or C++ benefit from GCC, exploits scripted in Java leverage the Java Development Kit, and so forth. In conclusion, the chapter emphasizes the essence of understanding the core functionality of exploits via decompiling and recompiling, depicting the implication in various stages of penetration testing, and highlighting APTs and the usage of key tools. This knowledge forms an integral step towards mastering Active Directory penetration testing, securing digital fortresses, and hopefully, constituting a safer cyberspace. Let us continue our journey into the labyrinthine field of cyber CCTV, exploring, learning, and innovating as we stride forward to the subsequent chapters.
Chapter 8. Utilizing Scripting for Automation in Active Directory Pentesting. In the world of cybersecurity, efficiency and efficacy often go hand in hand. One of the most potent ways of achieving this is through scripting for automation.
It's a practice that makes pentesting not just efficient, but also more effective by reducing the chances of human error. But what is scripting in this context?
And how can it aid your Active Directory pentesting process?
In this chapter, we'll dive deep into that question. Scripting in pentesting is the process of writing small programs or scripts that automate a wide array of tasks in the pentesting process. These scripts could be written in several languages like Python, PowerShell, or Bash, depending on the tester's expertise and the environment they're working within. In the context of Active Directory pentesting, scripting's value becomes apparent when you consider the vastness of modern Active Directory environments. They encompass numerous services, organized into a tree-like structure of domains and organizational units. Manually sifting through these units can be time-consuming, leaving room for mistakes and oversights. However, with scripting, that task becomes less daunting, more manageable, and more precise.
Following scripting introduction, let's dive into the phases of pentesting where scripting plays a pivotal role. First is enumeration, the process of gathering information about a target system. Testers can use scripts to automate the gathering of data about users, computer accounts, network shares, and other integral components. Tools such as Bloodhound incorporate their scripting framework to visualize and analyze relationships in Active Directories, improving the enumeration process. Second is the exploitation phase, where scripts can automate and streamline the testing of known vulnerabilities on a system. A famous example is the PowerShell-based tool, PowerSploit, which is stocked with scripts designed for every stage of the exploitation process. Now, during lateral movement, scripts streamline the process of moving within the target's network. Here, PowerShell Empire is often utilized, its robust scripting capabilities allowing for diverse attack scenarios, all while avoiding detection. Tunneling, the creation of network tunnels for secure communication across a breached network, can also be automated through scripts, not forgetting privilege escalation, priv-esc. Here, tools like Mimikatz automate the task of harvesting credentials, and more, from a compromised system. In the post-exploitation phase, automation scripts ensure that the attacker maintains access and control over the compromised network. Persistent scripts can make sure that initial access points stay accessible, even after system reboots or user logouts. As for advanced tactics, PowerShell and Python scripts often come into play mimicking apt methods for security validation. These scripts imitate sophisticated threats, making them ideal for testing an organization's resilience against real-world advanced persistent threats, APTs. Multiple attacks in a single pentesting session can also be managed using scripts that queue tasks and allow them to be executed in sequence or concurrently. This method saves time and ensures that no part of the test is overlooked or forgotten. Many tools can be utilized in scripting to achieve our goals. Sysinternals, Kerberostain, Pass the Hash, Metasploit for its Meterpreter shell, and others. These tools, when harnessed correctly, can make the power of scripting tangible within Active Directory pentests. Finally, it's important to remember that automated scripting doesn't displace the need for analytical thinking and adaptive strategies. Instead, it acts as a force multiplier, enhancing the tester's abilities and expanding their reach within the testing environment. Skillfully combining automation scripting with manual techniques leads to the most effective and thorough Active Directory penetration testing. Next, we will delve into the various tactics and strategies of Active Directory penetration testing. But remember, scripting for automation is the force multiplier that, when properly applied, will upgrade your penetration testing operations to a new level of effectiveness. Chapter 11: The Intricacies of Advanced Tooling Techniques. Our world spins slowly into the rhythm of progress, where technological advancement has become synonymous with our existence. As we comprehend the complexities of Active Directory, AD, pentesting and its myriad layers, we are led towards the realm of advanced tooling techniques, a fascinating yet immensely dense segment of the cybersecurity realm. Shrouded in intrigue and incessant innovation, these techniques coerce us to broaden our perspectives, weaving ingenious strategies into our overall understanding. In this chapter, let's peel back the layers and delve deeper to reveal the nature of these techniques. Before we journey into the world of advanced tactics, tooling techniques, and the artistry of their carefully structured networks, it is crucial to revisit the fundamentals. Your understanding of concepts like enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, priv-esc, and post-exploitation will be the compass that guides you through these rough seas. Firstly, enumeration, a benign term that belies its intricacy, can be likened to the footprints left on a sandy beach. These footprints are the key identifiers that enable one to gather information about AD components and their associated vulnerabilities. In effect, it's the first step towards plotting a potential attack. Next is exploitation, the act of leveraging these vulnerabilities to inflict damage or gain unauthorized access. As daunting as it sounds, it's akin to finding a door ajar whilst infiltrating a fortress, presenting an opportunity to infiltrate the premises without raising the alarm. If exploitation is an open door, lateral movement is akin to shifting through the corridors silently, crossing one room after the other. It's the stealthy process of extricating vital information or extending unauthorized control within the network. Tunneling is then the crafty maneuver of establishing a network within a network, slicing your way deep via a loophole and remaining, undetected, beneath the surface. Privilege escalation, on the other hand, is a tactical power play,
a move from general to commander-in-chief, thereby attaining the highest level of control or access. Once inside with escalated privileges, you introduce the concept of post-exploitation, the art of maintaining or expanding your control, often leaving back doors open for easy re-entry, akin to stashing a hidden key. With this knowledge, it's time to embark on our voyage into the domain of advanced tactics. These include techniques such as Kerberos silver ticket attacks, exploiting trust relationships, pass the hash, PTH, pass the ticket, PTT, replication of the directory service, DS, via DCSYNC or spraying password, to name a few. All are effective methods skilled attackers employ to exploit AD. Using tooling techniques mirrors how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate. Skilled in using tools such as AD Explorer, Bloodhound, Mimikatz, and PowerShell, attackers map out AD components, detect vulnerabilities, steal credentials, perform password attacks, and even exfiltrate data. Consider Bloodhound, for instance, a powerful tool that employs graph theory to reveal hidden relationships and potential paths an attacker might use within the AD infrastructure. Or Mimikatz, a renowned tool often used for password-related attacks such as pass the hash, PTH, or pass the ticket, PTT. Invariably, these tools are employed in a sequence, each fitting like a puzzle piece to complete the overall picture. This is where the multiple attack strategy gains prominence. For example, an attacker might use the enumeration process to discover server misconfigurations and then use privilege escalation followed by a lateral movement attack to infiltrate the network completely. Finally, post-exploitation techniques would be used to ensure prolonged control. Tooling techniques empower you with the ability to turn the tide, to break the barriers set by the most fortified shields. The key here is understanding the approach, the adequate execution of tactics, and navigating your way through the precarious obstacles with the tools of deception, innovation, and strategy. This knowledge, coupled with the understanding of how to wield these tools, reaffirms your standing in the dynamic realm of AD pentesting. As we close this chapter, remember that the art of pentesting isn't merely a means to an end. It's a fascinating journey that blends creativity, strategy, and technical prowess. As you dive into the thriving world of advanced tooling techniques and undertake the challenge to comprehend its depth, keep this vision at the heart of your exploration. Chapter title: Penetrating the Fortress, a deep dive into Active Directory penetration testing. In the world of cybersecurity, nothing quite resembles the hunt for vulnerabilities like penetration testing. Specifically, the art of Active Directory penetration testing, or pentesting, as we usually call it, is akin to a complex and high-stakes game of chess. Each move must be calculated, each risk weighed, and the ultimate objective always kept in sight. There are many stages involved in this process, each one crucial to the overall success of the mission. Our journey today will take us through each of these, shedding light on each step, tactic, weapon, and the strategy employed by threat actors, whether they're common cybercriminals or sophisticated advanced persistent threats, APTs. We begin at the introduction. It's crucial to understand the rules of the game. Active Directory is a technology developed by Microsoft to manage computers in a domain-based network. It's essentially a database storing information about users, computers, and other devices, allowing administrators to enforce security policies and manage software deployments. But like all systems, it has weak spots that can be exploited. The journey of pentesting typically starts with enumeration, one of the most critical steps in the process. Here, the penetration tester gathers as much information about the target as possible, such as computer names, network shares, or users' details. Tools like Bloodhound, which visualizes AD relationships, and PowerView, that enables network and Active Directory enumeration, makes this step crucial for successful exploitation. After the adversary collected the required data, they move on to the exploitation phase. During this stage, the tester, or the attacker, tries to exploit known vulnerabilities in the system. One often used technique is the pass the hash attack, where the attacker uses the hashed version of a user's password to authenticate against the Active Directory. Tools like Mimikatz are often used at this stage, which can harvest these hashed credentials from the system's memory. The lateral movement phase is next. The attacker, with the gained access, traverses the network hunting for the ultimate prize. Whether it's data or system control, the intruder employs techniques like pass the ticket and overpass the hash, exploiting Kerberos tickets for authentication or using stolen hashes to gain access to new systems. Tools such as Metasploit and PowerSploit can come in handy here. Tunneling follows the lateral movement. This involves creating secure paths or tunnels from the compromised system to the attacker's server to exfiltrate data or maintain access stealthily. This could happen through methods such as port forwarding and VPNs or more sophisticated techniques involving so-called command and control servers. The cycle tends to conclude with privilege escalation, priv-esc, and post-exploitation stages. Privilege escalation involves gaining higher-level access, typically administrative access, to seize control over the entire system or network. The subsequent post-exploitation stage involves the attacker consolidating their foothold, cleaning up any traces of intrusion, exfiltrating the desirable data, and perhaps even preparing for future intrusions. Advanced tactics and apt attacks are when things become really interesting. Here, as opposed to typical cyber threat actors, APTs are in for the long haul. They use spear phishing emails, zero-day attacks, and supply chain compromises to infiltrate their target networks, often being very patient and methodical. The recent SolarWinds attack is an exemplar of an apt at its scariest. There's no doubt that Active Directory Pentesting is a multifaceted and complex process. It requires a deep understanding of networking and security principles, not to mention a masterful hand with tools like Bloodhound, PowerView, Mimikatz, Metasploit, PowerSploit, and more. So, in the coming sections, let's delve deeper into the intricacies of each stage, tool, tactic, and real-world apt attacks to better armor ourselves in the challenging world of cybersecurity. Chapter 12. Understanding Advanced Persistent Threats, apt, and their methods. In this chapter, we will delve into the world of Advanced Persistent Threats, or APTs, and analyze the methodologies they employ, to better comprehend the complexities of Active Directory Pentesting. An introduction to apt. To fully understand the landscape of cyber threats, we must familiarize ourselves with Advanced Persistent Threats, a set of stealthy and continuous hacking processes typically aimed at specific entities or organizations. Unlike other threats, APTs typically involve a high degree of covertness and are perpetrated by highly skilled, resourced, and determined adversaries. These attackers are intently focused, often with the backing of nation-states, making them a formidable force to defend against. Enumeration phase. The first phase of an APT attack is identification or enumeration. This is where the threat actors collect and analyze information about their target system, identifying exploitable vulnerabilities. This might involve mapping out the network structure, identifying the operating systems in use, and the applications running on those systems. From an Active Directory perspective, this means identifying all objects, including servers, endpoints, users, and groups within the AD environment. Tools such as Nmap, NetView, and Bloodhound can be instrumental in this phase. Exploitation phase. Once vulnerabilities are identified, the next stage, exploitation, begins. This involves making use of the vulnerabilities discovered during enumeration to compromise the system or network, often deploying custom malware or leveraging known exploits. During this phase, the focus is on gaining access and establishing a foothold for the subsequent phases of the attack. Lateral movement. Upon gaining a foothold, attackers then commence lateral movement, navigating from one system to another within the network. Here, tools like PowerSploit, PsExec, or Mimikatz are often used, exploiting credentials or session tokens found on each compromised system. Tunneling. Tunneling is yet another technique used by APTs to maintain persistent access to the network while evading detection. By encapsulating illegitimate traffic within legitimate protocols, the attackers invisibly remain within the network, all the while communicating with command and control, (CNC) servers. Privilege escalation, priv-esc. Often, the initial compromise doesn't grant the attacker the level of access they need. This is where privilege escalation comes in. Attackers may use various techniques to gain higher-level privileges, like administrator or root, which let them exert control. Post-exploitation. Post-exploitation involves securing continued access and exfiltrating useful data. Tools like CrackMap-Exec or Secret Dump can dump credentials from the Security Account Manager, SAM, database or pull all password hashes from the whole domain for later offline cracking. Advanced tactics. Apt groups are notorious for their resourcefulness and creativity, frequently using zero-day vulnerabilities, advanced malware, and tailored spear phishing campaigns. They also frequently adjust their tactics to evade detection, a practice that makes defending against them extremely challenging. Apt modus operandi. The modus operandi of apt actors varies greatly depending on their objectives. Some groups launch large-scale attacks aiming for data theft and disruption, while others adopt a scattergun approach,
attempting to compromise as many systems as possible for future use.
They utilize a vast array of tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, but always with meticulous planning and execution.
Multiple attacks.
Lastly, a single apt group may launch multiple simultaneous attacks, not only to saturate defenses but to divert attention from their primary objective. They might leverage different attack vectors, exploiting both technical and human vulnerabilities, aiming to maximize their probability of success.
In conclusion, defending against advanced persistent threats requires a deep understanding of their tactics and methodologies. With this knowledge, organizations can better design and implement their security infrastructure to withstand these sophisticated attacks. Chapter title: Advanced Persistent Threats, Apt, an in-depth exploration.
From his worn-out swiveling chair in the secluded dim corner of Allied Cybersecurity, a seasoned cybersecurity expert, Marcus ruminated over his years of experience. His mind pondered over the dark corner of the cyber world, known as Advanced Persistent Threats or APTs.
It was time to share his knowledge and experiences with his younger protégés.
Advanced persistent threats, he began respecting the gravity of the term, are not ordinary threats that come and go. These threats, he declared, take root in an information network and stealthily infiltrate secure data system over an extended period. APTs are not just automated malicious code. They are controlled and planned by secure groups with vast resources, covert tactics, and in-depth knowledge.
These groups pursue specific objectives over months or even years, attempting to uproot an organization's online security.
The ill intent behind these slow yet destructive threats may range from large-scale data theft to damaging the target's reputation or imposing fiscal losses.
Marcus broadened the topic to enumeration, an epitome of the APTs.
It's crucial to understand what's at risk by identifying potential targets, be it an exposed server, a weakly guarded admin password, or an unsuspecting user in the system. This includes gathering public data, network interaction, and creating social engineering vectors. The next phase, exploitation, broaches upon weaknesses in the system discovered during enumeration. This involves deploying codes or tools that take advantage of these weaknesses, opening an illicit gateway into the system for the attacker. Lateral movement, Marcus continued, involves moving through the network from one host to another, camouflaging as a user or system process to gain unauthorized access to data. This is where sneaky tools like pass the hash come handy for the attackers, taking the hash of a password rather than the password itself, avoiding decryption process complexities. Tunneling, on the other hand, involves creating a tunnel within a network to transfer malicious data and code secretly. Advanced tactics include the deployment of virtual private networks or even lower-level system protocols to ensure the tunnel stays hidden. Then comes privilege escalation, priv-ESC, where the intruder elevates their access rights on the compromised system, granting themselves administrative privileges. This allows them to control the system entirely. Here, tools like Metasploit often offer an array of methodologies for acquiring these privileges. Post-exploitation is all about leveraging the control gained over the network. This could involve data theft, setting up backdoor access for future attacks, or any malicious activity the attacker purposed to conduct. Tools like keyloggers, rat programs, Mimikatz, etc., help in achieving these aims. Advanced tactics, like the use of zero-knowledge exploits, unfamiliar coding languages for creating malicious software, subtly obfuscating their activities, make APTs hardly detectable. As Marcus concluded his account, he reiterated the devastating potential of APTs. Having stealth, patience, and significant resources at their disposal, these threats play a long game, slowly and quietly infiltrating systems, and when detected, it's often too late. A meticulous, layered security strategy coupled with consistent employee education can inhibit the damaging effects of APTs. Here, regular penetration testing or an ethical hack becomes essential in identifying vulnerabilities before they get exploited by such threats. As he ended, the tangible silence in the room was testament enough of the concerning nature of advanced persistent threats, rightly justifying Marcus's intent that awareness is the first step toward vigilance and security. Title: How Advanced Persistent Threats or APTs Operate in Active Directory Penetration Testing. Our world today is undeniably shaped and often controlled by the invisible hands of technology. Ensconced securely within this limitless expanse of technology is the world of cybersecurity, where the clash of intellect and integrity between digital defenders and attackers define the boundaries. One prominent concept in cybersecurity that often evokes trepidation is the advanced persistent threat, or apartment. An apt is a network attack in which an unauthorized person gains access to a network and stays undetected for a prolonged period. The intention of the attack can be to monitor network activity, to steal data, or deploy other types of attacks. Let's navigate through the creepy, twisted tunnels of an APT lifecycle and examine how it infiltrates, survives, and thrives within systems. We'll pay special attention to methodology, the tools employed, and counter strategies from the defender's perspective.
Our journey begins with the introduction phase.
During this, the apt sets its sights on its target and conducts an initial reconnaissance to understand the target-rich environment. The attackers will gather as much information as possible about the target's internal works, resources, processes, and vulnerabilities. This information includes but is not limited to employee details, organizational hierarchies, and client-server communication patterns.
In the next phase of the attack, enumeration, the attackers aim to map the internal layout of the network. Stepping up their awareness of their environment, attackers use exploitation frameworks like Metasploit, Wireshark, and Burp Suite to gain a deep understanding of the network and service architectures, active hosts, running services, and corresponding ports. Then comes the pivotal phase, exploitation. This point marks the first significant attack against the target, aiming to exploit known vulnerabilities in systems or applications. The attackers use tools such as Maltego, Nmap, Nessus, and Burp Suite for this purpose. More advanced attackers might develop custom exploits designed to circumvent specific defensive measures in place. After successfully gaining a foothold, lateral movement initiates, where the adversary attempts to explore the network and propagate the exploitation to a wider environment. The attacker typically employs tools like Mimikatz, CrackMap-Exec, and PowerShell Empire, which allow enumeration and exploitation of different services, data extraction, and pivot to other machines. Bridging to privilege escalation, the attacker uses compromised credentials and additional exploits to elevate access into a higher level of privileges, striving for the much-coveted domain admin rights or a similar high-privilege role. Post-exploitation is where the attacker begins to harvest the fruits of their labor.
Data exfiltration takes place, defendable footholds are established to ensure persistence, and additional exploits may be launched from the compromised environment. At this stage, tools like Cobalt Strike or Custom Command and Control (C2) channels are usually in play.
While these stages provide a broad overview of apt mechanisms, they are hardly exhaustive.
Attackers constantly evolve their strategies and tactics, employing double lateral movement, multi-threaded escalation techniques, bespoke malware, obfuscated communication channels, among other advanced tactics. They interweave deceptive narratives of network traffic or seemingly innocuous internal communication to evade the ever-watchful eyes of SIEMs and intrusion detection systems. In response, advanced defense mechanisms such as user behavior analytics, AI-driven anomaly detection, and proactive red teaming exercises continually reshape the defensive terrain, aiming to condemn the attackers to an eternal game of cat and mouse. As we have navigated through the life cycle of an APT, it's evident the delicate issue within cybersecurity isn't whether breaches will occur but whether we're prepared to mitigate them. APTs might be daunting in their sophistication and determination, but by understanding their methods, we better prepare ourselves for the battles to come. By joining forces as defenders, we ensure that the labyrinth remains a challenging battleground for attackers, and the goal of a secure digital environment moves one step closer to reality.
Chapter 7. Common attacks from APTs. Picture this: a quiet room, filled with the soothing hum of server racks busily processing information.
This is the backbone of a corporation, the heart of its digital existence, the Active Directory. A seemingly tranquil scene, until a sudden ripple splinters the steady flow. This disturbance is not a glitch or a hardware malfunction. It is an infiltration meticulously designed and orchestrated by an APT, an advanced persistent threat. In this chapter, we dive deep into the shadowy world of apt groups, their typical methods of attack, the tools they use, their motivations, and how they systematically penetrate their targeted organization's defenses. Through this exploration, we aim to empower you not to only survive such attacks but to comprehensively secure your digital fortresses.
Apt groups come from various motivations including political, economic, and sometimes even highly personal agenda.
They are typically state-sponsored actors, organized crime groups, or corporate spies. Due to their highly advanced nature and extensive resources, APTs can breach almost any defense system, remain undetected for long periods, stealing valuable data or laying dormant until triggered into action. The first stage in an APT attack is the reconnaissance phase, called enumeration. The attacker scans the target network, generating a comprehensive map of the system. They identify vulnerabilities in the system's defenses, looking for pathways that can lead to a deeper system penetration. They might exploit publicly known vulnerabilities or even zero-day exploits that are previously unknown to security researchers.
With an understanding of the system's architecture, the apt moves into the exploitation phase.
Using a variety of advanced tools, they manipulate the system weaknesses to bypass defenses. They might use spear phishing, where a targeted email appears to come from a known contact but instead contains malicious code or a link to a deceptive website.
Alternatively, an APT might use an exploit kit or weaponized document to gain access.
Once inside, they initiate the lateral movement phase, exploring the system to establish multiple points of control, making their eradication nearly impossible. Exploiting features like psexec, WMI, or DCOM, they sneak into various nodes, gathering more intelligence, installing additional malware, and gradually expanding their control. The tunneling phase begins when they create covert channels to maneuver data or to maintain persistent access without triggering an alarm. This is achieved using techniques like port tunneling via tools such as Plink or ICMP tunneling via iodine. In the privilege escalation, PRIV-ESC, stage, the attacker gains high-level access, often fooling the system into granting administrative rights, achieved through tactics like pass the hash or pass the ticket.
Tools like Rubius or Mimikits are often used in these scenarios.
In the post-exploitation phase, the attacker capitalizes on their position. Depending on their objectives, they may exfiltrate data, deploy ransomware, or manipulate the system to suit their needs. Mature APTs can potentially reside undetected for years in this phase, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Advanced tactics are the hallmark of APTs.
They use stealthy attack vectors, advanced persistence mechanisms, and even AI-driven tools.
Their sophistication extends to deploying encrypted payloads, using fileless malware, sophisticated social engineering, supply chain attacks, and more. Such an intricate network of offensive strategy demands an equally robust defensive approach.
Security officers need to adopt a proactive stance, regularly updating and patching systems, adopting robust security policies, indulging in regular penetration testing and adopting cyber resilience measures. In closing, combating the threat of APTs requires a detailed understanding of how they operate, the tools they use and the reasons why they are so effective.
As an IT professional, your role is a constant journey of learning, adapting and evolving to ensure the safety and integrity of your Active Directory from these very real and ever-present threats.
This concludes our detailed exposition of common apt attacks. In the next chapter, we will explore the topic of maintaining a constant vigil, the cornerstone of successful defense in the world of cyber warfare. Remember, the best strategy is a proactive strategy, and knowledge is the best weapon in any IT professional's arsenal. Chapter 8, The Comprehensive Guide to Active Directory Pentesting. Introduction. In the deep, and often controversial, world of cybersecurity, the term Active Directory Pentesting has become somewhat of a modern mantra. It's one of the most essential procedures in maintaining a company's security standards. To understand this concept, imagine a fortress guarded by an army. The fortress represents your organization's security systems, while pentesting, in essence, is akin to mock assaults that task the guards to uncover hidden vulnerabilities. Active Directory, AD, plays the central role in this process. It is the general commanding these defenses. Enumeration. The first phase of this operation is known as enumeration, the act of gathering and compiling usernames, machine names, network resources, and other services from a system. Thorough enumeration, similar to a scout examining a fortress before an attack, will reveal weak spots and potential routes of entry for unauthorized intruders. Tools such as Nmap, NetView, and AD Explorer are often utilized to index this invaluable information effectively. Exploitation. Next is the exploitation stage, where the discovered data is used to gain unauthorized access. Like a stealthy saboteur, the pentester uses this information to sneak past the fortress's defenses. This often involves the use of software vulnerabilities, user credential cracking, or social engineering tactics. Metasploit and Hydra are popular exploitation tools renowned for their vast database and brute force capabilities, respectively. Lateral movement. Lateral movement is the third phase. If the exploitation stage is akin to successfully sneaking into the fortress, lateral movement resembles infiltrating other areas within. Here, the pentester attempts to gain access to other nodes or areas within the system, using tools like Pass the Hash Toolkit, Windows Credential Editor, and Mimikits. Tunneling. Tunneling follows next, which, just as it sounds, is the act of digging tunnels within the guarded fortress.
This stage is about maintaining access and creating backdoors within the network, generally using tools like ngrok, chisel, and powercat. This allows for stealthy, uninterrupted access, facilitating future attacks.
Priv ESC.
The penultimate stage is privilege escalation, or Priv ESC, much like a spy aiming for the general seat. This is where the tester attempts to gain higher-level privileges that can allow them to change system settings or manipulate data.
Some tools often used in this stage are PowerUp,
Kerberosting, and Windows Exploit Suggester.
Post-exploitation and advanced tactics.
Bit by bit, the fortress's defenses are crumbling. In the post-exploitation stage, the tester's focus now shifts to maintaining access to the compromised system and keeping their presence hidden. Advanced tactics used by seasoned pentesters often involve using stealthy yet powerful tools such as Empire, Meterpreter, and Cobalt Strike.
How apt do it?
Apt, or advanced persistent threats, are like the elite mercenaries of the cyber world. They are usually state-sponsored groups with vast resources and a high level of expertise, targeting organizations over prolonged periods. The tactics and tools they use are often the most cutting-edge, and understanding their modus operandi is crucial for adequate defense mechanisms.
Multiple attacks and many tools. Like a general coordinating multiple offensive campaigns, a competent pentester uses various attacks and tools in tandem to achieve their goals. This might involve multi-vector attacks, using several methods simultaneously to exploit different vulnerabilities.
The tools available for this purpose are expansive, with new ones appearing regularly, keeping up with the constant evolution of cyber threats and security measures.
In conclusion, Active Directory Pentesting is a complex, multi-stage process that weaves layers of strategic exploitation with technical depth. It is an elaborate decision tree that requires experience, technical knowledge, and intuition.
However, it also offers the unique ability to turn a cyber fortress's potential weaknesses into its strongest lines of defense. That, dear listeners, is the paradoxical beauty of pentesting.
Chapter 13. Multiple Attacks and Defenses.
Before we begin, let's remind ourselves of our journey so far. From the opening introductions, through enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation and post-exploitation tactics, your understanding of Active Directory Pentesting has grown significantly. We've covered advanced tactics and gained insight into how advanced persistent threats, APTs, strategize and execute their operations. With your newfound wealth of knowledge, we're ready to dive deeper into the complex world of Active Directory Pentesting. In this chapter, we will discuss multiple attacks and defenses, focusing on an array of tools and their functionality to achieve our objectives. We'll delve into the intricacies of these attacks and explore how they can be defended against. Section I. Multiple attacks. Multiple attacks are a common tactic used in Active Directory Pentesting.
These involve launching a series of different attacks at a target simultaneously to augment the chance of a breakthrough.
Often, if one attack vector is closed off, another may be open.
One of the most common forms of multiple attacks in Active Directory environments is pass-the-hash attacks.
In these, an attacker obtains hashed credentials from one machine and then uses these to authenticate to other machines in the network.
Another multiple attack strategy is the Kerberos golden ticket attack, where attackers create a special Kerberos ticket, known as a golden ticket, that effectively grants them domain administrator control on any machine in the network. Section 2. Defenses.
To defend against these sorts of attacks, security measures need to be as diverse and thorough as the attacks themselves. It's imperative to ensure that all machines on the network have the latest security patches and updates, as these often close off vulnerabilities that attackers could exploit. Furthermore, network administrators should frequently change passwords and use multi-factor authentication wherever possible, decreasing the odds of success for pass-the-hash type attacks. Kerberos golden ticket attacks can be defended against through the use of tools such as SID filtering, which checks the legitimacy of tickets. Limiting the rights of domain administrators and educating them about the risks and warning signs of golden ticket attacks can also help. Section 3. Tools. There are myriad tools available for both carrying out and defending against multiple attacks in Active Directory environments. From Metasploit, a collection of penetration testing tools, to Mimikits, a tool that can reveal plaintext passwords, hashes, and Kerberos tickets from memory, the choice of tool will be determined by the nature of the attack and desired outcome. For defense, sysinternal suite, which contains more than 70 utilities to troubleshoot and diagnose Windows systems, is often used.
Wireshark, a network protocol analyzer, can help identify suspect network traffic and potential breaches. Section IV, Advanced Tactics and Apt.
Advanced attackers, including APTs, often use a variety of these tools and tactics in concert. They may carry out multiple low and slow attacks across a broad front in an attempt to avoid detection, while simultaneously creating red herrings or false flags to divert attention from their main attack. In conclusion, this chapter has aimed to introduce the concept of multiple attacks and defenses in the realm of Active Directory pentesting. By understanding the tools, strategies, and defenses available for usage, you'll be better prepared to safeguard your network environment or expose its vulnerabilities during a pentest.
Part 7. Understanding multiple attack vectors. In our ever-evolving journey through the labyrinthine world of Active Directory pentesting, we have explored numerous topics, grasping the rudiments and advanced tactics along the way. Now it's time to delve into the multi-layered sphere of multiple attack vectors. These vectors aren't a roadmap for hackers to exploit. Instead, they are often the hidden alleyways threat actors may use to compromise a network. It's our job to understand, identify, and fortify them against potential breaches. We start this chapter by setting the stage with an array of threat scenarios. Attack vectors can range widely, each corresponding to the individual's level of access, their goal, and how determined they are to achieve it. Some popular attack vectors include social engineering, password cracking, privilege escalation, lateral movement, and software exploits. In understanding enumeration, we begin by recognizing it as the phase where the attacker creates an active connection with the system and performs directed queries to gather information. Tools commonly utilized in this phase include Bloodhound, designed to reveal hidden relationships within an Active Directory environment, or Nmap, a flexible network scanner. As we delve into the sphere of exploitation, we explore how threat actors might leverage existing software vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. Here we introduce tools like Metasploit, used for developing and executing exploit code against a remote target machine, and the PowerShell Empire, a post-exploitation framework that includes a pure PowerShell 2.0 Windows agent for ultimate stealth and lateral movements. When it comes to lateral movement, attackers often seek to pivot inside the network in a bid to reach their ultimate goal. Tools that stand out in this phase include Pass the Hash tool suite, which can capture the credentials of other users for later use, and Mimikits, a utility to extract plain text's passwords, hash, and Kerberos tickets from memory. Our tunneling phase allows us to grasp how threats can be hidden within regular permitted network traffic, making it a lot harder to detect. The tool Plink, aka PuttyLink, provides us a practical example. It's a command line interface to the Putty backend, capable of converting an ordinary HTTP request from a client into a network protocol the server can use. Diving into privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC, it's when an attacker is already inside the network but requires elevated privileges to execute specific commands or access specific files. This often involves exploiting a bug, design flaw, or configuration oversight in an operating system or software. For instance, the Windows Privilege Escalation tool, often leveraged to achieve this. After the deed is done, we encounter the post-exploitation phase, which refers to the steps an attacker takes after they have gained initial access. At this stage, they may leverage tools like PowerShell Empire or Meterpreter to ensure persistence, meaning the attacker remains within the system even after a reboot or logout. As we step into the world of advanced tactics, we echo the modus operandi of advanced persistent threats or apartment. This is where attackers employ sophisticated techniques to maintain anonymity, continue their existence, and pivot to other systems. APT's persistence differentiates it from other types of threats. Finally, multiple attacks, where an attacker employs a variety of strategies and threats, usually in a sequential or concurrent manner, to infiltrate a network. This could combine all tactics discussed before, often utilizing multiple tools and methodologies to eliminate, bypass, or circumvent security measures. So, having narrated the complex web of multiple attack vectors, it should be clear why understanding and mitigating these is critical. An effective defense strategy is one that evolves alongside these advancements, one that anticipates the unexpected. To mitigate the tactics of a skilled adversary, we must learn to think like one and develop layered security defenses that protect potential targets at every level. As we conclude the chapter, remember, each attack vector provides valuable insights into potential vulnerabilities in the minds of the attackers who might exploit them. Ensure you have a robust Active Directory environment, equipped with the right tools and fortified with high-grade security measures. Title: Strategies for Defending Against Multiple Attacks. Introduction. Deep within the vibrant web of modern cybersecurity, a carefully constructed sanctuary forms the heart of every organization's defenses, the Active Directory. The Active Directory, AD, is a Microsoft technology, used in Windows environments to manage network resources. It holds the keys to the organization's kingdom and is a prime target for attackers.
Just as Knights Prowlers threaten a peaceful kingdom, our challenge is defending the AD from multiple attacks, an endeavor that needs robust and strategic fortification plans.
In this segment, we will unfold the dynamic journey of Active Directory Pentesting, a process of testing and improving AD security measures to seal potential threats. Chapter 1. Enumeration of prudent recce.
Every successful defense starts with understanding your environment, just like a field general studying the war terrain.
It is this intricate stage of enumeration that gathers extensive details about the targeted AD, users, groups, network shares, and more.
Tools such as PowerView or Bloodhound become the eyes and ears of the defender, their data mapping capabilities providing them a meaningful first perspective of their domain.
Understanding and evaluating this information is vital. It aids in identifying weak spots that can potentially be manipulated by malicious actors. Chapter 2. Exploitation, a crucial feat. Moving forward, we encounter the exploitation stage.
At this critical juncture, possible vulnerabilities exposed during enumeration are taken on.
Popular tools like Metasploit become essential artillery, used to tactfully exploit these vulnerabilities.
Defenders, in turn, harden defenses with patches and updates and promote practices like least privilege principles and avoiding expired certificates.
Chapter 3. Lateral movement, the art of transition.
Post-exploit comes the phase of lateral movement, where the penetrator mimics an insider threat, moving from one host to another within the network. Herein, the defender must choreograph a dance of deception.
By monitoring network traffic utilizing tools like Wireshark, defenders monitor and identify suspicious activities.
In addition, defenders emphasize the need for strong credentials and multi-factor authentication to ward off any ill-intentioned visitors.
Chapter 4. Tunneling, the hidden abyss.
A skillfully sheltered avenue of attack represents tunneling, a stealthy, almost covert means that attackers use to create communication channels within a network. As defenders, we must employ advanced intrusion detection systems, IDS, such as Snort, to identify such undercover channels.
Chapter 5. Privilege escalation, the power play. As the plot thickens, we meet privilege escalation where the attacker gains higher access rights, often that of an admin.
Here, Microsoft's Process Monitor serves as an early warning system to identify processes with unwanted high-level rights and prevent an intrusion by removing the privileges.
Chapter 6. Post-exploitation, the aftermath.
Following the onslaught, the post-exploitation phase begins, where the attacker exploits the system for valuable information or leverage. Prevention takes the form of tightening network security and encrypting sensitive data.
Chapter 7. Advanced tactics, perfecting the art of defense.
In this high-stakes game, attackers often employ advanced tactics and combine a variety of attack verticals to create a more persistent threat. Digging deeper into IDS logs, regularly updating antivirus software, and making educated use of threat intelligence tools become a defender's survival tools.
Chapter 8. The apt way, shape-shifting strategies.
The chapter on Advanced Persistent Threat, APT, unveils the strategies of well-resourced and highly skilled attackers. While an APT attack can be daunting, frequent auditing, damage control measures, and continuous monitoring lessen their impact.
Chapter 9. The final front, the happiness of multiple attacks.
The final front comes when defending against multiple attacks.
Coordinating an effective strategy requires a deep understanding of the attack types and implementation of a multi-layered defense system.
In conclusion, defending against multiple attacks presents a gallant journey characterized by reconnaissance, fortifications, strategic movements, and relentless vigilance.
The robust, multi-layered defense becomes the protagonist that thwarts the antagonist's attacks.
At every stage of Active Directory pentesting, the defender's role underscores the need for continual learning, constant vigilance, and an unwavering commitment to enhance their kingdom's defenses.
Section 15. Real-world scenarios of multiple attacks. Let's take a journey into the digital world, a world inhabited by not only diligent administrators and users but also relentless attackers. The landscape is littered with nodes, servers, connections, and landscapes modulated by the complex architecture of an Active Directory.
These streets of data highways and nodes are often prowled by skilled adversaries looking to undermine the system's integrity and exploit any vulnerabilities. For the next part of our discussion on Active Directory pentesting, we delve into the frightfully real-world scenarios of multiple attacks.
Chapter 1. The arrival of an unseen enemy.
A well-structured corporation with an impenetrable-looking network falls prey to a seemingly innocuous email.
It's a spear phishing attempt, a custom-crafted email designed to trick a high-value target into revealing their credentials.
The attacker successfully procures the login details of a low-level account.
Quietly, the attacker lands in the network without alarming a single bell. Chapter 2. Enumeration, the silent reconnaissance. Upon entry, the attacker begins enumeration, lurks in the shadows, cataloging details about network users, computers, and groups within this directory, a faint echo of their presence. The casual user would never even know they were there.
Here, they familiarize themselves with the digital terrain, using a variety of tools like Bloodhound, which simplifies the process of uncovering hidden relationships within an Active Directory.
Chapter 3. Exploitation and privilege escalation.
As the enumeration unfolds, our invisible prowler finds the first of many prey, a vulnerable system, the chink in the armor. The exploitation begins. But the real prize is in gaining higher privileges.
Tools like mimikits facilitate privilege escalation, helping the attacker harvest credentials stored in memory in plain text.
Culminating the privilege escalation, the attacker is no longer an underprivileged user in this cyber kingdom but an almighty administrator.
Chapter 4. A silent conquest, lateral movement and tunneling.
As an administrator, they now spread laterally through the system, exploring and exploiting further. This lateral movement is staged with a tool like PowerShell Empire, providing post-exploitation abilities for attacks. Our attacker establishes tunnels within the compromised network using tools such as SSH, pivoting their way into the depth of network territory, unseen and uninterrupted.
Chapter 5. Reigning chaos, post-exploitation.
Our attacker has now gained complete control over the network. The Active Directory has fallen, and the attacker has full reign.
Post-exploitation activities begin.
They rummage through sensitive data, acquiring monetary and informational wealth, and planting the seeds for future exploits using advanced tactics like pass the hash, pass the ticket, or overpass the hash.
Chapter 6. The apt, persistent and pervasive threat. An advanced persistent threat, apt, group's approach manifests the formidability of multiple attacks.
These state-sponsored or financially motivated groups have a well-defined, objective-oriented, and meticulous modus operandi. They compromise systems sequentially and systematically to reach their target.
They leave their silent footprints in the forms of backdoors and malware, ensuring unhampered return entries. Chapter 7. Rise of the Blue Teams. The battle is not one-sided, however.
Cyber defense teams, or blue teams, reinforce their digital fortresses using the same tools that the attackers wield. They fill the vulnerabilities, counterstrike, and even predict future attack vectors in an unending cat-and-mouse game.
Tools like Nessus, Wireshark, and Snort offer proactive defenses, tracking intrusions and traffic oddities, allowing defenders to defend, detect and retaliate. Our journey through this scenario demonstrates the chilling reality of multiple attacks in the world of Active Directory.
Each stage serves as a sobering reminder for administrators and pentesters to remain vigilant, upgrade their tools, skills, and adapt to evolving attack vectors to safeguard our data's sanctity in this vast, intertwined digital universe.
Chapter 12. Active Directory Pentesting, from Introduction to Advanced Strategies.
Once upon a time, in the vast plains of the cyber world, kingdoms flourished, governed by the unflinching rule of Active Directory. It kept stringent control over all tech devices, safeguarding them from external threats. Yet, sometimes, the security walls fell, as dark powers known as Active Directory Pentesters seeped in. This part of the audiobook will explore the tale of Active Directory Pentesting, its evolution, the techniques employed, and the strategies adopted to maintain digital fortresses.
Our tale begins with an introduction to the domain.
Active Directory is a Microsoft technology used to manage computers within a network. The notion of pentesting, short for penetration testing, denotes a process wherein simulated cyber attacks are performed on a system to expose its vulnerability. Together, these two elements converge on Active Directory Pentesting, a frightening reality for network administrators. As our chronicle unfolds, we sail towards the first monumental chapter, the enumeration.
It is the act of gathering information about the target system.
The process involves identifying users, groups, and shared resources, generally through tools like NetBIOS enumeration and LDAP enumeration. It lays the foundation for future exploitations and paves the road for the following chapter. Propelled by the information acquired via enumeration, Our heroes, or villains, perspectives differing, embark onto the exploit path. Exploitation involves the use of strategies and tools such as bloodhound, Kerberosting, and pass the hash to compromise the system. This is the moment when the doors of the castle are forcefully opened, the shield of invincibility shattered, and the virtual stronghold taken over. Yet, conquering one system is not the end. The saga unfolds further with lateral movement, wherein our protagonists infiltrate other systems within the network. This is performed by methods like pass the ticket and RDP hijacking. They stealthily move sideways, further tightening their grip on the network. Simultaneously, they dig tunnels below the surface, a tactic known as tunneling. This encapsulates the stages of DNS tunneling, HTTP tunneling, and SSH tunneling, each a suffocating grip on the security of the system. On successful completion of tunneling, the pentesters unveil their next strategy, privilege escalation or priv-ESC. This involves abuse of errors, user credentials, software exploits, and configurations to gain unauthorized access and control across the system. Traversing so far, our yarn moves towards the aftermath of this conquest, post-exploitation. This phase involves further acquisition of classified information, manifestation of backdoors for future access, and even creation of dummy accounts, all camouflaged within the system. Digging deeper into the realm comes Advanced Tactics, a chapter that introduces you to deception technology, machine learning algorithms for anomaly detection, and threat hunting. These raise the game, incapacitating the cyber defense system through unpredictable and refined maneuvers. Moreover, when we talk about how advanced persistent threat actors do it, we are referring to state-sponsored cyber espionage that pursues a specific agenda. Skillfully dodging detection and employing techniques such as spear phishing, watering hole attacks, and zero-day exploits, they draw a picture of execution with utmost subtlety and expertise. While different attacks shine in their ghastly glory within this narrative, an arsenal of significant tools holds a place of honor. Processes like reconnaissance, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks echo the barbaric yet strategic conquest of Active Directory Pentesting. Bringing the tale to a close, we aim to underline that Active Directory Pentesting is not merely about simulated attacks or testing security measures. It showcases a power play between defenders and attackers, each constantly evolving strategies, a war and a dance in cyberspace, always pushing boundaries in a world that knows no rest. Remember, reader, just like any battleground, this story is about the experience, the learning it imparts. As you traverse through these words, may you gain the insights needed to fight your battles, and perhaps, to tell your own tales. Chapter 14. Exploring Key Pentesting Tools. Once upon a time, in the realm of cyber warfare, there existed a wide array of malicious cyber activities. These activities ranged from data theft and espionage to full-blown system breakdowns. However, the digital soldiers known as pentesters stepped in, their weapons of choice, pentesting tools. Armed with these instruments, they could probe, reveal and thwart the malign intentions of hackers. Thus, the story of exploring key pentesting tools begins. Our detailed journey starts with an introduction to these strategic tools. Pentesting or penetration testing tools are software applications used by cyber experts to carry out a simulated attack on their network system, applied to unravel the soft spots in the system's security posture. These tools come in different shapes and sizes, designed for various testing procedures such as vulnerability scanning, password cracking, traffic sniffing, and so much more. So, what is the first montage of our tool exploration? Enumeration. The hands of a pentester must twirl through different enumeration tools like LDAP, NBT scan, and also network mapping tools like NMAP. LDAP, for instance, is used to extract different data types in an Active Directory environment. These applications help the pentesters to understand the network topology better, identify host relationships, and list out all possible routes the enemy could myopically take for intrusion. No mission is complete without an actual plan of attack. This leads us to the exploration of exploitation tools like Metasploit. Picture Metasploit as a Swiss Army knife. It's an indispensable tool for any pentester. It facilitates the writing, testing, and implementation of exploit code, a cheat sheet for potential security system weaknesses if you may. With the Metasploit, even well-guarded fortresses could crumble. Next in this exploration process is probing for the butterfly effect of network systems using lateral movement tools like PES-EXEC and Mimikatz. These tools allow pentesters to move sideways in the network after gaining initial access. Lateral movement could reveal even more system vulnerabilities that might exist beyond the initially exploited weak point. It's like dissecting layer after layer, revealing hidden gems. Depending on the system's topology, our pentesters may need to burrow their way through different networks within a system.
Here, tunneling tools along the likes of Plink and Chisel are explored.
These tools provide a covert path for data extraction, staying hidden amongst the general data traffic, just like a spy in disguise.
And no pentester's toolkit exploration is complete without understanding privilege escalation or priv-esc tools.
Beef, PowerShell, or kernel exploit tools help elevate access level to a superuser or equivalent, a high-ranking officer if you like, to control the entire kingdom. Post-exploitation calls for careful exploration of stealthy persistence tools like Empire PowerShell, which ensures that the pentester's footprint remains in the system even after the initial exploit point is sealed off. It's almost like your secret hideout in the enemy's fort. As pentesters continue to evolve in their exploits, so does their exploration of advanced tactics.
The usage of double-bind shells and the mastering of masquerading tools like Cobalt Strike become key.
These tools help pentesters to remain elusive, even under the radar of the most precautionary security systems. Along with these tools, exploring how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate and how they utilize multiple attacks feed into the hacker's playbook. The exploration of these multifaceted tools acts as a mirror, reflecting the complex strategies that sophisticated cyber threat actors deploy. To prevent these events effectively, understanding these tools and how they work is a must. This chapter guide has illustrated this exploration voyage to be reminiscent of a strategic wargame, an eon-long battle of wits between defensive cybersecurity forces and menacing hackers. The goal for every pentester is to stay steps ahead, to understand their enemy, and to remedy vulnerabilities before catastrophe befalls. This is the grand journey of exploring key pentesting tools.
Section 7. Breakdown of essential pentesting tools.
In the grand scheme of our exploration and excursion through the dense forest that is Active Directory penetration testing, we've come to undoubtedly one of the most important sections, an adventure-filled guide to the various tools that aid our perilous journey. These tools, each designed with a specific role, serve as our compass, machete, binoculars and sometimes, our lifeline. Without them, navigating the complex maze of penetration testing would be almost impossible.
Let's start our journey with the first chapter, Introduction. Metasploit stands tall as the Swiss Army knife of pentesting tools.
Developed in Ruby, Metasploit presents a centralized platform for conducting large and complex penetrative tests with a robust and extensive collection of ready-to-use exploits. Nmap, another essential tool, works like a radar, orchestrating network scans to discover hosts and services. It supports a variety of powerful scripting capabilities, making it abundantly versatile and a faithful ally in our journey. Now, as we delve deeper into the forest, we come face to face with the process of enumeration. Tools like Bloodhound comes into play. Bloodhound, driven by graph theory, is instrumental in revealing hidden and often non-intuitive relationships within an Active Directory environment, lighting up our path in the uncanny wilderness. Onward we move to the stage of exploitation. Mimikits, a powerful magic wand in our arsenal, allows us to delve into the heart of the Windows security ecosystem and extract precious gems, i.e., plaintext credentials, hashed passwords, and Kerberos tickets. Our expedition then veers towards the arduous task of lateral movement. Lateral movement tools like CrackMap exec and PowerShell Empire are essential at this point in our journey. They serve as robust all-terrain vehicles, artfully exploiting Windows domains to move laterally and perform post-exploitation activities. As we burrow deeper into the network, we come across the concept of tunneling. Tools like Chisel and Ngrok shine as tunnels, quickly creating reliable links between our local machine and the target system, making our journey into the heart of the network easier. Next, we approach the realm of privilege escalation or priv-esc, as we call it. Tools like PowerSploit and Windows Exploit Suggester are invaluable at this stage, acting as secret passages that elevate access rights, allowing us to gain superior control over the target system. Having infiltrated the system, we now undertake post-exploitation activities. Cobalt Strike, an exceptionally daunting tool, serves as an advanced form of Trojan horse, agile, stealthy, and infuriatingly effective while remaining cloaked from the watchful eyes of security solutions. We then veer towards advanced tactics. Here, we rely on apt simulation tools like APT2 and MITRE's Caldera, teaching us the dark arts of the advanced persistent threat, to strategize and execute multi-layered, complex attacks. When it comes to understanding how APTs do it, we pick lessons from the notebook of apt actors.
Tools like APT34's JSON and APT29's CDUK illustrate how state-sponsored teams operate, providing us with insight into their tactics, techniques, and procedures. Our journey now brings us to the crossroads of executing multiple attacks. Tools like Nessus and Wireshark play crucial roles here. While Nessus, a robust vulnerability scanner, probes for weak points in the network, Wireshark, a network traffic analyzer, breaks down the raw data packets to read the story they tell, both working together to enable a multi-pronged attack. Post this, we then move on to understanding different tools that help us achieve our goal. Tools like FireEye's Commando VM and Posh C2 serve as fully customizable two-seater vehicles, equipped with a powerful engine of modules to aid us in staging attacks and maneuvering throughout the network. Our trek through this treacherous forest of Active Directory penetration testing has bestowed vital tools upon us. As we understand each tool better, our journey becomes more precise, thorough, and incisive. Knowing your tools isn't just important, it's quintessential. It's like knowing the paths in the forest, discerning the friendly animals from the predators, and equipping ourselves to handle whatever the wilderness throws our way. To master the art of penetration testing, one must first master their tools. After all, the tools make the pentester. Thus ends the tale of our journey through the dense land of Active Directory penetration testing tools. Part 3. Choosing the right tools for Active Directory pentesting. Introduction. Once upon a time, in a world empowered by technology, there thrived an ingenious and versatile structure known as Active Directory, AD. Praised for its efficiency in managing network resources, the gears of businesses around the world spun seamlessly under its might. However, hidden beneath this glittering convenience lay unforeseen risks. Cyber attackers with malicious intentions could unlock this Pandora's box to unleash a catastrophe. Thus rose the need for heroes, the IT security professionals, who would dedicate their skills to pentesting Active Directory, understanding its vulnerabilities, and fortify its defenses. Choosing the right set of tools is instrumental in the quest to secure the kingdom of AD. It requires a deep understanding of the various stages of a penetration test: enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, along with knowledge of how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate, and the diverse types of attacks. Enumeration. Like explorers charting unknown territories, step 1 is enumeration, mapping the landscape of the AD environment to understand its structure and resources. Tools such as Bloodhound, an open-source application, can visualize AD elements and their relationships, identifying potential attack paths. The LDAP protocol, employed by tools like JExplorer or Softera LDAP Administrator, can likewise provide insights of the AD structure, illuminating roadways to potential threats. Exploitation. Next comes the stage of exploitation. Using the mapped-out terrain, the pentester simulates an attack to unveil possible weak spots. Tools like Metasploit help in identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities, while Kerberosting grants the ability to decrypt Kerberos tickets, thereby potentially exposing user credentials. Lateral movement. The journey does not end at exploiting the first vulnerability. The attacker could utilize lateral movement to traverse across systems, searching for the coveted domain admin credentials. PowerSploit, a powerful PowerShell post-exploitation framework, could be the weapon of choice in this pursuit. Tunneling. Once inside the enemy terrain, stealth becomes critical. Tunneling facilitates a clandestine journey across the network, evading defenses and intrusion detection systems. Tools like SSH and Chisel can effectively act as a cloak of invisibility, facilitating the undercover operation. Privilege escalation, Priv-ESC. The pursuit for power often lies at the heart of privilege escalation. Be it gaining entry to the specific domain or escalating privileges within the current foothold, tools like Mimikatz, often used to retrieve credentials, or Windows built-in utilities like Runas, can fulfill this power quest. Post-exploitation. Post-exploit marks the stage when sensitive data or systems might have been compromised. Maintaining control, mapping long-term plans, and removing traces form the central theme. Tools like Empire PowerShell, a post-exploitation framework that includes a multitude of offensive PowerShell capabilities, are crucial at this stage. Advanced tactics. Understanding advanced tactics, which are positively ingenious strategies employed by skilled attackers, can greatly improve our defenses. Techniques like *pass the hash, or golden ticket, attacks can be simulated using tools like Mimikatz to bring to light even the craftiest of vulnerabilities. How APTs do it. Unveiling the veil of advanced persistent threats, APTs, brings forth sophisticated, well-resourced and persistent cyber attackers.
They use spear phishing, zero-day vulnerabilities, and even worm-like features to penetrate a network. Simulating these can help expect the unexpected.
Multiple attacks. Understanding the varied types of attack methodologies is crucial.
Ranging from brute force attacks using tools like Hydra to dictionary attacks using Cain and Abel, the IT security professionals must be well versed with each of these and more to strengthen the castle of our network infrastructure.
Wrapping up.
While the tale of defending Active Directory might feel as if you're fighting fire-breathing dragons, the right tools and knowledge can turn you into a gallant knight. Remember, it's not the sword, but the knight who wields it that wins the battle, so always be learning, always be adapting, and you'll become the hero in your own epic tale. And so, the story continues, with the security warriors of today battling the cyber threats of tomorrow, all the while making the world of Active Directory a safer place to exist. Chapter 5. The scope of Active Directory Pentesting. In a time when the virtual world mirrors the reality we live in, organizations have to safeguard their electronic assets just like they would secure physical entities against theft. One such electronic resource is the Active Directory, a core component of many enterprises. As the story unfolds, we delve into the world of protection and vulnerability, traversing through Active Directory Pentesting. This chapter seeks to provide a comprehensive analysis complete with intricate details that demystifies this critical process. Our tale commences with a brief introduction into the realm of Active Directory pentesting. Essentially, pentesting is a form of ethical hacking reliant on the intentional exploitation of computer systems and networks for their improvement. It functions as the eyes of the IT world, spotting weak points used by malefactors to launch destructive, often debilitating, attacks. Constantly on the move, it's a dance that never ends but ensures our systems are safer and harder to compromise. Active Directory, on the other hand, organizes and provides access to information in an operating environment. It administrates permissions and access to networked resources. Thus, the importance of pentesting the Active Directory cannot be gainsaid. Our next journey takes us through enumeration, the second step in Active Directory pentesting. It is akin to a reconnaissance mission, scoping out the virtual territory, collecting data about the directory and its accessible resources. This process assists in understanding the system structure, thereby enabling the identification of potential vulnerabilities. Tools such as Bloodhound can greatly aid this venture, creating visual maps of the relationships within an Active Directory network. From enumeration, we venture forth into exploitation, a lively district in our pentesting story. We exploit the identified vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access to the Active Directory. We employ tools such as Mimikits and Harm Zero Wise Empire to exploit weak points often due to misconfigurations or outdated software. Closely following is the lateral movement, a critical stage that involves moving from one system to another within a network to gain escalated privileges. This stage turns the routine process into an art in a hacker's arsenal. Tools like CrackMapExec play an instrumental role during this phase for this aimed movement. Tunneling comes next in our tale of directories and pentesting. Tunneling involves creating a communication passage to protect transiting data. Though legitimate, its misuse by hackers can lead to dire consequences. This process of digging can involve using tools like Iodine, which creates a tunnel from internal to external networks over the DNS protocol. Then, we delve into the often misunderstood area of privilege escalation, priv-ESC. Hackers lurk in the corners of systems until they escalate their privileges, moving from user accounts to administrative privileges, thereby granting them the freedom to roam and manipulate at will. Tools such as PowerSploit are specially designed to aid hackers in their surreptitious endeavors. The post-exploitation stage is where hackers make the most of the system access they have achieved. Persistence is the name of the game at this juncture. It is the process by which hackers maintain their foothold in a compromised system. With that said, to truly comprehend Active Directory pentesting, we must also navigate the path of advanced tactics. It involves techniques that are used by sophisticated hackers, such as advanced persistent threats, APTs, which are multi-layered attacks that remain unnoticed for a considerable time while targeting a specific dataset or an entity. These hackers leverage multiple points of entry, techniques, and exploit tools to gain and maintain access. As our narrative reaches its closure, we discuss various attacks, such as Pass the Hash and Golden Ticket. Simultaneously, we shine a spotlight on more tools used in this process, such as Metasploit and NMAP, which provide pentesters multiple avenues to exploit, thereby ensuring no stone is left unturned.
Thus concludes the tale of Active Directory Pentesting, an enthralling saga of protection, vulnerability, and ethical hacking.
As we have journeyed through its myriad phases, it is evident that each is compelling and crucial in ensuring our cyberspace remains a safe haven for data and resources alike.
Section 15. Demonstrations and simulations.
Gather close, and allow yourself to witness the grand tapestry of Active Directory Pentesting.
Let's delve into its unfathomable depths, from the first steps of enumeration to the complex strategies deployed by advanced persistent threats.
This chapter, my dear listeners, is an expedition into the bustling world of demonstrations and simulations that will leave you with insights into tactics, various tools, and the diverse approaches to achieving our targets.
We begin our journey with the often underappreciated phase of enumeration. Picture a detective walking into a crime scene, meticulously surveying the territory.
He looks at the smallest details: the position of a window, the state of a half-empty teacup, a note carelessly left on the desk.
He is enumerating, gathering all possible information to put together the whole picture.
In Active Directory Pentesting, it's the same.
Tools like Nmap, LDAP, and Bloodhound help us gather an array of data about the network's topology, ACLs, and other pertinent information critical for the subsequent stages. They are the magnifying glass that ferrets out the tiniest of details essential for our legwork. Next, let us talk about exploitation. You've armed yourself with an extensive list of information about the target environment. What next? Well, now, we strike strategically. Think of an adversary spying a weakness in his opponent's armor.
Having located the weak spot, the adversary drives his weapon home, exploiting the opponent's vulnerability. Here, tools like Metasploit, Rubius, and Mimikatz act as the spearhead, helping us exploit those vulnerabilities we unearthed in our enumeration phase. The journey doesn't end here, as it's time for lateral movement.
Imagine a snake slowly slithering through the grass. It moves sideways, covering ground quietly and subtly.
This cautious and deliberate journey is lateral movement in the world of pentesting.
Tools like CrackMapExec,
DSCSYNC, or Pass the Hash facilitate this lateral expedition, enabling us to move from one host to another.
Next, we encounter tunneling, often considered the art of deception.
Just as the great illusionists astound us, diverting our attention from where the real action lies, tunneling offers a cover for our sneaky activities, permitting the pentesters to maintain persistence while evading detection.
Tools like SSH, Iodine, and VPN bring this cloak and dagger operation to life. When talking about privilege escalation, consider it as climbing a corporate ladder.
Your initial footing is on the first step, but your sight is set on the top. In pentesting, PrivESC is about finding and exploiting a flaw in the system that will allow us to seize the access and permissions of other users, even administrators, to reach our desired goal.
Tools like PowerUp, Windows Exploit Suggester, and GPP support us in this audacious climb.
The post-exploitation phase is often akin to an aftermath analysis.
We have successfully infiltrated. What next? Here, we consolidate our position, ensuring that any future access is as seamless as the first one, and extract as much information as possible.
The real unsung heroes of this phase are tools like PWNcat, Empire, and Puppy. When it comes to advanced tactics, this is where sophistication and complexity come into play. Techniques like Kerberos delegation, pass the ticket, or the golden ticket attacks are practiced by adversaries of high skill, often with calamitous results if not confronted. No exploration into Active Directory pentesting would be complete without delving into the machinations of the big players on the pentesting field, the Advanced Persistent Threats, or APTs. These entities, often well-funded and well-supported, execute attacks with patience, precision, and planning rarely seen in average threat actors. They utilize a combination of multifaceted attacks, custom malware, and zero-day vulnerabilities to achieve their objectives.
Finally, dear listeners, remember that this endeavor is a beautifully choreographed dance that alternates between attacking and defending, between probing and retreating, and between exploiting and mending. It is a constant intrigue, a struggle of wits and resources against ever-evolving threats. And thus, concludes our deep dive into demonstrations and simulations, but remember, this is just the beginning.
Much like a craftsman sharpens his tools, the art of Active Directory pentesting requires constant learning, practice, and refinement of skills. Let us take this knowledge, this understanding, and forge onwards to create a more secure cyber world for us all.
Title: Practical Exercises in Active Directory Pentesting. Introduction.
Once upon a time, in a bustling city filled with technology enthusiasts, lay an organization known as the Tech Haven. Here, individuals passionate about ethical hacking gathered to learn and share their understanding of pentesting or penetration testing, particularly on Active Directory. Active Directory, a critical component of the Windows ecosystem, serves as the heart of most corporate networks.
It functions as a gatekeeper, managing and organizing digital entities, from users and devices to applications.
But with such power comes substantial vulnerabilities which, if expertly compromised, could result in debilitating network breaches. To prevent this, professionals at the Tech Haven engage in Active Directory Pentesting, a rigorous process designed to uncover these weaknesses before they do.
Enumeration.
Our tale begins with enumeration, the first and crucial step in Active Directory Pentesting.
The team would meticulously catalog every collectible piece of data within the directory. This involved digging out users' accounts, computer systems, the configuration settings, everything. They used tools like Nmap, NetView, and SuperScan for thorough recon work, swiftly identifying which assets belonged to their organization and which didn't. Exploitation.
Next, the team delved into the art of exploitation.
With holes in the directory exposed, Joanna, a cybersecurity analyst, used these weaknesses to access sensitive data.
She demonstrated different techniques, from trivial brute force attacks using THC Hydra to more nuanced Kerberosting. Using her skillful understanding of the system's vulnerabilities, she penetrated deeper into the system, demonstrating just how much damage a knowledgeable hacker could inflict.
Lateral movement and tunneling.
With their network now compromised, the Tech Haven team embarked on lateral movement, exploring how to spread network access horizontally across the directory. The expert, Tom, articulated the process of moving from one host to another, using native tools like PowerShell and psexec.
In parallel, Sonia, the network administrator, demonstrated tunneling, or how an intruder creates an illicit network pathway to bypass security measures.
The team watched as she constructed encrypted tunnels using tools like Plink and Chisel.
Simultaneously, Sonia emphasized how important it was to detect these tunnels to contain a breach swiftly. Priv-ESC and post-exploitation. Following the tunneling exercise, came privilege escalation, Priv-ESC, where Mark, an old hand at cybersecurity, displayed his expertise in manipulating system flaws.
Using tools like Bloodhound and Mimikatz, he demonstrated how intruders escalate limited privileges to gain more power over the system.
Post-exploitation centered on measures post-initial system breach. The team studied data persistence, covering their tracks and exfiltrating sensitive data.
The team ran through several exercises using tools like Empire PowerShell and Metasploit Framework. Advanced tactics, apt, and multiple attacks.
In the shadowy corner of the Tech Haven, the veterans would huddle and discuss advanced tactics.
Here, activities like pass the hash or overpass the hash were commonly practiced methods, revealing to the cybersecurity rookies the cunning proficiency of seasoned hackers. The experts also formulated how an advanced persistent threat, or an APT, operated. An apt involves an attacker residing undetected in a network for an extended period. Its purpose?
To steal as much information as possible.
The team simulated such threats applying various tools like Cobalt Strike and PowerSploit.
Many tools.
Throughout the journey, the Tech Haven utilized a variety of tools. Each tool served a unique purpose, helping the experts explore and exploit the complexities in Active Directory pentesting. From Nmap for network scanning and Metasploit for developing and executing exploit codes, to Mimikatz for extracting plain text passwords, hashes, PIN codes and Kerberos tickets, the arsenal was vast and daunting.
It was a regular day at the Tech Haven, a day of learning, of uncovering vulnerabilities, of devising strategic defenses.
Through their rigorous pentesting exercises, they ensured that their fortress, the Active Directory, not only stood tall but stood secure against the relentless tides of cyber threats. And so, the tale of Active Directory pentesting unfolded, demonstrating that the true art of cyber defense lay not in building impenetrable walls, but in actively seeking out and fortifying the weakest links. Chapter 12. Deep dive into various simulation scenarios. With a gentle intake of breath, the narrator began the introduction to this critical segment of our journey through the intricate maze of Active Directory penetration testing. Welcome, dear listeners, the voice thrummed in an excited whisper, to Chapter 12. Our deep dive into the mesmerizing and mysterious world of various simulation scenarios. Strap in, dear listeners, as this is where we really put our knowledge to the test and understand the practicality of what we've learned so far. The scene metamorphoses from a simple introduction into a detailed simulation room, populated with artifacts of enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, and cutting-edge tactics.
Sets of multiple attacks lay on a table nearby, waiting to be unwrapped and explored. The enumeration stage lights up first, showcasing the tools and methods adversaries use to gather information about their targets. The story tells tales of powerhouses such as Nmap, LDAP, and SMB that adversaries use to fetch fruitful results about network infrastructure. Next, the spotlight showcases the exploitation phase.
The description of Metasploit serves as a perfect narration, the world's most used penetration testing framework, clearly depicting how it can exploit vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. With that frightening power seeping through his voice, the narrator maneuvered to lateral movement. Here, listeners become acquainted with the charming rogue of the IT world, named Pass the Hash, its infamous practice vividly depicted, highlighting its potentially catastrophic implications when combined with tools like mimikits. Our journey then dives deep into the underground world of tunneling. It is a labyrinth, chock full of covert threats weaving their way beneath the surface of potential targets. SSH tunneling springs out from the dark, demonstrating how it can encapsulate one protocol within another, paving roads into the heart of unsuspecting servers.
Exhaling deeply, a noticeable shift in tone exhibited the significance of privilege escalation, priv-ESC.
The simulation manifests how savvy attackers can exploit poorly configured services or general system weaknesses to turn an average user account into an all-access backstage pass, using tools such as Dirty Cow. The next simulation scene illuminates with brighter trepidation, post-exploitation. Detailing how tools like Empire can maintain a persistent hold on a compromised network silently, the narrative confirms, winning the battle doesn't always win the war. Transitioning smoothly, the narration shape shifts to the fringes of advanced tactics, showcasing how persistent threats cleverly conceal themselves, ensuring long-term, undetected access. Beacon, Cobalt Strike's payload, is brought to life, illustrating its stealthy functionalities like in-memory execution of payloads. The story further shifts into gear by treading the waters of advanced persistent threats, apt. Here, the narration artistically outlines apt actions, elucidating how they infiltrate, remain undetected, move laterally, escalate privileges, and exploit the organization's crown jewels. Our scenario exploration culminates with vivid descriptions of multiple attacks like denial of service, brute force, and phishing. Each attack method has its unique persona, illustrated through anecdotes ranging from hostile elements to benign-looking emails. Concluding this deep dive, the narrator encapsulates the essence of this chapter, understanding the various tools and their working mechanisms. We observed tools like Mimikat's memory scraping abilities, Cobalt Strike's silent payload execution, and Nmap's network inventory prowess amongst others. With this chapter, listeners do not merely hear about various simulation scenarios, but they vicariously experience them. Our journey feels more like being seated across adversaries, watching their tools perform breathtaking hacks, rather than a mere tutorial. Remember the goal. Not just to understand the cyber threats of our world, but, more importantly, to learn from them so we can consistently stay many steps ahead. Chapter 11. Keys to Successful Pentesting Demonstrations. Many moons ago, when blacksmiths dinted the first keys and locksmiths introduced the concept of keyed locks, no one knew this development would serve as a metaphor and fundamental principle for explaining cybersecurity concepts centuries later. This chapter dives into the intricacies of successful pentesting demonstrations, featuring an array of components within Active Directory penetration testing, including introduction, enumeration, exploitation, and many more. In the grand auditorium of cybersecurity, let's raise the curtains and illuminate the stage for the foremost act, introduction. Pentesting or penetration testing is the process of assessing computer systems, networks, and applications to identify and exploit vulnerabilities that could compromise system integrity, confidentiality, and availability. These operational measures embody the blueprint for effective cybersecurity architecture, which when perfected, can serve as a nearly impregnable bastion against malicious threat actors, or advanced persistent threats, APT. Next, as the spotlight shifts to enumeration, imagine this as the process of scrutinizing the different doors, windows, and catacombs within a castle. In digital terms, this encompasses gathering information about a target that could help identify vulnerabilities, such as usernames, network shares, and services. Tools such as Nmap, SMB and SNMP Walk aim to meticulously probe and reveal these details, leaving footprints in the network sand for testers to follow. As we proceed onto the stage of exploitation, the narrative turns tense, focusing on exploiting the identified vulnerabilities. Metasploit, a popular tool for crafting and delivering exploits, takes center stage. But here's the plot twist. The initial vulnerability is often minor.
Still, it allows for the grander ploy of lateral movement and privilege escalation.
The act of lateral movement describes progressing from a less trusted domain to a more trusted domain within the network after achieving initial foothold.
This is analogous to a thief moving room by room to reach the treasury.
Here tools such as mimikits, pass the hash, and SMB relay, intertwined with techniques like pass the ticket or MS 17010, wield their craft.
Tunneling, which follows, shadows the conventional wisdom of, if you can't go through, go under.
In tunneling, secure capable protocols like SSH or tools like Chisel are harnessed to create a communication channel impervious to intrusion and eavesdropping. Privilege escalation, PRIV-ESC, is an important part of this performance, referring to methods used by threat actors or pentesters to gain elevated access to resources to which they normally cannot access.
Achieving this can turn the user from a mere spectator to the master of ceremonies. Now, onto post-exploitation, often the bittersweet denouement. Even after successful privilege escalation, the work isn't finished.
Threat actors or pentesters must clean up, erasing their footprints, maintaining their clandestine presence, or building backdoors for future access, all while the defensive teams scramble to respond. Advanced tactics are the immersive soliloquies by the experienced actors or apartment. Tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, like living off the land binaries, LOL bins, where they exploit system tools to cover their tracks, or 0 days where they utilize previously unknown vulnerabilities, set the high-level play apart. The final act, multiple attacks and tools, is an omnibus of various pentesting techniques. Here, numerous tools like Wireshark for packet analysis, Wireshark for network sniffing, Burp Suite for web application pentesting, and countless others are wielded to achieve specific goals. Remember, this is all but a demonstration, a full-dress rehearsal of what happens in the complex theater of cybersecurity. The key is not just to comprehend and implement these but more important, to learn, adapt, and devise countering methods.
On this note, we close today's chapter, leaving you anticipating the thrilling sequels in the world of pentesting. Chapter 7, Active Directory Pentesting, taking a deep dive.
Once upon a time, in a world run by technology, cybersecurity has grown from an exotic discipline to an essential component of any responsible organization's operational strategy.
Imagine the vast web of interconnected machines that make up a modern corporate network.
Nestled within this web, you'll often find the heart that pumps the lifeblood into the system, Active Directory. Its duty is to manage, authenticate, and authorize the various entities within the network.
But what happens when this vital organ is attacked?
Let's journey through the realm of Active Directory Pentesting, where we uncover truths, tear down assumptions, and build foundations of cyber resilience. Our first step takes us into the introduction. Active Directory, or AD, is a vital tool developed by Microsoft to manage and control the computers and other devices in a network. Pentesting, it is the act of stress testing this system to uncover any vulnerabilities that could potentially be exploited by cyber attackers. Much like the way a doctor would check a patient for any potential health risks, pentesters probe, poke and prod at an AD system to safeguard it from potential digital maladies. Once we've clued ourselves up on the basics, we venture onward to enumeration. This is the process of extracting and collecting information about the domain, users, and network resources by leveraging legitimate network protocols. The LDAP protocol and the NetBIOS may sound foreign, but they're merely tools in a pentester's toolbox. Tools that they can use such as Ping, Nmap, Wireshark and NetBIOS Enumerator are to be thoroughly explored and understood to fully comprehend just how powerful they can be when utilized correctly. Next, we stride valiantly into the realm of exploitation. Any flaws discovered during enumeration are ignited, like a spark to a dry wick. By harnessing these weaknesses, a cyber criminal could gain control over a system and misuse it for their own nefarious purposes. Several tools, like Metasploit, CrackMap-Exec, and PowerShell Empire provide the necessary ammo to break down an otherwise robust network. Lateral movement follows, much like a chess player navigating the board, looking for a checkmate. This step finds cyber attackers delicately moving through the network, targeting systems and users with higher privileges. Each move, each captured piece brings them closer to their ultimate objective, the domain controller. Our journey grows darker as we delve into tunneling, the practice of enclosing network communication within a particular protocol. Approaching with discretion and caution, pentesters employ tools like SSH and SSL to breach these tunnels and unearth concealed vulnerabilities. Following the twisted tunnel, we ascend towards privilege escalation or PRIV-ESC.
It's about claiming the throne, elevating privileges to the top tier, the administrator.
Tools such as Windows Check and G0TMI1K will aid in this quest.
Arriving at the city of post-exploitation, we find it's all about making the most of the spoils of war. With control over an account or device, attackers can now manipulate systems, extract data or cultivate the ground for future attacks.
Various tools, including Mimikatz, Puppy, and Cobalt Strike come into play. Then, we journey through the waters of advanced tactics, where experts try to anticipate the strategies of their adversaries.
These include Kerberosting, pass the hash and pass the ticket tactics.
They are complex, intricate games of cat and mouse, where pentesters try to outmaneuver invisible enemies.
On our next stop, we delve into the clandestine world of how apt, advanced persistent threat groups carry out their operations.
These corporate spies and digital mercenaries employ techniques like spear phishing, zero-day exploits, and advanced malware to infiltrate your systems. The final skirmish is fought in the fields of multiple attacks.
Pentesters unleash several assaults at once to shower systems with threats and analyze how they respond.
Tools from Nmap to Nessus along with effective time and resource management make for a relentless and effective defense.
Through the arduous journey of Active Directory Pentesting,
we seek to unmask our own blind spots. Prepared, vigilant and armed with knowledge, we prepare not for an easy victory but rather, the assurance of a resilient defense. In the grand narrative of cybersecurity, it is a chapter that none can afford to overlook.
Chapter 10 Dataset Analysis. In the still echoing corridors of the vast digital universe, there is an enthralling dance that occurs, a battle of wits between two complex entities, the pentester and the systems they probe. And in this dance, the intricate study of datasets represents an essential phase of this operation.
Dataset analysis is akin to the tireless microscopy of a biochemist, examining and piecing together the miniature clues to predict the grand pattern. In the realm of Active Directory Pentesting, the understanding of dataset analysis, its principles, importance, and application, forms a crucial backbone to the entire mission. Our journey through dataset analysis would take us through myriad phases: introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, how advanced persistent threats, or APTs do it, encountered attacks, and the sophisticated tools that make these analyses achievable. Picture an explorer traversing the dense jungles, armed with binoculars and an intricate map. Here, the role of the map and binoculars mirrors that of dataset analysis, a guide that contours the path, allowing us to identify potential risks, vulnerabilities and weaknesses. The introduction forms the basis of this journey, establishing what dataset analysis is, its components, and its purpose. Enumeration, otherwise likened to recon, involves the detailed mapping of the system. Just as an architect would scrutinize blueprints for potential areas of weakness, enumeration dives into investigating usernames, group titles, and shares in the directory, predicting possible vulnerabilities and penetration points. With this knowledge in hand, we move to the exploit phase, where weaknesses flagged during enumeration are targeted. Whether this involves leveraging account privileges or exploiting hashed passwords, it represents the enactment stage of the information gathered so far. Lateral movement follows. Imagine sneaking through a matrix of rooms, cautiously moving sideways to reach your goal. Lateral movement takes us through multiple computers or networks within the boundary of the breached system, digging deeper into the system. Almost like a well-disguised secret passage, tunneling allows us to reach directly into the nerve center of the defense structure. This phase involves encapsulating our data within regular traffic, dodging prying eyes and bypassing defenses unnoticed. Flexing our power muscles, privilege escalation, comes next. It allows our humble user account to don the superhero cape of an admin, granting us unrestricted power and higher-level control. Stepping into post-exploitation, we've now conquered the system. The intruder is now the ruler and uses their newfound access to extract critical information, disrupt services or establish a lasting presence within the system. Advanced tactics, the penultimate phase, involves leveraging the latest, cutting-edge tools and techniques to enhance the penetration process, system control, and camouflage. The Act of Advanced Persistent Threats, APTs, introduces us to state-sponsored or highly funded groups that breach systems for espionage, financial gain, or even just bragging rights. And finally, the numerous tools employed are crucial for efficiently executing these tasks. Tools like Nmap, NETSTAT, Sharphound, Pingcastle, PowerShell Empire for lateral movement, Metasploit for Andres's tools and others. This lengthy dance, this opera, This battle with the system isn't just about invasion. It's about understanding, finding the weakness in the armor, the chinks in the system's defenses.
It is about the constant evolution and adaptation to stand against ever-emerging threats. It's the grand saga of analysis within Active Directory Pentesting. And thus, as we browse through the pages of this audiobook section talking about dataset analysis, let's take a deep dive into the fascinating drama of digital warfare. Title: The Importance of Reporting in Active Directory Pentesting. In the turbulent world of cybersecurity, we venture deep into the labyrinth of Active Directory Pentesting.
The hostile virtual terrain requires our undivided attention as we penetrate system defenses, move laterally through networks, exploit vulnerabilities, tunnel our way past security measures, escalate privileges and, finally, execute post-exploitation procedures.
Enter the arena, equipped with advanced tactics, emulating how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate. Familiarize yourself with a plethora of tools and tactics,
Accommodating different attack scenarios. Despite this overwhelming arsenal of capabilities, our mission would be incomplete without one final, crucial process: reporting. The spotlight now falls on the significance of reporting in Active Directory Pentesting. Reporting is the cohesive element that binds together all the loose threads of our operation, assembling them into a comprehensible narrative that tells the story of our pentesting journey. Before we explore this further, let's set the stage by introducing Active Directory Pentesting. At its core, it is a simulated attack on a system to evaluate its robustness against cybersecurity threats. Each phase, from enumeration, where we assess the target environment, to exploitation, where we penetrate vulnerabilities, and right through lateral movement, a strategic progression through the network to gain access, plays a vital role. The journey continues with tunneling, which lets us sneak past defenses leaving barely a trace, and privilege escalation, a step that grants us potent permissions, amplifying our reach within the environment. We then reach the post-exploitation phase, where we tighten our grip on the infiltrated system. How eerie it would be to meticulously execute every step, only to let the operation dissolve into the realm of forgetfulness. Without proper documentation, all our strategic victories, minor setbacks, and evolutionary tactics might fade into non-existence. This is where reporting ascends to prominence. Reporting is not just about scribbling what we did, it's about enlightening those who handed us the reins of their defenses. Our audience isn't concerned with the specifics of each tool we used or every minute technicality of our infiltration process. They want to know how we penetrated their defenses, the breadth and depth of the potential damage, and the countermeasures to prevent it. In the grand scheme of pentesting, reporting paves the path from vulnerability to resolution. It identifies the gaps that allowed us inside, ensuring the development of sturdy countermeasures against real attacks. Moreover, it aids in decision-making, providing insights for strategizing investments in cyber defense initiatives. Remember, we aren't just playing the villain here, causing havoc and leaving chaos in our wake. Like master craftsmen, we expose the weaknesses in the stone, highlighting where the cracks might appear. The tools of our trade, be it NMAP, Metasploit, Bloodhound, or Mimicuts, are just a means to an end. They help us tell a clearer, more compelling story, but only if we know how to narrate it. This clarification comes from meticulously logged facts and carefully worded explanations. The art of reporting instills this crucial balance, maintaining technical accuracy while ensuring comprehensibility for non-technical stakeholders. We wield the double-edged sword of precision and simplicity, slicing through the complexity of pentesting, revealing a narrative that's both informative and understandable. In conclusion, the journey of Active Directory Pentesting is one of strategy, skill, technology, and most importantly, narration. Reporting stands at the helm of this journey, directing us towards the ultimate goal of strengthening cybersecurity defenses. Thus highlighting the absolute importance of a detailed, comprehensive, and strategic reporting process in any successful pentesting operation. Part 6. Active Directory Pentesting Reporting Best Practices. As dawn breaks, the wheels of the Active Directory Pentesting campaign start turning. The testing terrain can be brutal, with notable hills to climb, such as enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, and privilege escalation. As you pioneer into the wilderness of Active Directory, each terrain reveals its mysteries, potential weaknesses that can be exploited. Having survived the formidable topography, carrying sophisticated tools and advanced tactics, and mirroring the modus operandi of advanced persistent threats, you've gathered an enigmatic treasure trove of information. What next? The answer is clear: reporting. Connect the dots, compile your findings, and put it into a presentable form. Reporting rounds off the pentesting process, providing a neat package that can be handed over to the stakeholders, clearly highlighting the vulnerabilities in the system, and suggesting ways to shore up the defenses. The first thing you need to do when you sit down for reporting is to remember that this isn't just a technical exercise.
It's also an act of storytelling. You've embarked on a journey through the rugged terrains of the Active Directory and survived. Now, you have to tell that story to those who stayed behind in the comfort of their offices, waiting. Think about it as a story with its own introduction, its own build-up to the climax, and a suitable resolution. Start with an executive summary, a non-technical introduction telling the stakeholders what you set out to do, why you did it, what broad themes you uncovered, and what your overall recommendations are.
It's a story in miniature, the broader contours without the granular details. After the executive summary comes the technical nitty-gritty. Here you'll detail your method, starting with enumeration, where you identified existing vulnerabilities in the Active Directory systems, through exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, priv-esc.
Throughout these sections, you display your craftful usage of diverse tools and tactics.
Remember to highlight how any adversary could make use of these vulnerabilities to undermine the system. Here, also emphasize the methods you use to mirror how apt parties behave, including multiple attacks at multiple points of ingress and egress.
In this all-important narrative, look to offer a balance between concise and precise.
Post-exploitation, as the narrative steers towards the end, lay down the spoils of your journey. What damage could be inflicted upon the system if these vulnerabilities were exploited by malicious entities? But remember, the goal is not to scare the stakeholders dreadfully. It's to arm them with the right knowledge and actionable advice. Lastly, end on a constructive note.
In your report, propose remedial measures that can correct these cyber weaknesses. Offer a roadmap that can help them from falling prey to harmful exploitation.
Add a note on advanced tactics. Staying one step ahead of evolving cyber threats should be the key takeaway for the stakeholders. Remember, however complex your journey was through the vast terrains of Active Directory, the goal is to break it all down and explain it in simple terms for all to understand. That's the essence of best reporting best practices.
Treating your reporting as another exciting chapter of your journey, empathize with your stakeholders, tell the story from their perspective, and arm them with knowledge. This way, they too become a part of your journey, and together, you prepare for future quests into the terrains of Active Directory Pentesting. Stay tuned for Part 7, Application of Best Practices, where we revisit the battlegrounds for yet another exciting chapter in the grand narrative of Active Directory Pentesting. Chapter 13, Journey to the Intranet Core, Active Directory Penetration Testing. In a world where most organizations and businesses thrive on a network of interconnected systems, Active Directory, AD, has become a cornerstone of IT infrastructures. But, situated within the heart of this network like the trove inside a formidable fortress, AD becomes an irresistible magnet for cyber attackers, whose end goal is to gain dominion over its treasury, which in practical terms is sensitive user data. And that brings us to this intriguing realm of Active Directory Penetration Testing or AD pentesting. Our journey begins with an introduction. AD pentesting, in the simplest of terms, is a series of preemptive actions, wherein ethical hackers meaningfully attempt to sideline network permissions, manipulate system vulnerabilities and exploit existing loopholes to gain unauthorized access to an organization's Active Directory. Their intention, quite like that of a malicious attacker, is to compromise the ad's security, but unlike the latter, they aim to uncover these security gaps so that they can be secured before they fall into the wrong hands. We then, with the eyes of a hawk and the stealth of a panther, move to the enumeration, the second stop in our journey. This delicate process involves gathering vital information from AD objects like users, groups, and system resources. Tools such as Bloodhound and PowerShell provide in-depth visibility into the AD environment, helping map trust relationships and reveal potential attack paths. But enumeration is just the ignition of the vehicle we drive in this journey. To propel ahead, we need exploitation. Exploitation sees pentesters manipulate vulnerabilities to gain access or increasing privileges. Tools such as Metasploit, a penetration testing platform, aids in discovering weaknesses and housing various exploits, while Mimikatz can reveal in-memory credentials. Once inside, lateral movement becomes our cryptic choreography. Hopping from one host to another, we begin our slow and patient journey towards the desired destination, the ad's heart. Techniques like pass the hash, pass the ticket, and tools like PsExec, WMI, and SMB are employed, enabling testers to fly under the radar. The very terrain under our feet may change, and we find ourselves delving into the subterranean world of tunneling. to move our exploits and stolen data through the network undetected, encrypted channels or tunnels prove invaluable. Tools like SSH, OpenVPN and Iodine can help create these pathways.
Yet, the castle we aim to conquer typically isn't one leveled.
Privilege escalation, or Privesc, comes next. Here, we turn commoners into lords, meaning, we elevate lower-level permissions to higher-level ones, gaining profound access.
This can be accomplished through kernel exploits or misconfigurations, with tools like Windows Privilege Escalation Guide coming in handy.
Arriving post-exploitation, our moxie must be matched with mindfulness.
Now that we control the kingdom, what comes next? We steal the gold, study the maps, and prepare for lasting conquest. This means collecting data, ensuring persistence, and preparing for a possible counterattack.
Tools like Veil and Shelter help in evasion, while PowerSploit helps maintain persistence.
Further, advanced tactics such as token impersonation, Kerberos attacks, and studying an attacker's behavior through ATP, advanced threat protection, cannot be overlooked. These require a profound understanding of system intricacies, network mazes, and psychology of the attackers. To learn how an advanced persistent threat app does it, remember that they are persistent, patient, and primarily driven by a specific objective. They can stay within a network undetected for weeks, months, perhaps years, studying, strategizing, and then striking when the moment is opportune. Lastly, our landscape is replete with multifarious attacks, each uniquely devastating. From spear phishing campaigns to water-holing attacks, each technique presents unique challenges. Conduct AD pentesting. Use multifaceted tools and wear the hat of a persistent attacker to safeguard your systems. This concludes our narrative journey through Active Directory penetration testing. Quite like a fictional book, it's filled with protagonists, mole villains, a magnanimous castle, secret pathways. The only difference is that this is as real as it gets. Cyber threats exist and they're advancing fast, and hence the only way to fortify is to meet the attacker upon the field of its own choosing, imitate its tactic, outsmart it, and prepare for the impending warfare.
Chapter 17. Common Challenges and Solutions in Active Directory Pentesting. Our odyssey in the complex world of Active Directory pentesting commences in a dense environment, fraught with laborious challenges, and decorated with the thrill of conquest.
This intricate art is a constant game of cat and mouse, a circuitous dance amidst quicksand-like security protocols. Herein, we unmask common challenges in Active Directory, AD, pentesting and their cogent solutions, along with a cavalcade of tools and techniques that can arm you with a tactical advantage. As the sunlight streams through our metaphorical windows, we start our day with a routine task in every pentester's morning diary: enumeration. An inherent challenge in enumeration is the vast potential oceanic volumes of data in Active Directories to be processed.
This can often veil crucial information in its depth. The solution lies in intelligent enumeration, staying specific and focused. Tools like PowerView, Bloodhound can serve as roadmaps to enumerate, helping filter and focus on the most critical data elements. We quicken our pace into the heart of our tale: exploitation. The difficulty of exploitation expands in direct proportion to the AD security measures. Active Directory defenses are designed to be obdurate. They learn, adapt, and evolve like living organisms. The act of staying incognito, while accessing critical data, poses as a formidable challenge. The Metasploit framework, an open-source pentesting tool, becomes our undercover agent here, helping us exploit vulnerabilities, delivering payload while nimbly evading detection. Moving laterally, like a cunning fox in the jungle, becomes necessary when your current access level isn't sufficient. The challenge lies in moving without raising alarms. Enterpass the hash, PTH, attacks and PowerShell scripts can come in handy, offering an ingenious avenue for lateral movement and helping you remain stealthy. The art of tunneling is our tunnel through the mountain of defenses. The main challenge in tunneling is maintaining persistence and keeping the tunnel alive. Tools like ngrok, Chisel, S-Shuttle can help to build durable tunnels toward the target. Privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC, is our ladder to higher grounds. It's a tricky part of our journey as it involves a thorough understanding of the system's vulnerabilities and user rights. Mimikatz shines brightly as a solution, unmasking passwords, hashes, pins and Kerberos tickets. We then arrive at the realm of post-exploitation. The challenges here are maintaining access and mining valuable data without triggering security measures. Tools like PowerShell Empire and Computer Worm Stuxnet can provide a hand for maintaining access, while Windows Credential Editor, WCE, assists in retrieving login credentials.
The journey now takes a turn into the land of advanced tactics. Herein lies the challenge of customizing attacks to bypass newly updated defense systems. Outwitting the AI defense may require novel, untraceable, and elusive approaches.
Tools like Cobalt Strike can grant you the edge in crafting convincing phishing emails, spoofing websites, and launching multi-vector attacks.
We shift gear into how advanced persistent threats, APT, operate. The challenge is the sophistication APT groups employ while breaching their targets. They use varied techniques and methods, not bound by anyone specific.
Understanding their modus operandi is crucial to preemptively building strong defense systems.
We finally face the challenge of managing multiple attacks. Concurrency in launching diverse and simultaneous attacks requires meticulous planning, time management, and a strategic approach.
Hydra, a parallelized login cracker, can be useful in such multitasking situations.
This labyrinthian journey of Active Directory pentesting is fraught with daedalian challenges, but every concealed trapdoor opens onto an arsenal of potent solutions, techniques, and tools. Like a master tactician, an effective pentester should be au fait with the local topography of their tasks, recognizing that every challenge is an invitation, every solution a key, and every tool a valuable weapon in their arsenal.
Unfolding this narrative quilt offers us the secret key codes to this hidden realm, illuminating the shadowy corridors of Active Directory pentesting.
We thus inch closer to mastering this art, standing tall in the face of the ever-evolving world of cybersecurity.
Section: Overview of typical problems in Active Directory pentesting.
Welcome, dear listeners, to this comprehensive section of our audiobook where we rummage into the crux of common issues typical to Active Directory pentesting. This labyrinth of technological infrastructure may seem intimidating at first, but fret not, for we are here to guide you every step of the way. We begin our odyssey with introduction. Active Directory is a directory service developed by Microsoft specifically tailored for Windows domain networks. Due to its key role in the authentication and authorization of all users and computers within a network, it becomes a prominent target for attackers. Penetration testing, or pen testing, aims to illuminate and hence, safeguard these vulnerabilities that linger unattended.
Our second stop is enumeration.
A significant hurdle pen testers confront is identifying exploitable vulnerabilities without causing disruption.
In the vast world of Active Directory, this often implies dealing with a boatload of users, computers, and groups.
Enumeration gets complicated with the increasing complexity of a network. Grenadier tools like PowerShell, LDAP, and Bloodhound can come handy here, helping sift the wheat from the chaff and retrieve essential data. Exploitation presents its own share of obstacles. The act of breaching defenses and gaining unauthorized access to systems, exploitation sees testers frequently idling around for hours, waiting for an opportunity to show itself. Metasploit, a penetration testing framework, offers a solution to streamline the process. It is a power-packed set of tools and utilities aimed at identifying vulnerabilities and exploiting them efficiently.
Next is lateral movement, the art of jumping across systems in a network.
Despite its importance, lateral movement is often poorly understood, leading to a lack of proper defenses. Tools like pass the hash, overpass the hash, and pass the ticket prove invaluable here, equipping testers to traverse from one host to another within the AD environment with ease. In comes tunneling. Tunneling poses a series of challenges but also opens up new ways for an attacker to get into the directory. VPNs, SSH, Tor. These are a few typical tools that make safe, infiltrative tunneling a reality. Setting foot in the kingdom of privilege escalation issues, often abbreviated as PRIV-ESC. This is a technique used to gain elevated access to resources, the intricacies of which could prove tricky. However, tools like PowerUp, Sherlock, and Windows PrivEscCheck offer invaluable assistance, providing a smoother journey towards root access.
The post-exploitation phase throws light on the aftermath.
After an attacker has gained access, they seek to maintain it while remaining undetected. This opens a Pandora's box of problems, including data harvesting, payload uploading, and networking sniffing. However, utilizing tools like PowerSploit, PowerCat, and Nmap can tackle these difficulties head-on. Zooming in on advanced tactics, setting traps, manipulating memory and process, DNS reconnaissance, all fall under this umbrella. These sophisticated techniques pose unique challenges but can be negotiated successfully with tools like Cobalt Strike, PowerView, and Meterpreter. How do advanced persistent threats, APT, do it? This represents the strategies employed by highly skilled groups that hammer away at high-value targets. Apt represents the apex of exploitation, and their techniques often serve as lessons for pen testers to enhance their defenses. When it comes to multiple attacks, complexity skyrockets. Attackers often launch multifaceted assaults, making it harder for defenders to anticipate and counter. Juggling multiple types of attacks can be difficult, but the endgame remains the same: to expose and close loopholes. Lastly, numerous tools and how they work to achieve our goals. Each tool offers unique capabilities, but learning how to use them efficiently is a common problem. From gathering information to launching the actual attack, various tools such as Mimikatz, Hydra, Metasploit, and Wireshark become our arsenal.
In conclusion, the panorama of Active Directory pen testing riddles pen testers with numerous problems, divergent in nature.
However, with a solid understanding, supportive tools, and innovative strategies, it aids in transforming these challenges into opportunities.
Onward we move, into the exciting evolutionary journey of Active Directory pen testing, discovering new avenues, ensuring that our fort stands tall in the face of security threats. Part 4. Practical Solutions for Pentesting Active Directory.
As the velvet twilight draws an uncertain night over a grand corporate landscape, it's the unseen but vigilant eyes guarding their realms that are faced with the disconcerting question: is our Active Directory totally secure?
Welcome, my dear listeners, to the illuminating world of pentesting Active Directory. I am your dedicated guide, here to escort you as we navigate through this labyrinth, revealing vulnerabilities and learning to strengthen our fortresses. Let's begin where all great narratives start: the introduction.
Active Directory, Microsoft's multi-dimensional technology, is essentially a playground for hackers. The reason is simple. It's a treasure chest filled with user credentials and their privileges, topology of the system, knowledge about different devices, all of which, if compromised, could lead to catastrophic digital domain crumbling. Thus our task?
To think like those malicious intruders, find and seal loopholes before they do. The first step in our journey is enumeration,
the critical process of identifying user accounts and their privileges. This process involves tools like Bloodhound and PowerView, effective aids when it comes to sniffing out potential targets. But remember, dear listeners, that treating every bug without understanding the threat level could be a futile exercise in bug killing. Let's use risk-based prioritization. As we move ahead, we enter the realm of exploitation, where we prod and probe the identified vulnerabilities. At its core, exploitation is all about manipulating those system vulnerabilities and gaining unauthorized access. Metasploit is our partner in this endeavor, with its unpresented database of exploits. Lateral movement, our next destination, involves an intruder not just gaining entry but moving around undetected, exploring the network, and gaining complete dominance. It's an advanced persistent threat, apt, a slow and stealthy maneuver, like a spy infiltrating enemy lines. Mimikatz, with its credential dumping abilities, becomes an indispensable resource here.
On our journey, as we dig deeper, we encounter tunneling, a technique used by hackers to mask their activities under the layers of data transfer.
Not unlike an obscured mole, tunneling allows an attacker to move under the cover of transmission protocols.
For this, tools like ngrok or chisel become vital companions ensuring concealment.
As we continue our exploration, we stumble upon privilege elevation, priv-esc. A successful hacker seeks the ultimate golden goose, system admin level access, and our job is to prevent it. Misconfigured services or unpatched systems could lead to privilege escalation, and here, Windows Exploit Suggester becomes our vigilant scout.
Post-exploitation, our next stop,
is all about maintaining that unauthorized access and hiding those digital footprints, while exploiting as much data as possible.
Tools like PowerSploit help us uncover any hidden traces of such intrusions.
Our excursion continues through the eerie landscapes of advanced tactics, techniques that hackers evolve for stubborn domains refusing to fall for their usual trysts.
Frameworks like CrackMap-Exec give us an elaborate armamentarium of hacking strategies for experimentation and learning.
As we turn toward understanding how APTs do it, we acknowledge that apt actors are no petty thieves. Their techniques shift and evolve, making it essential for us to be on our toes, keeping tabs on trending attack vectors in the cybersecurity landscape using platforms like Apartment Group.
Multiple attacks mark our final destination, where we unravel the chaos an organization would face under coordinated, simultaneous attacks. Tools like Nessus, Nikto, Wireshark become our defensive arsenal, helping us understand the patterns and plug the gaps.
This, my dear listeners, has been a journey of introspection and constant learning. The understanding and manipulations of these tools and techniques, when put together, form a comprehensive defense strategy, a practical solution in the ever-fascinating world of Active Directory pentesting. Just as Odysseus knew that every journey has an end, every experienced pentester knows, the endeavor to secure our domains is a continual voyage, forging ahead through the obscure fog of the ever-evolving cyber threats.
The game, dear listeners, is perpetually afoot. Chapter 5. Tips for overcoming challenges in Active Directory pentesting.
As the sun set on a typical Tuesday evening, our protagonist, Mike, a passionate cybersecurity professional, was preparing to delve into the mysterious, intricate world of Active Directory pentesting. His goal was to discover potential vulnerabilities, to exploit them, and consequently, to fortify them. The tasks ahead were challenging, but Mike was on a mission to conquer every hurdle that stood in his path.
Firstly, Mike had to introduce himself to the challenge at hand.
This step, known as the introduction, was critical for understanding what he was dealing with. He spent long hours researching, up to the early hours of the morning, familiarizing himself with all the associated components like domain controllers, user accounts, workstations, and more.
He knew the challenge was steep but kept reminding himself, in order to overcome the enemy, you must know the enemy.
Soon came the enumeration stage. Mike resembled a detective here, as he embarked on a journey to discover the users, service accounts, and computer accounts in the target directory. Tools such as LDAP queries, PowerView, and Bloodhound proved to be true allies in this quest. They helped identify faulty configurations and security policy misconfigurations to guide Mike's next move.
The exploitation phase commences, and it's time for Mike to exploit the potential vulnerabilities. He skillfully uses the gathered information with tools like Mimikits to retrieve plain text passwords, hashes, PIN codes, and Kerberos tickets.
Despite encountering a few setbacks, Mike reminds himself that each hurdle is a step towards a secure network. Mike then sneaks into the shoes of a notorious hacker for the lateral movement operation, where he takes advantage of the previously exploited gains to propagate through the network. The aim is to gain control of critical machines or even the entire organization's network. Tools like Pass the Hash, PTH, Pass the Ticket, PTT, and several others help him execute this stage successfully. The tunneling phase begins.
Mike's mission is to bypass firewall restrictions.
He uses tools like SSH tunneling to maintain persistent access. His every attempt might not have been successful, but he remembers one thing: every failure brings him one step closer to success. The Priv ESC or Privilege Escalation section is next, where Mike aims to increase his power within the network. He seeks to obtain the highest possible privileges, the keys to the kingdom, the domain admin credentials.
Tools such as Metasploit and PowerUp SQL are his comrades in this adventure. Once the admin credentials are secured, Mike delves into the post-exploitation phase.
He studies his past actions in order to ensure persistence, perform data exfiltration, or for further exploitation. With the basic tasks completed, Mike applies advanced tactics. He mimics advanced persistent threats, APT, to understand the depth of a real-world threat scenario.
This involves long-term network vulnerabilities and monitoring many potential attack vectors together. It is a formidable task, but Mike takes it head-on. Aggregating the knowledge gathered, Mike evokes multiple attacks, understanding that different attack vectors offer different types of insights. He also uses many tools confidently to achieve his goals.
He leverages Metasploit, PowerSploit, and other pentesting tools to not just attack but also to understand the weak points of the system.
Despite the challenges and obstacles, Mike continues to persist. He perceives each obstacle not as a roadblock, but as a learning opportunity. He goes back to the drawing board every time he encounters a failure, revising his tactics, reinforcing his strategies, and perfecting his methods. After all, the art of Active Directory pentesting is as much a battle of resilience as it is of acumen. In the world of cybersecurity, knowledge is both the sword and the shield. Armed with an arsenal of tools and a determined mindset, Mike sets out to face the challenges presented by Active Directory pentesting. As the chapter closes, it sets the stage for the exciting adventures to come. As Mike prepares to dive further into the dimensions of Active Directory pentesting, the journey has just begun. There are numerous shores yet to reach, battles to be won, countless fortresses to be protected. And by carefully navigating through every wave of challenges, he would finally uncover the pearls of wisdom and expertise in the vast ocean of cybersecurity. Section: Active Directory Pentesting, a thorough analysis.
Once upon a time, in a cyber world filled with intricate locks and keys, emerged a wizard named Pentester. His fundamental objective was to probe and perfect the locks set on the grand fortress of Active Directory, ensuring that only those worthy shall pass. Our story commences with the introduction phase, the period of preparation where pen tester acquaints himself with the potent powers of Active Directory, a powerful process management framework patronized by entities across the globe. Not merely a system of organization, Active Directory is the cornerstone of most business operations with user interfaces, databases, and a litany of security features binding the numerous users onto a universal platform. Yet, these functions come with their share of vulnerabilities, and pen tester's duty is to identify and rectify those to strengthen the fortress. With the stage set, pen tester launches into the enumeration phase. His task is to sketch a comprehensive map of the vast Active Directory realm, its users, machines, networks, all noted meticulously. Pen tester uses several tools to glean this knowledge, among them Bloodhound, a wizardly software to identify hidden passages within the vast fortress's structure. From enumeration, pen tester transitions into the realm of exploitation. Herein, he puts to use the insights from enumeration, seeking out unsealed loopholes and outdated defenses. Zero Logon, a powerful spell, could disrupt the fortress's communications, allowing our hero free access into the heart of the castle. Lateral movement follows as pen tester ventures further into the belly of Active Directory. His challenge lies in exploring untouched chambers and extracting sacred knowledge. This is where Mimikatz comes to play, a mystical tool that allowed the tester to extract passwords and tokens from memory, thus creating an invisible path through the fortress. Our pen tester then advances into tunneling, a maneuver involving circumventing the fortress's watchful eyes. Pen tester employs techniques like DNS tunneling and SSH tunneling. This way, he masks his actions under layers of seemingly harmless traffic, smoothly sidestepping the guards. The journey then veers towards the challenging terrain of privilege escalation. Pen tester must ascend to higher levels of authority within the fortress to access the control room. Tools such as PowerShell Empire and Shara prove useful here, allowing our protagonist to utilize unused permissions or exploit weak configurations. Post-exploitation brings in a new dawn on the job of penetration. This phase presents the tester with the fruits of his labor, total control over the fortress. Now, he could spot and plug potential entry points or security flaws before any invaders. Advanced tactics beckon pen tester next for mastering the art of Active Directory pentesting. From elegant Kerberosting to stealthy pass-the-hash attacks, our tester learns the various methods on how to take control of the fortress subtly. The tale moves to a revelation point, how apt do it, a view into how advanced persistent threats operate. Our pen tester delves into the modus operandi of such threats, be it targeted spear phishing or exploitation of zero-day vulnerabilities. The stage then shifts to multiple attacks, where pen tester's knowledge comes to a crash test. Here, he emulates multiple simultaneous attacks on the fortress, pushing its defenses to withstand the assault. Our epic now descends to tools. From Wireshark, a potent network analyzing instrument, to Metasploit, an amazing database of exploits, our pen tester acquaints himself with the tools to arm himself better for his quests. This is the chronicle of the Active Directory penetration tester, a swashbuckler who challenges the fortress guarding our priceless information. Each stage of this story contributes to our collective understanding of threats to cyber domain security and how to prevent them. It emphasizes that in this age of technology, the pen truly could be mightier than the sword, if it knows where to strike. This section is the story of these strategic moves, the challenger's tactics, our friendly pen tester against the guard, the intricate fortress of Active Directory. Stay tuned to our audiobook to venture further into the path of Active Directory pentesting. Until then, remember, an active defense is the best offense. Section 18. Comparing traditional and Active Directory pentesting methodologies. Let us embark on a journey in a realm where cybersecurity concepts come to life. A world where technology safeguards battle against ferocious cyber threats. A world where stories of valor are written in binary code. Let us delve into the comparison between traditional penetration testing methodologies and Active Directory pentesting methodologies. A crisp morning filled the office as Jack, an experienced cybersecurity consultant, fired up his trusted laptop. He started his day with an exhilarating task, penetration testing or, as affectionately called, pentesting. Jack loved his job, as it allowed him to legally hack into systems to identify vulnerabilities. He viewed pentesting as a valuable opportunity to fortify organizations against malicious hackers. Traditionally, Jack's methodology for pentesting involved a linear structure starting with reconnaissance, where he used tools like Nmap and Wireshark to enumerate network devices.
Then, network mapping was followed by vulnerability analysis using tools like Nessus and OpenBOSS.
The next enumeration phase was exploitation, where Jack utilized tools such as Metasploit to exploit identified weaknesses, later simulating lateral movements with tools like Mimikatz and CrackMapExec. Jack's traditional pentesting ended with the post-exploitation phase, using scripts and tools to gather more information or maintain the compromised system's access. But, one day, Jack's boss introduced him to Active Directory Pentesting, AD pentesting, which offered a paradigm shift.
Unlike the structured traditional approach, AD pentesting emphasized even more enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, and post-exploitation.
Jack was told, in AD pentesting, it's all about the dance between the attacker and defender. AD pentesting focuses on exploiting Active Directory, a staple technology in modern enterprise networks. This methodology adds tactically important components such as tunneling, privilege escalation, priv-ESC, advanced tactics, and spotting advanced persistent threats, APT. Jack noticed that some familiar tools were used in a new way, hence he had to evolve along with the methodology.
In enumeration, Jack learned about tools like PowerView and Bloodhound for gathering information about AD objects.
He discovered that the exploitation phase was mainly aimed at credential dumping using tools like Mimikatz and PyPCats, explaining their enhanced focus on credentials in the AD environment.
Lateral movement was another crucial AD pentesting aspect. It was no more about simply moving around, it was about gaining escalated privileges rapidly. Tools like Pass the Hash and token impersonation were popular in facilitating these movements, and Empire became Jack's buddy for post-exploitation tasks on Windows hosts. The chapter of tunneling was an eye-opener.
Jack used tools like EvilJinx and Covenant to establish persistent connections within the compromised network and bypass multi-factor authentication, MFA, techniques.
Privilege escalation encompassed techniques like Kerberos-Sting and golden ticket attacks were a game-changer.
The advanced tactics spotlighted using APT tactics, discovering that hackers loved the tools PES-EXEC, WMI, and DCOM for lateral movement.
Then came the grand finale, the post-exploitation phase.
Jack appreciated the idea of living off the land, using the acquired system tools to achieve persistence, evade detection, and facilitate network propagation. In conclusion, Jack realized that AD pentesting offered a more dynamic and interactive approach than traditional pentesting. He embraces these new methodologies, tools, techniques, and became a better, more adaptable pentester. Remember, in the world of pentesting, one's adaptability to the evolving trends is the key to success.
Chapter 6: Standard Pentesting Methodologies. Once upon a time in the bustling city of cybersecurity, two vigilant guardians, Alice and Bob, stood at the gates of an expansive digital kingdom, the Active Directory.
Enthusiasts of penetration testing, they took upon the critical task of exposing and reinforcing any vulnerabilities in their kingdom's defenses. This tale presents the standard methodologies they followed, all illustrated for your benefit. As we start our journey, Alice and Bob make an introduction to their task. The Active Directory, their testing subject, is a Microsoft product widely used by corporations. It's a directory service that enables administrators to manage permissions and access to network resources, and it's a valuable attack surface for anyone, friendly or otherwise. Alice reminds us, however, that ethical considerations are paramount. All pentesting must be approved, scheduled, and carefully controlled to avoid unintended disruption, ensuring we are trustworthy knights, not rogue agents in this tale. Our heroes next undertake enumeration.
This process involves gathering exhaustive data about the system, its users, network shares, available services, and more.
Alice uses tools such as Nmap, Netcat, and Wireshark to map out network spaces, identifying hosts and services and obtaining a comprehensive directory layout. Bob, meanwhile, with LDAP queries and PowerShell scripts, collects user data and group hierarchies, key resources in understanding the kingdom structure.
With the kingdom mapped and detailed, Alice and Bob begin the exploitation phase. Their tools of choice are commonly Metasploit for crafting attacks and setting up listeners and Mimikatz for password attacks.
Alice occasionally dabbles with PowerShell Empire, an open-source post-exploitation framework, for injecting malicious code. During exploitation, they seek to breach initial defenses through discovered weaknesses, embodying attackers to improve defense.
Lateral movement follows, describing navigation of the network from the initially compromised system.
Mimikatz is handy once again for stealing credentials and escalating privileges, and Alice uses tools like Bloodhound to identify attack paths within the network. PSEXEC, a lightweight telnet replacement, allows them to execute processes on other systems, moving inside the kingdom just like a potential adversary. As they venture deep, Alice and Bob utilize tunneling, a technique to maintain access and navigate firewalls or ACL restrictions concealed inside the kingdom's walls.
Tools like Chisel or Ngrok come handy here, creating secure lines of connection, like secret tunnels within castle walls.
During their journey, as they muster more power, the method of privilege escalation, or privesc, is invoked.
This step involves advancing their reign from local users to domain admins. Tools like PowerUp SQL, a PowerShell toolkit, helps them identify misconfigurations that could facilitate this escalation.
The intrepid pentesters then delve into post-exploitation, where they simulate advanced persistent threats that remain undetected and extract data.
Alice uses the Veil framework, a tool for crafting payloads that escape antivirus detection. Post-exploitation could also involve maintaining access for potential future attacks. In their journey, Alice and Bob use advanced tactics.
Bob particularly enjoys advanced threat tactics courses by Spectre Ops, which offers extensive knowledge on exploiting Active Directory vulnerabilities. Alice admires the work of apt groups, carefully studying their modus operandi for replication in their controlled environment.
The duo also engages in multiple attacks, using multiple tools for diligent testing.
Sometimes, Alice and Bob stage a coordinated assault, akin to how advanced persistent threats, or APTs, launch kill-chain attacks, orchestrated and multi-staged, to break through well-defended systems.
Ultimately, Alice and Bob aim to fortify their kingdom. Their intensively planned and carefully executed actions purpose to empathize with potential infiltrators and thereby bolster the kingdom's defenses.
And throughout this narration, we hope that their tale, infused with the essence of standard pentesting methodologies, equips you, dear listeners, with the knowledge to fortify your own digital kingdoms.
And thus, ends a chapter in the Chronicles of Alice and Bob,
our pentester heroes in the realm of Active Directory.
Chapter 16. Active Directory Specific Methodologies for Pentesting.
In the complex realm of cybersecurity, every expert understands the immense importance of maintaining a secure and robust network structure. Central to this structure in many enterprises is Microsoft's Active Directory. As we delve into this chapter, we will explore Active Directory-specific methodologies for penetration testing, from the initial introduction, enumeration, and exploitation phases to post-exploitation procedures, advanced tactics, various forms of attacks, and the different tools used in these methodologies.
Our journey begins with an introduction to Active Directory.
Designed as a network administration tool, Active Directory, fondly referred to as AD, serves as a data center for user access credentials and privileges. With its vast capabilities ranging from managing networks to facilitating intricate business software applications, it has become an integral part to any business architecture. However, its comprehensive authority also makes it an Achilles heel, making it one of the favorite targets of advanced persistent threats or APTs, who persistently and stealthily attack a network over an extended period. This brings us to our first methodology, enumeration.
Through enumeration, a pentester gathers information about the targeted network. Tools like Bloodhound make enumerating an Active Directory environment easier, analyzing complex relationships within an AD environment and exposing potential attack paths. Once the path is clear, the next step is exploitation. Tools like Mimikits aid in this phase, aiding pentesters in obtaining clear text passwords, hash, PIN codes, and Kerberos tickets from the memory. Despite being widely regarded as malicious software, it serves as a critical toolbox for white hat hackers, helping identify vulnerabilities within the network, enabling them to script protective measures. Our journey continues on to lateral movement, a method where hackers navigate through networks to seek out weak spots or points of exploitation in their quest for privilege escalation or privesc. Here, tools such as PSExec, a lightweight telnet replacement that lets you execute processes on other systems, come in handy. Tunneling is another methodology, where data packets are privatized or encapsulated within other data packets to hide sensitive information. Tools like Plink are effective in creating these secure, impenetrable tunnels within the network. After gaining privilege escalation, the attacker proceeds to post-exploitation, where they seek out and harvest valuable data, typically through tools that keep their activities stealthy and untraceable. Now, let's dive into the realm of advanced tactics. Here, tools like PowerShell Empire, a post-exploitation framework, offer a wide range of powerful tools to exploit PowerShell's capabilities. Another advanced methodology leverages PowerShell scripts, like invoke Mimikits, to bypass antivirus solutions. Next, let's look at how APTs do it. Their access is often slow and low profile, focusing on remaining undetected while silently collecting data or tracking user activities over weeks, months, and even years.
Using spear phishing or zero-day vulnerabilities to gain entry, advanced persistent threats hold the potential to wreak havoc in robust security structures.
Multiple attacks could range from pass-the-hash attacks,
where unauthorized individuals authenticate themselves using the underlying NTLM or LM hashes, to the Kerberosting, where a hacker extracts service account credentials without needing administrative rights.
Our journey through penetration testing of Active Directory wouldn't be complete without evoking an array of tools.
Metasploit, Wireshark, Cobalt Strike, and Nessus are but a few of the mighty armory available to white-hat hackers. In essence, Active Directory pentesting is a complex process where a professional hacker simulates methods a malicious attacker might use to infiltrate company networks.
Through understanding the intricacies of the process, one can understand how to best prepare for and mitigate potential data breaches to ensure the robustness and integrity of their network structure. In the following chapters, we will delve deeper into the technical aspects of each of these methodologies, giving you a comprehensive and practical understanding of Active Directory pentesting. Section 7. Compare and contrast.
This section will compare and contrast the several strategies involved in Active Directory pentesting, including, but not limited to, introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, PrivESC, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, how advanced persistent threats, apt, executed, multiple attacks, and numerous tools and their individual functions in achieving our pentesting goals.
Our story begins with a lone cybersecurity agent tasked with protecting her organization's network against potential cyber threats.
She starts by understanding the basic essence of the Active Directory, the cornerstone of her job. The Active Directory plays a vital role in managing the network infrastructure and holds all information about objects on the network, an inviting target for attackers. The agent then proceeds to enumeration, which is collecting information about her organization's Active Directory. This is a critical step for her as it will help plan her defense strategies. However, this is a double-edged sword. When used by a cybercriminal, enumeration is often the first step in their offensive, gathering information for vulnerabilities they can exploit later. Exploitation is where the attacker breaches the organization's network security by taking advantage of known vulnerabilities in the network gathered during enumeration. Our agent needs to always stay a step ahead, patching up any vulnerabilities before they can be exploited, a task that becomes increasingly difficult in the ever-evolving landscape of cybersecurity. As the attacker somehow manages to breach, they resort to lateral movement, a strategy used to navigate through the network, accessing areas of the environment as quietly as possible. It is here that a small foothold gained initially can lead to a widespread attack. Our agent needs to recognize any abnormal behavior in a sea of regular network interactions. Tunneling or creating concealed pathways helps the attacker move across the network undetected. On the other hand, our agent uses tunneling too, but for different reasons. She uses it to seal off communication from the outside world to protect her network. Privilege escalation is a technique where the perpetrators enhance their access rights or privileges by manipulating bugs, design flaws, or configuration oversights in an operating system or software application. The privileges are escalated from a normal user to that of an administrator, thereby giving them the license to wreak havoc across the system. Post-exploitation is like an encore that follows a successful exploit. The attacker now has a stronger foothold, and now will utilize the system to whatever ends they desire. Advanced tactics can be employed here where sophisticated and often hard-to-detect methods are used for prolonged persistence in the compromised system. The pattern of apt, their persistence, sponsored nature, and the use of advanced techniques makes them a formidable enemy in this realm. However, understanding how apt operates provide crucial insights into their methodology and subsequently aids in their detection. Meanwhile, the sheer number of different types of attacks and tools used in those attacks create an environment of chaos and uncertainty but serve to illustrate the level of tenacity and creativity that goes into pentesting. Our cybersecurity agent invests time to learn the different tools, their strengths and weaknesses, and how to leverage them to her advantage. In the end, all these tools serve the singular goal of intrusion prevention and network security. Comparing and contrasting each process reveals how integrated, how interconnected each step is. One method can be a boon or bane, depending on which side one is on. Understanding this duality forms the basis for creating robust cybersecurity infrastructure. This journey of the agent gives us an idea of why to understand enumeration to root out weaknesses, to anticipate lateral movements and tunneling to prevent unauthorized access,
to anticipate privilege escalation, to limit weaponization of vulnerabilities, to do what is necessary post-exploit to regain control and safeguard future, the ways of ATP to learn from them, and the use of multiple tools and techniques to provide a layered defense against such threats.
These are the kicking gears moving the giant wheel of Active Directory pentesting.
It's an intricate web that constantly evolves, signifying the importance of continuous learning and adaptation. Chapter 9. Active Directory Pentesting, from reconnaissance to exploitation.
Before we delve into the world of Active Directory pentesting, let me introduce myself. This chapter will guide you on a journey through the intricate labyrinths of Active Directory pentesting, where every corner can hide a security flaw waiting to be exposed or a valuable data point waiting to be secured. We'll navigate you through the sections of introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, advanced tactics, followed by an overview of how advanced persistent threat (APT) groups work. The sun was just peeping over the horizon as our protagonist, a budding pentester named Luna, sat down with her cup of coffee, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. She was about to delve into the complex realm of Active Directory. Active Directory, AD, as Luna had learned, is a Microsoft product that consists of several services to help manage networked resources. It creates a structured directory of information about objects within a network, from user data and printers to servers and databases. It's the heart and soul of IT infrastructure. But with great power comes great responsibility, and AD is no exception, especially when it comes to security. Enumeration is the first step of her journey. This lock-picking process requires Luna to identify potential weak spots and collect as much information as possible. She uses tools like LDAP, a protocol used to interact with AD, and PowerShell, an automation and scripting language. Still, enumeration was nothing more than the preparation for the upcoming main event, exploitation. Here, Luna performs attacks based on the information gathered during enumeration. She uses tools like Bloodhound to visualize AD relationships and Sharphound, its companion ingester utility, to collect useful data. Post-exploitation, Luna found herself in unfamiliar terrain, the land of lateral movement. This step involves capitalizing on existing vulnerabilities to breach further into the network, spreading like wildfire unnoticed. Tools such as Pass the Hash or Mimikits allow Luna to use authenticated credentials to migrate across devices. Next comes the covert operation known as tunneling, an anonymous journey through the network. Luna tunnels under the network's radar, leaving a minimal digital footprint. She uses tools like PowerSploit to exploit existing processes and services for her secure passage. Her journey wouldn't be complete without ascending the mount of privilege escalation. This ascent allows Luna to gain ultimate control over resources she shouldn't have. She capitalizes on the flaws she discovers on her way up, employing tools like PowerUp SQL and Kerberosting. As the sun started to set, Luna moved towards the final phase, post-exploitation. This stage involves mapping out the spoils of her conquest, carefully documenting all uncovered vulnerabilities for remediation. PowerShell Empire, a post-exploitation agent, proves to be her guiding light. Exploring advanced tactics, Luna went above and beyond traditional pentesting. She implemented innovative attack and defense subversion methods for fooling sophisticated defenders, taking inspiration from red teaming exercises. As Luna reflected upon her journey, she found herself looking at how advanced persistent threat (APT) groups operate. These sophisticated groups with substantial resources engage in stealthy attacks, designed to penetrate deep into the network infrastructures of high-value targets. They exploit unknown vulnerabilities, otherwise known as zero-day exploits, and resist all attempts at removal. Various attacks might be used in Active Directory pentesting. Luna was adept in multiple attack forms, like credential dumping, pass the hash, pass the ticket, among others. She marveled at the symphony of tools and techniques available, all tailored to accomplish different tasks in an Active Directory environment. Our journey through Active Directory pentesting ends here, but remember, security is a never-ending quest, and staying one step ahead is key. Like Luna, always be ready to delve deep, explore, and secure. As the night fell, Luna looked back at her day of pentesting with a sense of accomplishment. Her journey had been arduous, exhilarating, and filled with moments of triumph and defeat. But all in all, it was a day well spent in improving network security, making the virtual world a bit safer, one network at a time. Chapter 19. Future Trends in Active Directory and Pentesting. In the year 2030, the landscape of cybersecurity, particularly that touching upon Active Directory and pentesting,
has evolved dramatically.
As the world becomes more technologically integrated, the network security landscape continues to develop and adapt in response to the increasingly sophisticated threats it faces. With the dawn of new technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, Active Directory, AD, and pentesting are continually being reshaped. This chapter delves into the future trends in the Active Directory and penetration testing fields. We will explore the various components and tactics, ranging from the introduction, enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation to advanced tactics and tools employed. We immerse ourselves into the world of exploration, where every technology's weakness is a potential point of attack, and every fortified defense marks the advent of an advanced offensive strategy. In the future, the introduction of artificial intelligence into Active Directory management and penetration testing promises to redefine the efficiency and scale of cybersecurity operations. With machine learning's ability to process large volumes of data, predictive analysis and anomaly detection become indispensable tools in identifying vulnerabilities and potential threats. Enumeration, or the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, and other critical information, will utilize these forms of AI to pinpoint vulnerabilities that were previously hidden or overlooked. Automated systems in the enumeration phase promise to uncover weak spots in systems within milliseconds, thus speeding up the penetration testing process. The exploitation phase also stands to benefit from AI advancements. New attack vectors aided by AI can adapt to defenses and employ a variety of methods to breach systems. Lateral movement, the method by which hackers navigate through a network after gaining initial access, will also become more versatile. With the incorporation of advanced machine learning algorithms, hackers can more efficiently map network architecture, understand traffic patterns, and exploit weaknesses for lateral movement. Tunneling, often used for creating secure connections over public networks, can be exploited as a hidden channel within legitimate communication. Future trends predict the increased use of obfuscation tunnels, making detection by classic hallmarks difficult. Concerning privilege escalation, hackers will continue to target AD, knowing well that once domain-level access is obtained, an entire organization can be compromised. AI technology also promises more effective countermeasures against these attacks, with continual learning and adaptation to new threats. Post-exploitation techniques will see the rise of advanced tactics and countermeasures. Infiltrating an Active Directory is just the start. Maintaining control, gathering sensitive information, and ensuring that the breach goes undetected is the real challenge. Advanced tools and techniques will surface and compete to remain undetected and evade systems' defenses. To grasp these dynamics, it's necessary to understand how advanced persistent threats, APTs, operate. These focused and patient attacks, usually state-sponsored, use sophisticated tactics, sometimes dwelling in a system for months or years. Looking ahead, we can anticipate APTs to use AI to optimize their attacks, blending in with normal activities more effectively and making detection even more difficult. With the multiple attacks that AD systems face, many tools will evolve to aid the pentesters. Harnessing the power of AI and machine learning, these tools range from vulnerability scanners, exploit frameworks, sniffing and spoofing tools, forensics tools, and much more. As we venture into the coming years, what becomes abundantly clear is that the adoption of AI will become a defining factor in the arms race between hackers and cybersecurity professionals. With unprecedented processing capabilities and advanced learning algorithms, AI will play an enormous role in determining the future of Active Directory and penetration testing. Brace yourselves for a thrilling roller coaster ride into the future of cybersecurity. Section 7. Predicted changes to Active Directory. Allow me to pause before plunging into this expansive sea of knowledge that lies before us. Our journey so far has explored the intricate workings, exploits, and tactics of Active Directory pentesting. However, this world is ever evolving, resolute and dynamic in its form. It's only fitting that this audiobook believes in moving forward, for the understanding of the future is as crucial as the knowledge of the present. In this section, I will illuminate the predicted changes to Active Directory and how these changes might impact pentesting strategies. The intricacies of discovering and exploiting vulnerabilities, enabling lateral movement, tunneling, privilege escalation, post-exploitation, and advances in tactics will be covered with a forward-looking view. The Active Directory is a cornerstone of enterprise infrastructure. As such, it has to bear an onerous burden to meet the needs of expanding technological advancements while providing a secure environment. It will lead to a rise in the implementation of cloud directories, directory as a service, and hybrid directory models. We foresee advancements in serverless Active Directories too, which will overhaul how the administrative operations are managed, leading to modifications in pre-existing vulnerabilities and creation of new loopholes.
The enumeration, the step of intelligence gathering, might see changes too.
With advances in machine learning, artificial intelligence, and big data, these technologies could be incorporated to quickly scan a vast amount of data, analyze patterns, and draw conclusions. They will dramatically speed up the enumeration process and produce more accurate findings.
Currently, the most popular exploitation technique in Active Directory is pass-the-hash and Kerberosting.
However, with corrective measures being taken against these, we expect more sophisticated approaches will surface. As companies move towards passwordless solutions like biometrics and single sign-on, pentesters will have to develop unique havoc-wreaking techniques.
Lateral movement will likely get more challenging with advanced anomaly detection systems predicting such moves.
But remember, with advanced persistent threat groups getting more adept at hiding their tracks and blending in, new tactics will undoubtedly emerge.
In the realm of privilege escalation, just enough administration and just-in-time administration are expected to provide granular control over permissions.
Consequently, pentesters should be bracing themselves and finding ideas around these security constraints to perform successful pentesting. Post-exploitation activities will evolve too. As organizations shift towards user behavior analytics and other next-gen security tools, data persistence and exfiltration would require more ingenious methods. Advancements in tactics could involve integrating multiple attacks, using techniques like living off the land, where the attacker uses the network's resources, and island hopping, where the attacker infiltrates an affiliate's network first to reach the target.
Tools like Bloodhound, CrackMapExec, and Mimikatz would get replaced by more advanced ones utilizing emerging technologies.
Finally, as we peek into how advanced persistent threat groups operate, it is likely they would exploit supply chain vulnerabilities and use multi-stage attack vectors. They might even use AI-driven tools for faster and broader exploitation scopes. As we delve into the future, it is manifest that changes we cannot yet conceive will be waiting. Our capability to adapt and evolve will be the key in succeeding in the vast maze of Active Directory pentesting. However, one thing will remain the same: the continual hunger for knowledge and unwavering perseverance of pentesters will always find a way to meet these fascinating challenges head-on. Remember, the goalposts might change, but the game remains the same. Embrace these changes with an open mindset and be prepared to continuously learn, adapt, and overcome.
Chapter 10. Staying updated on Active Directory pentesting techniques.
In the dynamic world of information security, terms like enumeration, exploitation, lateral movement, and priv-esc, amongst others, are constantly evolving. With advanced persistent threats, APTs, posing serious challenges, it becomes crucial to not only familiarize yourself with the tools and techniques but also to continuously update your knowledge.
In this section, we will explore the different ways to stay up to date in the realm of Active Directory pentesting.
Picture yourself as a knight, standing on the ramparts of a fort, watching over your dominion. That dominion is your computer system, and as a cybersecurity professional, your duty is to protect it from invaders.
But the loot here is not gold or silver, it's sensitive data. And the invaders, who somehow seem to have a penchant for cloaking themselves like Harry Potter, are black hat hackers.
Our main focus in this chapter, however, isn't those scary breaches that usually make headlines, but the discipline and diligence of staying updated with the continuously changing landscape of Active Directory pentesting. A discipline as essential as sharpening your sword, and as routine as the changing guards, in our knight scenario.
We embark this journey with an understanding of enumeration. Here, you gather all the details about the target, from the server names to shared drives, domain details, and vulnerabilities. Use tools like Bloodhound and PowerView to enhance your Active Directory enumeration process. As with all tools, remember to follow the community updates and forums to stay updated with the enhancements and exploits, the documented experiences of the cyber community. Next, we delve into exploitation, which enables a penetration tester to leverage vulnerabilities found in the system. Tools like Metasploit, Cobalt Strike, and custom scripts are commonly used for their advanced exploit kits. Regularly swatting up on the latest exploits shared by the security community keeps you current and effective. Your journey then takes you to lateral movement, which involves moving from one compromised host to another within the target network. This may involve leveraging tools like Mimikatz or CrackMapExec. Follow their updates regularly and thoroughly test all newly introduced functionalities in a lab environment. We then descend into the tunnel of tunneling, literally a process of encapsulating the communication between two different networks in a third network. Tools like SSH, chisel, and proxy chains could help you create robust tunnels, but they too are not immune from obsolescence and require regular updates.
In priv-esc, the aim is escalating privileges to gain more control over the system, with tools like PowerUp and Sherlock leading the way. Post-exploitation refers to the actions performed after a system breach, including stealing data or planting backdoors.
Tools like Blue Dump or Sticky Keys come in handy here.
For implementing advanced tactics and understanding how APTs do it, you must routinely follow threat intelligence reports, follow apt-focused forums, and communities to get a sense of their modus operandi.
Multiple attack vectors must be considered. Always stay up to date on the latest vectors employed in the wild. Reports like Verizon's Data Breach Investigation Report, or FireEye's M-Trends, present excellent resources for the latest tricks and trades of bad actors.
Active Directory Pentesting is a vast discipline, complex, and, at times, can feel like unraveling a Gordian knot. To navigate this terrain, an essential part of your weaponry should be to stay current. It could involve keeping track of updates to penetration testing tools, sharing experiences and insights with the community, reading white papers, or going down the rabbit hole of security blogs. Just remember, the internet is rife with cyber threats, but equally, an indispensable wellspring of knowledge and tools, both working in parallel.
It's up to you to draw from the latter to tackle the former.
Your Active Directory may seem like an impregnable fortress, but it's only as strong as your diligence in keeping abreast of the evolving pentesting tools and tactics. In conclusion, it's a game of cat and mouse. Those who master the art of evolving and staying a step ahead are sure to triumph. Keep educating yourself, stay mindful, and keep your sword, your knowledge, ever sharp and relevant.
Chapter 15. A deep dive into Active Directory Pentesting. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom brimming with digital secrets. It was a fortress, secure and secluded, protected by a myriad of safeguards designed meticulously over the years.
This kingdom was known as Active Directory, the heart of numerous organizational networks, governing access to resources and data. Like any fortress, the effectiveness of its protections is evaluated by its ability to withstand attacks. This is where our tale of Active Directory Pentesting begins, a saga of poking and prodding the defenses, of enumerating weaknesses, exploiting vulnerabilities, and ultimately gaining entry into the castle to uncover its secrets. The story commences with an introduction, understanding the narrative's central figure, the Active Directory. A service offered by Microsoft, users and resources within an organization are managed using this networked entity. Its role is not just limited to centralizing the management of users and resources, it is the principal line of defense, ensuring that only authorized personnel gain access. Active Directory Pentesting is the craft of analyzing this fortress, detecting the weak defenses, and exploiting them to gain control. The first step on this journey is enumeration, a process dedicated to discovering the usernames, group names, and other resources within the Active Directory. Tools like Bloodhound and AD Explorer become the eyes and ears of the pentester, giving a detailed map of the fortress to explore. With the map in hand, we move to the next phase, exploitation. Here, the pentester takes advantage of the vulnerabilities exposed during enumeration. Techniques like pass the hash or golden ticket attack come into play, utilizing stolen credentials or Kerberos tickets to gain unauthorized access. Upon successful exploit, comes the task of lateral movement. Considered the art of moving stealthily from one corner of the fortress to another, without raising alarms. Techniques such as pass the ticket and tools like PowerView assist in hopping from one user to another without blowing the cover. Beyond the walls and beneath the castle lies another set of corridors, tunnels. Pentesters create encrypted tunnels to ensure safe transit of stolen data using techniques like port forwarding or SOX proxying. Here, tools like SSH tunneling and Plink become invaluable. The success of the pentest is often measured by the ability to escalate privileges, priv-esc. Here lies the goal: ascending the throne, impersonating the king, the domain admin. Techniques like Kerberosing and DC Shadow are employed to gain the ultimate privilege. Post-exploitation, the navigator savors the fruits of their labor, dwelling across the castle, extracting information, and taking snapshots of the kingdom. Tools like Mimikits and Proctip are used to gleefully traverse uncharted territory and seize valuable data. The tale turns thrilling as we delve deeper into advanced tactics, where APTs, advanced persistent threats, dwell. APTs plan calculated attacks over a prolonged period. They seep into the systems undetected and lurk in the shadows, quietly observing patterns and designs of the system.
spear phishing, watering hole attacks, or zero-day exploits, the methods employed by APTs are countless.
The battle strategies are plotted. Multiple attacks are devised to breach the fortress.
Brute force,
Dictionary attacks, phishing scams, the weapons, many and vary. They target the weakest links, the unsuspecting users, the outdated applications, the overlooked vulnerabilities.
Among these, a trove of tools aids pentesters meticulously.
Metasploit, Nmap, Wireshark each perform unique functions unraveling the defenses of the Active Directory fortress layer by layer. They're the pentesters' arsenal, equipping them for the conquest.
And thus, unfolds the saga of Active Directory Pentesting.
A saga that offers invaluable insights into the strengths and weaknesses of the realm's defenses, an epic tale woven by intrepid pentesters, their tools, tactics, and tenacity. As it unravels, so does our understanding of the kingdom's vulnerabilities, making us equipped to better our defenses and safeguard the kingdom from unwarranted infiltration. This is a world of knights and castles, of secrets and shadows, an eternal game of cat and mouse where the vigils keep evolving, making the fortress of Active Directory stronger than ever.
Intricately wound and told through the lens of the pentester, this narrative is more than a story.
It's a guide, an exploration and a journey, a strategic manual for every knight looking to breach or protect the fortress called Active Directory.
Chapter 20, Conclusion and Practical Applications. Our journey through the realm of Active Directory pentesting has brought us from the preliminary steps of the introduction and enumeration to the advanced tactics and techniques employed by some of the world's most skilled cyber adversaries. Throughout this auspicious journey, we've not only gained a deeper understanding of the methodologies, tools, and techniques used in pentesting, but we've also laid the foundations to implement these crucial skills in real-world scenarios. In this final chapter, we draw conclusions from what we've learned and highlight practical applications.
We began with an introduction to Active Directory, a Microsoft product that has become an industry standard for centralized network management. Concerned primarily with security management within networked environments, we've seen it's often one of the first things experts look to when trying to secure or penetrate a network. We then delved into the intricacies of enumeration, the crucial process by which an attacker gathers as much information as possible about a target.
Tools like Bloodhound and PowerView illuminated the pathways to the heart of our target environments, showing us relationships and vectors of attack we may have missed otherwise.
These practices are vital in planning our attack vectors and identifying the weak spots in a network security.
Exploitation, the active manipulation or use of vulnerabilities, was our next area of focus.
Mimikits, one such tool, has proven its worth as a utility for harvesting login credentials, further reminding us that the hallmark of a brilliant pentester lies not just in identifying vulnerabilities, but also in knowing how to exploit them discreetly and effectively.
We delved into the nebulous world of lateral movement, unveiling techniques for moving through a network undetected.
Using tools such as Death Star and CrackMap-Exec, we learned the art of silently propagating our footprint across the network, all the while remaining unnoticed. We explored tunneling, a technique to secure one's back-end communication from intrusion.
With tools such as Chisel and Ngrok, we discovered ways to create secure channels to extract data or maintain a connection to the compromised network safely and stealthily. Privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC, taught us the significance of gaining higher-level permissions. Tools like PowerUp and Windows PrivEscCheck underscored the importance of always striving for greater access, to soundlessly uncover the keys to the kingdom.
In the post-exploitation phase, we groomed ourselves on ways to keep our tracks concealed and maintain persistence in the infiltrated system.
We learned how the Metasploit framework, Beacon, and Empire could keep us in the system, granting us continued access even if we were initially discovered. Studying advanced tactics took us deep into the attacker mindset.
We adapted strategies commonly employed by advanced persistent threats, or APTs, with a focus on stealth and ease of movement. Delving into the use case scenarios of advanced tools such as Kerberosting, DCSYNC, or Pass the Hash and Pass the Ticket, has prepared us not only to defend against them but to use these tactics when warranted. We finally centered our attention on multiple attack scenarios, where techniques and tools merge together harmoniously to achieve our goals. Cobalt Strike, Metasploit, Sharphound, and Rubius are just some tools that underline the blend of skill and finesse required to conduct successful pentests.
This journey has given us both insights and confidence.
This knowledge is a tool, and like any tool, its effectiveness depends on the skill of the craftsman who wields it.
Arming yourselves with these techniques is a crucial first step, but the journey of truly embracing the art and science of Active Directory pentesting is one of constant learning and practice.
As we conclude this audiobook, I encourage you to keep exploring, to keep learning, and most importantly, to apply the lessons learned from these chapters in practical applications. Use these skills with responsibility and enjoy the journey in this ever-evolving landscape of cybersecurity. May your tests be successful, your footprint minimally invasive, and your understanding of Active Directory pentesting continually growing.
Chapter Review. All topics covered.
After delving deep into the intricate subject of Active Directory pentesting, we take a breath to revisit and consolidate our understanding of all the topics covered thus far. This chapter is a culminating review, but before we dive into it, let's take a moment to appreciate the comprehensive map we have charted, venturing through the complex terrain of pentesting. The story began with an introduction, where our journey saw its humble start. We discussed the importance of Active Directory in organizations, how it serves as the cornerstone for most enterprise networks, and why it becomes an alluring goal for adversaries. We also covered the justification for pentesting as checking our defenses, ensuring we had made the castle as secure as possible. From there, we moved to the enumeration phase, where we learned how things are not always as they seem. We discovered the importance of unearthing information about a system, including its domain details, usernames, and group policies. We learned about various tools like Bloodhound and AD Explorer, akin to our trusty compasses guiding us to the right path. Then came the phase of exploitation, where theory met application. Our aim, to find vulnerabilities within the system and exploit them. Here, we emphasized the use of tools like Mimikatz and Metasploit, showing how they work, like stealthy knights infiltrating an enemy castle, helping penetrating testers gain unauthorized access. Once inside, we learned about lateral movement, similar to navigating the many corridors within the castle walls. Understanding lateral movement helps testers snake through the network, jumping from one host to another. Techniques like pass the hash, pass the ticket, and tools like PSEXEC and WMI were our guides here. We then tunneled underground through the chapter on tunneling. This is where we deepened our covertness by encapsulating traffic into different protocols. We discussed DNS tunneling, HTTP tunneling, using tools like Iodine and PowerCat, tunneling under the network fortress unseen. Privilege escalation, or Priv-ESC, was next on our journey. We learned how once inside, the primary objective was to ascend the throne, gain the highest level of privileges, juxtaposing strategies like exploitation of service misconfigurations and software vulnerabilities. In the post-exploitation phase, we saw the aftermath of successful penetration. We learned about persisting in the network, pivoting, and the appropriate ways of data exfiltration. Tools like Golden Ticket and Silver Ticket aided our understanding in this phase. Our next lesson on advanced tactics was akin to mastering the art of war on our Active Directory pentesting battlefield. We delved into evasion strategies, specially tailored payloads, and tactics like zero trust and just-in-time administrations, exploring scenarios where the basic would simply not suffice. How do advanced persistent threats, or APTs, do it? We tackled this question next, unlocking the strategies of these advanced threat actors, understanding their stealthy modus operandi, all to better prepare our defenses. Finally, we explored multiple attacks and the multitude of tools available, reinforcing the idea that pentesting is multimodal and can't be constrained into a one-size-fits-all strategy. We learned about several simultaneous attacks, their relevance, and effectiveness. Adorned with a myriad of tools like Nmap, Kerberos, Invoke ACLPWN, and Rubius, we've now developed a mature understanding of how these utilities help us achieve our goals. To review everything we've covered is to recall our journey, a challenging yet educational passage through the landscape of Active Directory pentesting. It may seem overwhelming, even daunting at times. Yet, each phase and tool has its place, forming the grand puzzle of network security. Ultimately, this journey equips us with the knowledge to not just comprehend, but to implement the techniques, fostering stronger, more resilient networks against potential threats. Chapter 7. Practical Applications for Active Directory Pentesting. In the heart of cybersecurity rests a dragon named Active Directory, a Microsoft product that is the backbone of corporate networks, managing identities and controlling access. Its vital role makes it a prime target for attackers, thus the necessity for Active Directory pentesting, or penetration testing. Pentesting is the practice of testing a computer system, network, or application to detect security weaknesses that could potentially be exploited by attackers. In regards to Active Directory, this is even more significant due to the critical data and resources it governs. Introduction. Active Directory pentesting is a strategic chess game. The ethical hacker, armed with knowledge and critical thinking skills, uses various tools and techniques to identify vulnerabilities.
These vulnerabilities can be located in the infrastructure, configurations, access controls, or even software patches.
Our objective through this process is not to breach the defenses just for the thrill. It is to employ a preemptive measure, find those pain points, and address them before an actual adversary gets there.
Enumeration. Initiating our journey on this chessboard is enumeration. This is the process of extracting usernames, machine names, network resources, shares, and services from a system.
The tool at our fingertips here isn't a knight or a pawn but a suite like LDAP, SMB, NBT, and SNMP. It is critical because it helps us analyze the Active Directory attack surface. It tells us who the players in our game are. Knowing the exact assets that comprise AD gives us a blueprint to follow, but enumeration itself doesn't breach any system.
Exploitation. The magic begins with exploitation.
Here, we use vulnerabilities identified during enumeration to breach defenses.
While we may sometimes need a sledgehammer, think Metasploit, more often it's about finesse and subtlety.
Tools such as MS17010 and exploit targeting Windows SMB servers or other open-source exploit frameworks can be used here.
Lateral movement. Like a knight, our movement isn't always straightforward. Lateral movement is the act of jumping from one host to the next. Here, we employ techniques like pass the hash, overpass the hash, and pass the ticket.
Mimikatz deserves a special mention as it is an essential tool for extracting plaintext passwords, hash, PIN code, and Kerberos tickets from memory.
Tunneling. Now for a bit of the rogue. Tunneling routes traffic from one network over another, evading defenses by hiding inside legitimate traffic.
Tools like SSH, Chisel, and Plink are used to maintain undetected presence inside the network by establishing secure and reliable communication channels between the attacker and target networks.
Privilege escalation, PrivESC. Naturally, the ultimate goal is to achieve domain admin level access. Privilege escalation, or PrivESC techniques, exploit bugs, design flaws, or configuration oversights in an operating system to gain elevated access. Tools like PowerUp, Sherlock, and Windows PrivEscCheck are particularly useful here. Post-exploitation. Once domain dominance is acquired, it's the now what?
That's post-exploitation.
This involves maintaining access, stealing data, creating backdoors, and covering tracks. PWDump, GSECdump, and FGdump are some tools we might keep up our sleeve for this stage.
Advanced tactics. Advanced tactics comprise of Bloodhound and apt, advanced persistent threat, simulations.
Bloodhound, a graph theory-based tool, finds hidden and often unintended relationships within an Active Directory environment.
Apt simulation, meanwhile, tests an organization's resilience against APTs, meticulously planned and executed attacks that can persist for months or even years. How apt do it? They play the long game, infiltrating a network and lying dormant, making minor and almost undetectable changes. The ultimate nightmare is becoming a victim of an APT, suffering silently as the attacker lurks, steals, destroys, and ultimately, takes complete control.
Multiple attacks. Every pentester needs an armory.
These arsenals are filled with various types of attacks such as credential recycling, Kerberosing, and golden ticket attacks. Each of these tactics has specific uses and various tools are associated with them.
For instance, Mimikatz is often used in the golden ticket attacks while Kerberos involves invoking userland APIs to misuse Kerberos tickets.
In conclusion, Active Directory pentesting is not a one-size-fits-all process. It's an art, needing innovation, creativity, and robust knowledge, that simulates real-world attacks to find and fix vulnerabilities before the bad guys can exploit them.
Chapter 15. Final thoughts and resources for further study.
As we draw our journey through the labyrinth of Active Directory pentesting to a close, we want to leave you with some parting thoughts and resources that will facilitate your further study and experience in the field. In this closing chapter, we shall weave together the various strands of information we unraveled throughout this audiobook and point you toward directions for further study. We started this journey by introducing the concept of Active Directory pentesting, where we presented this critical tool used by network administrators for managing network resources. We painted a picture of a complex system, holding immense power in its capability to handle and organize numerous network resources effectively. But we also gave a glimpse into its potential vulnerabilities, setting the stage for the remainder of our discourse. Through the chapter on enumeration, we walked you through the meticulous process of reconnaissance and digging into the Active Directory environment.
Here we underscored the need for patience, precision, and a keen eye for detail.
Practical enumeration tools such as Nmap, NetBIOS, LDAP, and SMB were discussed, which remain invaluable assets in any pentester's toolkit.
As we delved further into exploitation, we examined the significance of identifying the weak links in the chain, outdated software, weak passwords, and misconfigurations. Tools like Metasploit, Hydra, and John the Ripper were explored, each serving its own purpose in streamlining the exploitation process.
The chapters on lateral movement, tunneling, and privilege escalation threw light upon the darker side of pentesting, where we ventured deeper into the network, bypassing barriers and constraints. Techniques such as pass the hash and golden ticket attacks, along with the use of tools like Mimikatz and PowerShell Empire, revealed how intruders could subtly, yet assuredly, move closer towards their intended goals.
Our discourse on post-exploitation brought home the realization that the Active Directory pentest doesn't end with gaining access.
It's about leveraging that access to collect and exfiltrate data, remain undetected, and possibly maintain future access. We dived into the realm of advanced tactics, understanding how attackers exploit sysadmins, the critical roles of persistence and evasion, and the importance of a well-planned and thought-out attack using a combination of various tactics. Our insights on how APTs, advanced persistent threats, operate gave us a glimpse into the massive scale at which these threats unfold and the level of sophistication involved.
Multiple attack scenarios and various tools used were discussed, showing you how intelligent and adaptive one needs to be in the face of ever-evolving threats.
This audiobook was assembled to give you the foundational understanding of Active Directory pentesting and several tools you need to start exploring the field.
However, this is just the beginning. For your further study, we recommend several books such as Metasploit, The Penetration Tester's Guide, by David Kennedy and team, and Hacking, The Art of Exploitation, by John Erickson.
Online platforms like Cybersecurity, Offensive Security, and tutorials from Hawk 5 on YouTube offer wonderful resources to keep you updated and are highly recommended. In truth, the world of Active Directory pentesting is vast and ever-evolving. It requires an undying curiosity, persistent effort, and continuous learning. As you continue to discover and master the realm of Active Directory pentesting, remember, ethical considerations should always remain at the helm of your actions. It is a powerful tool in ensuring the security and integrity of network systems and, when used effectively, can form an impervious line of defense against the growing menace of cyber threats.